All right, refresh. All right, we refreshed. Who's in the house? Simply Deep. What's going on? All right, I can hear myself. That's good. SBI, what's going on? Hey, MGTOW Universe. What's happening? SBI, what's going on? Everybody's rolling in. Cats 938. CG3, what's happening? More algorithm talk. uh, Larry Williams. Wilsonian, what's happening? Laquan, what's happening? Ken Netter, what's happening? Prodigal Heretic, what's happening? Excalibur, what's happening? Michael Alexander, what's going on? Larry Williams, what's going on? Well, I'm not sure how you're doing it with Apple, so I'm at a loss. Which IBMOR group are we talking about, Wilsonian? I don't know if I'm in it. Darkman, what's going on? Danteezy, what's happening? Danteezy and Laquan back for round two. California boy, what's going on? Hey, Janelle, I haven't seen you in a while. Uh, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't know. I don't think anybody has sent me a link to join the IBMOR group in on Google Plus. Yeah. Amos Wilson is one of the great black psychologists. Him and Francis Cress Welsing are right up there at the top. I think he was more detailed. He wrote more, especially about black children. And I think his book on black children, educating black children, and The Road to Power was his two best books. So Amos Wilson, in his tapes, which are harder to find now, his lectures, he used to give lectures at the Slave Theater. They were classic, but they're hard to find now. Okay, okay, Janelle. Yeah, some people say that last night was a classic. It was male heavy, but I think they cleared up a lot of the women's channel kind of cleared up got a lot of things out in the open. Haitian man, what's going on? Universal Jones. I've read it, but it's been a while. I read Blueprint for Black Power, but it's been a while. In fact, a friend of mine, he did a whole book study on the Blueprint for Black Power. But like I said, it's been 15 years since I read it. I probably have to reread it. But his books are great. But he has lots of detailed lectures back in the day. Him and Francis Cress Welsing. He died too soon though. That's the only thing is I don't think he completed his work. He died too soon. Hey, Charles, what's going on, man? You out there patrolling? But what's his name? I think his name is Jerome Scott, the psychiatrist. But he's I played one of his videos. His book is it's uh it's a workbook. I think he needs to do more work, but I think he's the next up and coming black psychiatrist. We really need one to take place of Amos Wilson and Francis Cress Wilson. So I think he's the next one that's up and coming. So look out for him. He's probably going to extend the work because a lot of what Jerome Scott is saying is something I've been saying for a long time. Ray, what's happening? Yeah, he was. And I think Amos Wilson was ahead of his time. I think that's the problem. A lot of people didn't understand where he was going, but I think a lot more people do. So his work is probably better understood now than it was then. Okay. Anything in the chat that you guys want me to talk about before I open it up? Because I know it can once I open it up, it can go in any direction. So SPI has probably got the first question when I open it up. But anybody want to anything you guys want me to discuss? Oh yeah, I studied under Craig Hewlett for about 12 years, man. About 12 years I was his client, and he taught me who to it's much more important who to read than just to read everything. You got to learn who to read, actually, who makes policy. Everybody that writes doesn't make policy. How do you win the lottery? It's called dumb luck. Alchemist 13. Dumb luck. Basically, MGTOW Universe can probably is better at the algorithms and that kind of stuff than I am. So MGTOW Universe would be a person to ask more than me. He's he's the expert, our resident expert at game theory and poker. So if it's gambling and I do lottery is gambling, MGTOW Universe is your boy. What does the fall of Trump look like? Yeah, I think the fall of Trump looks like him either resigning or being impeached. He might resign because of health. I don't think Donald Trump's going to hold up. There is no secret to the lottery. There is no secret to the lottery. But Donald Trump is, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think Donald Trump has the mental or emotional fortitude to hold up because it's just been 6 months, man. He's probably the most under fire, the most underprepared president I've ever seen in office in all of my life. Uh, how soon will he? with the economy, the economy is already contracting. Now, how will it speed up? The stock market isn't the economy. Um, the economy will probably contract faster once automation really starts to become implemented. You can start to, you can tell because it's fast food. If you go out to fast food or any kind of restaurant, man, the prices are going up. That tells you that your um, labor is getting faster, and labor is getting more expensive, and the dollar is probably starting to take a hit, undercover. So your economy is already contracting. And yes, you do have the first question, SPI, and I think on the panel, um, MGTOW Universe has the second question. I really don't want to get into relationship talk until later on because I know that will be. Oh, muchas gracias, Laquan. I'm humbled. Um, you know, Laquan, I always ask the ladies. I always take questions first. I ask the ladies. I give them a chance to get in, and I try to keep I try to keep the hangout going because I don't want a lot of dead air. That's what I've learned. Dead air is not good, so it's better to keep the questions going. And Char Willie actually asked for Solar to come on because she wanted to ask him questions. So that's the reason I brought Solar on so early because she requested he be on. So it was a request from one of the ladies. Gracias, Ray Clemens. I appreciate it. But that's why. Um, if the ladies participate, I will clear the room. Like I said, they weren't participating, so that's like my kind of push the guys out. I wanted to where the ladies will speak up in the channel, even if the guys are in there. But I always try to get the ladies in first. I always try to get more ladies in first. But if there's nobody taking or in there, and that's usually what happens. The ladies don't want to come in, and so I bring in a couple of guys, and the chat gets going, and then they feel comfortable to actually come in. So it is what it is. It's an ongoing process. It's not perfect. So I'm learning just like they're learning. Yeah, I know Laquan's doing the thing, man. I'm humbled. Now you guys are humbling me, man, because I mean I don't campaign for donations. That's just not my style. But I'm humbled that you guys are showing me love and support. Hey, Officer Charles. Yeah, we were talking about you last night, man, about The Wire. In fact, um, I think it was Miss J said talked about how The Wire wasn't true to life, and we told her, well, we said we got it from the expert said it actually is, because she wanted to. We argued about Scandal and how she said Scandal's fiction and it doesn't mean anything. I said, well, why do black women support it if it's just fiction? Yeah, it's a work in progress because my style is not, Janelle, my style is not normal to women because, like I said, it's a no cupcake zone. And normally, if you don't massage women's hands and kiss their behinds, they don't like to, they don't like to come out. I'm trying to get it to the point where they can talk openly and honest and be not afraid to have their logic challenged so that we can kind of get to the bottom of some things. SBI, thank you, bro. Oh, chemistry. Muchas gracias, man. Yeah, the thing is, I always say my hangouts are driven by you guys. It's not driven by, especially hangouts. The hangouts is the quality of the hangouts depends on the quality of the people that are actually in them. And I just facilitate it. Don Teasy, thank you. Alchemist 13. Everybody's not supposed to move to Africa. For only the ones, it's more of a connection to Africa rather than everybody moving there. But I'm saying is if you want to build something that's going to be black and it won't be hampered by the dominant culture, you're going to probably will have to do that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Charles Faulkner says you got to realize The Wire is very true. Of course, it's sensationalized to a point, but a lot of the mishaps and some of the politicians you will recognize from the mid '80s to the late '90s. I always thought that the Wire, man, had a sense of realness that you couldn't. Because I was in my 20s in the crack era, and a lot of stuff that was going on, man, and the way people talk and the way people do things was right on point. So that's how I said when I saw The Wire, I said, "Oh, this shit's real. This shit's real." Yeah, you know what? Excalibur, it's just a measure of you know, it's just a measure of how important people think I am to them, you know. So and I always try to put up content that make people think. So I like I said, I don't campaign. It's not my style. I'm not putting down anybody that does or advocates or gets brings out contents and wants support. Wants supporters. I don't. I think they should. I think they should because that's how things get funded and how things happen. Because it does take time to do this stuff, man. In fact, I'm behind on some of my content because I got a few things like the about this, especially about this opioid epidemic, man, because this fentanyl is really getting bad, man, to where um, police officers, man, are getting lethal, almost damn near lethal doses, man, from handling the stuff. Roger, why they prevent the black community from forming is because they want to eliminate a troublesome population, which are the Negro or black people. So you don't want them to form. You don't want them to form. You want them to go away. So you want them to be absorbed since you can't kill them. So you want them to absorb, which is probably the last part of my Negro question, which is another thing I have to update. I'm gonna have to get on it and actually double down and start producing, going back to more content like that and finish that up. Because I know you always get sidetracked and also like politics or in the economy, but I'm gonna have to get back to the core and finish it up. Yeah, I got some very good sound, man, about the opioids, man. Especially about there's something that they're calling the Gray Death, which is something that Prince died of. He had it pressed into pills, but they had several different kinds of opioid. He had codone, he had um, fentanyl, and he had something called U um, 044700, which is another form of opioids that they have, and he had them all combined. And actually, they're calling that the Gray Death because people are overdosing on that stuff like crazy because they can't get the dose right. I don't know, Rashid Betha, if there's, I don't know if there's, is there a super chat link right down there at the bottom where it says a dollar, where there's a dollar sign? Martin's, I don't know enough about Martin's Shkreli. I don't know enough about him to even comment on him. I'll have to look him up. If he's connected with Trump, man, Trump's dumping people so fast. You can't keep up with these people. Well, heroin is not the problem. Killdeuce, heroin is not the problem. It's the synthetic stuff, man. It's like fentanyl is 50 times more potent. Okay, and and sentinel, is carcinol, which is animal painkiller used for large animals. It's like a thousand times more potent, man. In fact, they said it's very difficult for carcinol to be watered down enough to where it's safe, and then they're putting it in patches, a transdermal patches and all kinds of stuff. So they're trying to no, a speedball, you can control the dose. With carfentanil, which is something that's really it's like a grain of salt. You know, you can barely see it, and that's enough to kill you. That is enough to give you a lethal dose. In fact, they have all your cops and first responders, man, have this. I think it's called a naxaprine, where they that you give them. That you It's a nasal injection to where if they overdose, you squirt it in their nose, right, and it will reduce. It'll kill the side effects of the drug. And I said this carcinogen, man, they're overdosing on this gray death that they're overdosing on is so strong, even that can't revive them. So they're trying to sidetrack. That's why you see them legalizing marijuana. They're trying to sidetrack these people from getting this drug. In fact, the carcinogen is so potent, man. I think it's like a penny's worth is enough to get you high, which is the cheapest high you can get. Bro, don't worry about DC Native. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate, man. And from man, I know, man, because you guys have to work for, you guys work 9 to 5, man, and I know when you have to hit that clock. Okay, when you have to hit that clock and you have to be miserable for 8 hours or 10 hours, however you at, man, every dollar counts, man. So I appreciate anything you guys give from the bottom of my heart, man. I appreciate, I appreciate if you can't give, donate a like, man. Donate a like. You guys participating and thinking that I'm worthy of you guys even listening to me is it's probably worth more than anything. Laquan, yeah, yeah. Look, it's Naxalone. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Kevin Samuels. Naxalone. If I have the content ready for me to assemble on that stuff. I think I'm gonna probably do it next week because it's really gonna be a serious problem, man. Because they had almost 60,000 overdoses, and there's one town in Seattle, man. They had like 154 overdoses in a matter of 6 days. It's just absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Anything else on the board? Well, you know what. As far as Officer Faulkner, he is an officer. He has a job. Okay, he has a job and a career to protect. So there's things that he can and cannot say. So if he does say something, just like you guys have a job and you guys have to eat, he does too. So I know there's strong feelings about Baltimore law enforcement, and and I know you guys would love to, if he wants to answer a question, he can. But at the end of the day, I don't have $100,000, man, to feed him per year. Okay, he's got a job to do. So we have to respect that. Uh, Thank you, Simply Cool. I'm humbled. So anybody that has a job that that has a lifestyle that they have to protect, man, and they're willing to come, just Officer Faulkner coming on here and actually participating, man, um, semi puts him at risk. So he has to be careful. So I appreciate that. So anything that you can add, having him on here, he can answer questions that you probably and give you insights that you probably couldn't get anyplace else. You got to be really, really, you got to be respectful of that. Man, it is they calling this shit the Gray Death. Wilson and Garvey. This is something that's out of control because the dose is so small and it's so dangerous that and it's so easy to distribute that they can't control it. And the Chinese are making it like crazy. It's cheap to make for the Chinese. I think for a kilo it costs them about what 10 grand. They can sell it for 200 easy. And on the street, it's worth about a couple of million bucks. And you, all you guys out there that have some they have a psychology degree or a sociology degree that you can't do anything with, man, get into drug treatment. Go take classes to be a drug counselor, man, because they're gonna need tons of them. This stuff is way out of hand, and white people pay good. They will pay you good, man. It could be, karma. Karma's a motherfucker. Well, Char Willie was on Angry Man's Hangout. She'll probably be along eventually. But Solar's got the wrench, and so he's overseeing things. Yeah, yeah, Water Sniper, you have to be careful, man, because sometimes we are. Well, the thing is, okay, you try to figure out who to follow. Okay, um, RT, like I said, that's why I listen to RT because I want to know what the Russians are saying. If the World Economic Forum, you always listen to because that's how they agree on That's how they agree on what the rest of the world is going to plan for the rest of the world. So you always listen to them. Anything that has World Economic Forum, any kind of platform plan, that they've already decided what they're going to do. By the time they announce it to the rest of the world, they're not talking about it anymore. It's already okay. We decided we're going in this direction, and all we have to do is figure out what the build out's going to be, how we're going to proceed. So World Economic Forum above anybody else, those are the people you listen to. And then, if you can, the Bank of International Settlement, because they're in control of the banks as far as bank policy. So, and I haven't done anything on them. I might do something on them so you guys can understand the Bank of International Settlement, because I've been following them for about over 20 years. Over 20 years. When I got into trading, I found out about the Bank of International Settlement. So, when it comes to banks, I look at them first. Because we're always divided. Africa is not monolithic, and when we came over here, we're not monolithic either, because and especially if there's very few places where you have the buffer class or the mulatto class, not separate. They push the mulatto class and combine us together, so we have all this different mixture that's all together. And basically, in the beginning of the country, it was always white and non-white. Yep, I know Dr. Jones knows about the Bank of International Settlement. I don't read as much of their stuff as I used to, because I used to read a lot of their papers. They produce a lot of paper, and it's a lot of reading and a lot of technical jargon. If you get good with it, you'll understand the banks, because they harmonize all the central banks in the world. Uh, I've heard some of it about the laws that have been passed about not being able to sue for discrimination, and I think there's a couple of laws where where cops in some counties can't be sued for discrimination or civil rights. But I have to, like I said, I have to read more of it. I haven't kept up with it. I've been doing a lot of hangouts, so I haven't been able to read. I'm gonna have to do more reading. Yep, it's a real interesting thing, Dr. Jones. I might have to do just a rant on or ramble on the Bank of International Settlement. There's a very good book that was written back in the 40s about the Bank of International Settlement. It talks about how it was formed and why it was formed, because it was actually formed basically in the 20s because they needed to. Because they needed to settle the payments from Germany. That's how come they call it the Bank of International Settlements, because the reparations payments coming from Germany had to go through France and be paid to the United States. So they needed to fund it. In fact, they said that's why the Depression was caused, because they shipped a lot of gold to the Bank of International Settlements to set it up. And some people say that that's what helped cause the depression in the 1930s, or the crash in 1929. But that is a I'll do that one for you, Dr. Jones. Maybe tomorrow or Monday, since it's just a ramble. Now, Russia doesn't care about those sanctions, man, because the BRICS have set up a parallel um, financial system. And plus, once the electronic payment systems like Bitcoin and stuff like that, sanctions won't do very much good, because at the end of the day, the Europeans like their oil and gas to flow. Thank you, Rob Marsh. Appreciate it. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that for you, bro. I'll do that for you, Dr. Jones. It's I don't know how many people will be interested in it, but I'll actually remember the book that I read about the Bank of International Settlements. And it was written. I can't remember who it was written by. It was a late one of the. She was the daughter of somebody family. I can't remember who her last name, but it was a very good, a very detailed book about how it was formed and its history. Man, I hear a lot of people that are new, man, are going back and looking at my old stuff. Um, oh, Bitcoin. Oh, yeah, because they had that fork, and Bitcoin had that fork, Bit Cash. So that means that the banks are accepting it. So it probably is. I just bought some Bitcoin because I was trying to buy some Ripple coin, and so it's sitting. So that helps me because then I can buy some more Ripple coin. Um, Ripple is probably will take Ethereum's place. I hope, at least I hope it will. Yeah, well, yeah, the elite will always rise to the top. So you get rid of one elite, and get rid of one elite, and then more of them will rise. There's a good basically soundbite by Fletcher Prouty talking about how people form groups and how people pick leaders. I've been looking for it for years, man. If I find it, I'll put it up. Almost. It's Ripple coin. It's XRP, but I think it's not. I think they're keeping it on the sidelines. They don't. It can't be traded yet. I think the banks are deep into it, if I'm not mistaken. That's how come it's been suppressed. But we'll see. But that's what I'm looking at. Um, Young Grizzly turned me on to it. Uh, you know what? Whether the father does or not, I don't. I think the father does carry the seed, but that's up to conjecture. There's no scientific proof that says one way or the other. But the father does determine the sex, and the father. I said the sperm does carry life. Anything else on the board you guys want me to holler at before we open it up? Because MGTOW Universe, MGTOW Universe, we did. Me and him did a hangout about. It was about 4 or 5 hours. We talked about that anything, all that esoteric stuff about the universe and about algorithms, artificial intelligence, all that kind of stuff. It was just me and him for about 5 hours. So for a lot of you guys that don't get to hear enough of the kind of esoteric stuff that I used to talk about, okay, we just did one like earlier this week on his channel. So if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, we rambled for about, oh good grief, we were supposed to be like 30 minutes. We wound up, you know how it is, wound up being like 5 hours until he just got tired. He had to go get something to eat. But if you're interested in that kind of stuff, MGTOW Universe did put one up. Hey Royce J, what's going on? I used to listen to Alan. Well, Alan Watts has been dead, okay, but for years. I think Alan Watts died in the '70s, and but I used to listen to him on and still listen to him on KPFK from time to time. Um, if you guys are interested in it, I'll post some stuff, but I don't think a whole lot of people can get into Alan Watts, especially black people. But if I do it, it's going to be I'll put it on the Reborn channel. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Well, it's the end of the fiscal year, Dr. Jones. That's how come October, November is always a dangerous time because it's the end of the fiscal year for for the federal fiscal year. So that's how come it's always kind of a dangerous time. I think Alex Jones is probably about as big as he's going to get. I do believe I think he's as big as he's going to get because there's other players that are in the sphere. I don't know what happened to C.S. McTow because he stopped because he's a doctor. He's a pharmaceutical executive, and I think it started to interfere with his business. That's how I think he started stop producing content. So that's what I think happened to C.S. McTow. Yes, there is such thing as an alpha. An alpha is the leader of men, and the alpha male is the leader of men. And there's far fewer of them than people actually think. It's like the chief of the chief of the tribe is normally the alpha male. Everybody, okay, you can ask me about the imprint and that kind of stuff during the call, during the actual call when I actually post the link. You can come on and ask about that after we get a couple things out of the way. There's plenty of tutorials about how to mine Bitcoin. You got to have a setup. It just takes software and it takes a setup, and you'll start mining Bitcoins. But there's so much competition about mining Bitcoin. We might have to. Putting a time limit or a time frame on the universal basic income is going to be really really difficult because it can't roll out all at once. It's probably going to roll out very slowly, um, and smaller countries first, and then the United States. Liberal countries are going to have to haggle over it, and the only way they're actually going to bring it in is when automation gets to the point where you can't feed people anymore, and then it'll happen. Um, have we gotten out of this recession? Okay. We are not out of this recession. Everybody keeps thinking that we're out of this recession. We're not even out of this recession yet. So that's why they call it a double dip. You have a small recovery that doesn't get you all the way out, and you have a dip back down. If you look at the people not in the workforce, man, it's as bad or worse than the depression. The thing is that you have to keep the game going. Yeah, I did see the Boyce Watkins video, Edward. I did see it. It's same old bullshit. They keep they toss around they keep tossing around facts. In fact, the Native Americans and Hispanic women actually get killed by percentage get killed more by intimate violence. Of course, black women would have more murders in comparatively than other women because they live in more dangerous neighborhoods, just like black men. Alpha males are leaders of men. Okay, the leader of your gang is an alpha male. Your generals in the army are alpha males. Whoever whoever the other men follow are alpha males. Book them, Daniel. That's funny. I think Royce is a police officer too. Yeah, they said you're cutting. Said everything's gonna get cut, man. You guys got to really focus in on that videos that I put up about the council on debt. Okay, you focus in um on the council on debt. Um, what is it? The Simpson Bowles. That'll tell you everything. They laid out the whole thing about what they have to cut. They sooner or later they're gonna have to follow it. They can't keep this. You know, they've doubled the deficit. You know, it was was 8 to 10 trillion, and Obama didn't want to crash the country, so he increased it to 21. They can't go on, so they're going to have to cut it. Call of Duty Black Cops. That would be funny. Labor and sacrifice. Um, I'm humbled. Thank you. Anything else on the board before I fire it up? Because we've gone 45 minutes. Yeah, it is crazy, but junk food is getting expensive, man. Junk food is way more expensive uh, now than it was. So much more expensive than regular food. So people might as well eat healthy food because junk food is going to be more and more expensive. Yeah, women don't define alpha males. Women don't define alpha males. Women are attracted to alpha males, but they don't define them. Only men can define who the alpha male is. I said, you know that alpha male, like Officer Faulkner walks into a bar, you know, with nothing but his bare hands, and people move out of the way. You know, okay, you know that you're not more alpha than he is. All right, it is what it is. Alpha males know who they are. Okay, and they don't have to have a they don't have to have a you know, they don't have to do anything. They don't even have to open their mouth. Everybody knows who the alpha male is. It's like on a basketball court. Everybody knows who the alpha male is. So y'all ready for the link? You guys out of questions? Y'all ready for the link? Yeah, junk food. Yeah, man. I think like I said, I went to McDonald's, man, and you know how you get the number one special, the Big Mac and that kind of stuff, which I hadn't had in a long time. I wanted a Big Mac. So Big Macs used to be like a Big Mac combo used to be like maybe $6, man. Man, they charged me $8. I said, shit, I might as well eat healthy food. You might as well go in the restaurant, eat healthy food, eat better food. All right, SBI Latino, are you in the house, boss? You in MGTOW Universe have the first two questions if you guys are ready. So SBI Latino, are you out there? If you're out there, I'm gonna drop the link. Malik X. Yeah, it's gonna get more expensive. I mean, soda here in Los Angeles is not very expensive because it's where it's manufactured. So it's not as expensive like Coke. You know, we have one of the oldest Coke distributing plants or Coke factories in the country. So Coke and Pepsi and all that stuff is always cheap. But I'm saying, but the thing is, as things kind of break down, the unhealthy food's going to get more expensive. Okay, you're there. All right. MGTOW Universe. I hope you're there. You two have the first two questions. We're going to try to hold off on the relationship talk because that will tend to dominate everything, and that's emotional, and folks will it'll kind of has a gravity of its own. So we're going to wait on that. So we're going to take other stuff first, or try to take other stuff first. So we're going to there's the link. We're gonna leave the relationship stuff till after I'd say after this hour. So anything else but relationships, because we talk about the women and men and women and male and female relationships, it's gonna take a life of its own. SBI, you got the first question, bro. Jump in. As American male. And American male wanted to ask Officer Faulkner about a question about I can't remember who it was, about something that an event there. Huh? Excuse me?
What's the level 9 master access code again? Oh, it's easy. 8-3.
All right, American male, I don't know who you're talking to. SPI, where you at? Where you at, SPI? Email me, SPI.
Sorry about that. I had the cable on.
Okay. Now what I'm saying is, officer, you got to remember, you got to respect. Okay. Now, asking questions about sensitive things, you got to remember the dude is a working officer, and this is a public forum, and I don't have any money to feed the brother because the brother's like 255 pounds. I ain't got no money to feed the brother. So if you can ask the question, he's open to answer it if he can, if he wants to, but we will respect him if he can't. Fair enough? American male, fair enough.
That's fair.
So you can ask him till SBI comes on. You can ask him the question if you want. If he wants to answer it, he can. If he doesn't, it's no sweat because hey, everybody works, and I don't want anybody. I don't mean anybody to put their job or their livelihood in jeopardy for any reason. So it's no shine on him. No, because black officers get squeezed. Okay, you know they have a tough job because I in the community there's lots of them, man, and they tell me these stories, man, that they get squeezed between what the community wants and what you know the police department wants, because their blue line is sometimes a white line, and black police officers get looked at with a side eye. So you're gonna have to respect his wishes. If he wants to give you information, he can. If he doesn't, we will respect that too. Okay, fair enough.
I got you. I'm just gonna fall back. I'm gonna fall back because some of these questions that I don't want to be on public record. So.
And if
hello, how you doing, BGS?
Hey, Charles, what's going on?
Not much, rolling and patrolling.
Okay.
Me, I gotta jump in with every time you have one. I gotta jump in. Just
you know, I was just telling because he wanted to ask you some sensitive questions. I'm saying you gotta remember the brother works for a living, okay? And just like anybody else, you gotta respect the brother's job. And if you you can ask the question if you want to answer it, I'm fine with it, because he had brought it up to me, and I'm saying, okay, if you want to ask him face to face, you know, basically online, you can. If not, if you want to email the brother, it's up to you. You know, however you want to work it out. What I'm saying is there's things that because he's wearing a badge and he's a sworn officer, shit he can't answer because the city of Baltimore is liable for shit like this. Okay. So it's not just him. Okay.
I got you. I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
But you can
what's the first question?
I think he wanted to ask you about Freddie Gray. Can you talk about Freddie Gray, or are you going, or do you want to pass?
We could talk about Freddie Gray.
Okay. Go ahead, American Male.
So what was actually what did you really think about Freddie Gray? Did they actually think the guy was a murder? What was y'all, when you heard about it, what was your response to it?
Our response to it was kind of like a response to many of things that happen in the department. Like, what the hell is going on here? Because you got to remember, I'm not going to say certain elected officials' names, but certain people wanted to omit certain things, which is against constitutional rights, which is the discovery, as in the initial findings of the medical examiner. Like, as they seen him, the injuries that were on him were self-inflicted. Plus, he was in a car accident prior to that, which gave him a bad neck. You got to think, Freddie Gray wasn't a big man. So if you got a lot of these brothers out here who are pretty thin, and they get into a car accident, if you're a bigger brother, it's not going to the impact of those injuries aren't going to be as massive as they're on a smaller frame. So when a lot of things came out, there was more of a hush silence where you had people looking until they got the story that they wanted to hear, and then they went forward. For example, one of the high-ranking officials in the sheriff department was who was making their investigation. He came out and said, "I never looked at the papers. I just signed them." And when they looked at his injuries, the first findings of the medical examiner stated that they were self-inflicted. Now, the wrong part would be is that guess what? I've been around here for years. If a person says they need a medic, just call the medic. All you had to do was play the game. When people want to play the game with them. Call the medic. If they got to go to the hospital, oh well, they're still under arrest, or you could release them. You could do what that's called an involuntary, detention, arrest them, and you can write a warrant. It's not personal. It's just business. Does every cop think like that? I can't speak for every cop in the United States or on the planet. But sometimes you get things that the media will sensationalize above the truth. It's like I've said before on here, O'Shea's, and the Angry Man's channel. People tend to believe the sensational lie than the simplistic truth.
Yeah, you got a follow up question, American Male.
So during the riots, what was the police response for the riots? I mean, we didn't see the police for at least a day. So
The police response for the riots, we were out there. I was out there. You got to remember that, how can I put this? We were underprepared for the climate of what was going on that year.
Yeah.
Because you had the Eric Brown,
Yeah.
you had the other situations elsewhere in the country. Instead of, fully preparing your officers, we had over 78 officers, hurt in the hospital. We had one officer who had a fractured skull from a rock being thrown at him because we didn't have
For the gear,
sufficient helmets for gear.
Can I jump in real quick, Officer Faulkner, real quick? Because
Yes,
I was in the Rodney King riots, right, in the 90s, and I can tell you, okay, during a riot, police officers or police presence is virtually useless when you have that kind of stuff. All you can do is like a forest fire. All you can do is let it burn out, and when people get tired and hungry, they send in the National Guard to calm things down. Because there's not enough. There's nowhere in the world there's enough cops when people get loose. So all they can do is try to save as many people as they can. Okay, help out because arresting people, being out there in the middle of it, but for the most part, you can get yourself hurt because when they're peace off. That's why they call them peace officers. They're directly there during peacetime when the 99.9% of the people are doing what they're supposed to do and peaceful and going about their daily business. The police officers are out there to actually clean up the miscreants that are actually going the other way. When you have a big flood of people coming in and doing, police officers, there's not enough of them. They just stand back and try to keep something really egregious from going on. That's all they can do because there's not enough of them. Okay. Baltimore probably has a smaller police force than Los Angeles. When people get going, nothing you can do. So saying where were they? They're out there. Yeah. Go ahead.
You got to think for Baltimore, for a population of 700,000 roughly, we have the seventh largest police department in the country, seventh or eighth.
Okay.
So even with that, and trust me, if you had sufficient gear with 300 officers, you could calm down a good section, but you still have different other sections to worry about.
Yeah.
So the police response was there. It's the equivalent of sending you out to Iraq. When I went to Iraq, we didn't know about the IEDs till a couple of vehicles were blown up. So you start becoming a welder and you start packing the flooring of your vehicles with sandbags and steel that you can weld to the bottom of it. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a horrible comparison.
I
No, it's
mean,
not.
it's like
I
you're
mean,
not
No,
it's
prepared.
chaos.
you have
It's
that's a
not a
horrible
horrible
comparison.
Hold
it's
on.
not a horrible. But let me finish. It's
Let-
not a horrible comparison because you're not prepared for that. They weren't expecting it. Then on top of that, if you looked at the mayor's interview, they gave us stand down orders. When we were like, hey, what do you want us to do and take action? Now it comes back into who's in charge of the department. Because like
Okay.
any paramilitary organization, we have orders to take. Do you think we want to? No, we don't want a fucking riot. No, nobody wants that. And if you're not prepared, remember, I'm only one cog in the machine. I'm not the higher up. So if I give you sufficient firepower to protect your home, or if I take your weapons away and said, hey, you can't defend yourself unless you call me first, what are you going to do? You're going to do the best you can at the situation that's handed to you. But go ahead.
Okay, last question for Officer Faulkner. I think he's been generous.
No, I let him go with that.
Okay, okay, okay. Folks. He's been very generous because he does work for a living. Okay, got to remember that. I know we get emotional, and we think because he's here in our circle, he's a civilian, right? But they have to get a paycheck just like everybody else. So I respect everybody's job, no matter what it was, what it is. Even Mike Vincent, who's a programmer, there's stuff he couldn't tell me. There's a lot of people that work in the government, work for the government, that can't speak on certain things. So we have to respect that. If I make myself clear.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
there's no hatred towards the brother. You know,
Yeah.
I respect him, and I'm pretty sure he respects me too. And it's trust me, the frustration he felt just now was
Yeah.
how we felt during the whole entire riots. We were basically saying, let us do our job. There were people. Think about it. There were situations where we could have been justified to shoot people because they were throwing rocks, and like I told you, there were people who had severe injuries due to them rocks. How many people were shot? Zero. Do I do I think that you should be prepared? You damn right you should. Should you have the sufficient equipment? You should. But as we all know, that's a perfect world, and unfortunately, we don't live in that. Not my ruling, not my not my pay grade, as they say. But it's very unfortunate. And usually, I'll tell people to get involved with the mayor, the city council, whatever system of government you have at your home, and ask, what do you have if this scenario breaks out for the police to protect my family and myself?
Yeah. It's a fair
Go
question.
ahead.
Okay. Well, that was the last question. SPI,
What
jump
up?
in.
All right, so it's not so much. It is a question towards the end, but it's. I got to give you some context first. Since we got 8 hours, I'm gonna
Go
go
ahead.
ahead and get
Go
into
ahead.
it.
Jump
So
in.
okay, so I've been getting involved a lot recently with fathers' rights, right?
Hmm.
And I never noticed this until today, but today I had a meeting with some guy that runs a like page on Facebook. It's pretty popular. It's called Disgusted Fathers or Disgusted Dads,
Uh-huh.
right? And he's based out of New York, and it's a guy that fought for his custody case, and he was very active in putting information out there. And the whole time I thought it was a white guy because I'm the only minority that I know of in that is as active as me. In this area of fathers' rights. I don't know anybody that's non-white. And we had him in a conference call, and then he turned on his camera, and I was watching. I was like, it was a black guy. It was a black guy, I kind of put him on mute because I wanted to hear what him and my friend that were working on a project on how their conversation, because we're talking about how we can work with each other, to put out a word, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
So this conversation came up. I didn't go in until later. So he's like, you know what? excuse me, my friend said, you know what, yeah, all the guys that are having issues in family court, you know, we should help them so we can get give them education on you know, the process and how to help them get their children right. And then the black guy goes, listen, I know what you're saying and I know you mean well, but all the guys that I talk to that are even keen on listening to me, the minute I talk about family court, they don't even want to hear that shit. A lot of them will leave. Like they don't want to hear that shit because they have bigger issues like parole, like criminal stuff.
Yeah.
That to the point that they don't even want to hear that shit. The minute I start talking about it, a lot of guys leave or they start trying to change the conversation. And it sparked something in me because finally I got home and I started talking to him and I'm like, oh shit, you're right. Me and you are literally the only non-white guys that are into this shit. And he was telling me, yeah, like, you know, we look at law in general. You know, minorities look at law in general as if it's only a white man thing. Like we no matter you know where you are in class, we don't look at law like it's a minority thing. You never see minorities in law. You know, you never see it. It's so rare to see attorneys that are even in places like California that are non-white.
Yeah,
it's rare.
Yeah.
And I thought it was so interesting that he said, yeah, you know what, we look at law like it's a white man thing, and it just resonated with me. And I was like, oh shit. And then I saw you go online, and I was like, I got to get I got to get your point of view on that because I thought that was extremely interesting.
It was written by white people for white people, but the thing is, that's what we live under. So either you learn to roll with it, or it rolls over you. So there should be more. There's actually lots of black attorneys, a lot of black lawyers, but they're not there in that particular sector. They do other things. In fact, there's very few that actually get into court and actually do that kind of stuff because for most black attorneys, it's not lucrative enough. There's a lot of work. There's a lot more work than money. You know, so I know a few black attorneys, civil rights attorneys, that kind of stuff. But it's not enough of them there. There are people in law, but there's not enough of them there in that kind of stuff. They're more corporate.
I think it was very interesting if we can get the officer to maybe talk a little bit about that, what his experience is on his side, and as far as minorities and minorities acting in being active in the court or anything like that, especially in their own cases instead of getting that free attorney.
It's probably a little bit more because you remember it's regional. He's in Baltimore, which is I think a black town. So so you probably will see more black attorneys in Baltimore than you will in California, which has a smaller population of black people.
Yeah, but
you can ask him a question. He's there. If he's not chasing some miscreant around.
Right. Well, if he's listening, he's in. I want to know what his experience is personally with minorities being active in court and actually trying to fight, especially on their own, the way we're doing it. Like, what does he see? What? Yeah, go ahead.
What was your question?
Okay, what has been your experience as far as any type of court, not necessarily criminal, where you see minorities actually fighting in court, especially by themselves? Do you see that? Is that common?
Well, you know the old saying, only a fool represents himself. But you know, I mean, unless you're knowledgeable, but it's even then it's kind of common. So you don't really see that as much because most people will even get a public defender when it comes to it.
Because us as minorities, the way I see it is when we even think about attorneys, we don't, maybe we have the money, maybe we don't, but we're like, oh shit, this is going to cost me some money.
I think it goes back into networking. If you know anybody who's in the law enforcement or in the legal system, that's why we need to build stronger networks, because if it was a Jewish person, they would already have a Jewish lawyer, their cousin or their father-in-law or somebody.
Yeah.
But that's why you should always build your networking. Like, hey, I know a black officer who can help me with this. I know a black teacher. I know a black dentist. I know a black doctor. I know a black lawyer. What hurts us is the fact that we become very idealistic with the individual when everybody else is pretty much a team player.
Oh God, yes.
Well, I don't know. Ever since that, when I finished the conversation like about an hour ago, man, I never felt so alone. I was like, oh shit, like we really are the only ones. I don't know anybody, and I know some big fish when it comes to fathers' rights and stuff like that, and they're all white guys. I mean,
you know what? Fathers rights really.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, fathers' rights actually really started in like the early '90s, and most of them were black organizations.
Really?
Yes, I think one of the first ones that I heard of nationally was in California called "My Father Says Daddy," where you had actually a national organization in California run by black people about fathers' rights, because fathers' rights really wasn't that big of a deal amongst white folks back then. In the '80s, and early '90s. I think after OJ, really after 1996, when Bill Clinton actually changed all those federal laws about child support and actually imposed all those penalties when they start taking away licenses and passports and that kind of stuff. Then you see this big rush of white folks and fathers' rights and that kind of stuff. When they increase the money, they increase the penalty and all that kind of stuff. Then you see this big rush. But basically, California was on the forefront, man. They was clocking black dudes, man. And I remember the district attorney, when the district attorney was handling in Los Angeles. His name was Ira Reiner, right? And
right.
Every black man that had children was afraid of Ira Reiner. That was a cuss word back then. So they formed the organizations for fathers' rights to actually kind of fight child support and child custody and that kind of stuff. So it was a black thing before it was a white thing. It's kind of morphed because there's more money and more support in the amongst white folks. So I can think they kind of absorbed all the black organizations that were doing it. Because Christopher Smith is doing League of Dads, that kind of stuff. They were doing that back in the early '90s, which we had a larger organization. It was actually national, and it got to the point where they had so many people coming in asking for help, because at first it was free, and they had so many people coming in asking for help, they had to start charging. But that was 20, 25 years ago, man. So
yeah, man, I never even heard of them until today.
I don't think they're around anymore. I had to look them up to see if they're still around, but that was, like I said, all these guys that now are old men. So I don't know if the organization is still around, because I know quite a few people, because back then they were just starting, the TANF was just starting to clock people's checks. So you had people that who maybe came from another state, and their ex got on welfare or some kind of benefits and have been on benefits for 4 or 5 years. All of a sudden they get hit with a $40,000 bill.
Yeah, they're not around anymore. I tried looking them up. They're not around.
No, that's just years ago. But that's a long time ago. Anything else?
Yeah. Nope, that'll be it.
That'll be it.
Okay, I'm back, fellas.
Okay.
Had to deal with somebody in their little psychosis.
Oh, I want to ask you a question, real quick, about these synthetic opioids, man. And was it Baltimore, or was it, who was the 2 cops that got overdosed, man? I know it was somewhere in your area.
I think it's like the county, like around Anne Arundel County, which is like, if you're going south of Baltimore City. I think 2 Anne Arundel County cops had an overdose just by touching it. I mean, it's so potent that just touching it, it'll get absorbed through your through your skin.
Yeah. Some
nasty stuff, man. And we have the Narcan to usually give it to people, but even then, you better have some gloves and not let any of it get on your skin, because it will just mess your day up, and it's lethal at some points.
Yeah, I think there was 2 cops that get. I know there's a couple of cops that got the powder and inhaled some of the powder. And there's one cop that I think they touched somebody, and they got they had to go to the they had to rush him to the hospital because
Oh yeah.
they got a lethal dose. So I'm saying I heard that from a because I was on a hangout with the Bitter Truth, and uh, all the officers in Dallas have to actually go through this training on how to handle this opioid.
Oh yeah. It's we'll hear it in roll call a lot because they're it's on the we'll get it on roll call, and I'm pretty sure when I go to in service, we'll have new body suits to deal with some of this stuff because this is if you take some of this stuff and throw it at people, I mean it's lethal.
Yeah.
I mean it's just
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if they weaponize this stuff. It's very serious.
Because the thing is most people don't know how to mix it because the real nasty stuff, which they're trying to, which they can't keep out of the country, they're trying to keep people away from, is the carfentanil, right? Which it's like it takes less than the size of a grain of salt to give you a lethal dose.
Ugh.
And
it's kind of funny because people will make we can't make schools or anything productive, but we can make damn sure a better drug.
Yeah.
we can make something that will kill like an elephant, and we'll snort it up our nose or shoot it in our veins. It's really sad because now when you thought crack cocaine was bad and heroin was messed up, I mean you're coming out with something that's what they say about 50 to 60 times more powerful.
We're talking about it's 10,000.
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl is 50 times more powerful, and then the real nasty stuff, which is carcinoid, is like 1,000 times more potent. In fact, I'm gonna do a story on that because they said 1 kilo is enough to give like 50 million doses.
Yeah,
And why is
we have a lot of
this?
go ahead, BJS.
No, go ahead, American Mill.
I'm just saying, why is this a problem that we should be looking at?
Because
I mean, unless they put in like the drug laws that they did for crack, they're basically getting off scot free for this.
No, the thing is killing people. That's why you need to be concerned. And the thing is that
Not killing enough black people to be concerned about it. I'm just saying, why should black people be concerned about it?
Because it's a very, very cheap high, and people that don't have jobs will use it, and it's unregulated, and you don't know whether you're getting a dose that will get you high or a dose that will kill you. So you don't want this stuff to spread. So everybody needs to be concerned about it.
And a bigger reason why is a lot of these people who are on these drugs have children. And if the children touches them, if it's going to kill an adult, imagine what it will do to a kid.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it's not affecting our community.
It is.
Oh, it's affecting. It is.
It is, but it's not.
It is, but it's not as massive yet.
Yeah. And the thing is, because the price hasn't come down to the point where it'll be so cheap that it'll be cheaper than every other drug. If carcinoid gets into the system, right, and they learn really how to mix the doggone thing, it's basically it's like a penny per dose. In other words, a heroin shot will cost the same dose of like $20 to $30 of heroin can be brought down to a price of a penny. And so it'd be the cheapest high that you can actually get, cheapest, more potent high that you can actually get. How many people are going to fall into that? So the thing is, they're trying to detour people away from this stuff. So in other words, just because it's affecting another community doesn't mean it's not going to come for you either. So we have to be concerned. And I'd only
be concerned if they change the laws to make it a harder conviction for it. But until they change the laws, it's a recreation drug for white people.
They are changing the laws because they're going to have to change the laws. They're going to have to because last year killed 60,000 people, and basically it's on pace to kill 80 to 100,000 people this year. Just on overdoses. And the thing is, if say like say like officers and fire departments and medics have to respond to overdoses all over the city, and you have a heart attack or you need something or you're in an accident, you're going to stretch all these services thin. So it might not affect you directly, but it's going to affect you indirectly.
And I do agree with you that they need to change the laws about that because I mean, what's the consequence behind it if you're caught with it? There's almost a consequence when you actually do catch somebody with it that you pretty much have like an NBC. Pretty much you have a chemical. Basically, you have something that's basically a weaponized chemical. That as soon as you touch it, you're going to get some type of effect to it. It either will give you an overdose or it just kill you on the spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Prince. The first time they saved Prince from this stuff because he took it, this great death that they call it, and the second time they couldn't get to him. That's what he
So who's
died from.
controlling the production and import
China,
right now?
China and Mexico, China and Mexico, and and it's such a small quantity to get this dose, and basically it's so potent that basically you could a shoebox, man, a shoebox of the stuff is uh, wholesale is worth like $100,000, but a shoebox worth, man, for somebody that's into doing distributing this stuff on the street, man, they can easily make several $1,000,000 off a shoebox size of this stuff if they know how to mix it. That's how potent the stuff is, and how hard. And if that much money is behind a particular drug and a particular high, and for such a small quantity, it's damn near impossible to keep out. That's how come they calling it. Some people are calling it the Gray Plague because it's and you know I'm gonna post some stuff. I'll probably post it tomorrow because I have the bits for it, and I'll probably post it tomorrow. But it is something that we need to be aware of. So we can't say okay, it's just a white people problem because it can quickly be a black person's problem. If at least we need to get ahead of it and warn black people don't go near this shit, don't touch this shit, don't even sell this shit, stay away from it. At the very least, that's what we need to do. Even if we don't care about white people and killing white people, okay, we need to be aware of it because there was a black boy and black kid, man, who's in a swimming pool that touched a bag of fentanyl and died instantly because it got absorbed through his skin. So we need to be aware of it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got a question for the officer, for Mr. Faulkner.
Okay.
Yeah, the officer. My bad.
Officer
Um,
Faulkner. That's his title. Go ahead and use it.
do maybe a dumb question. I'll admit. Do black officers network like nationally, statewide?
Do we what at work?
Network.
Do you network amongst each other?
Oh yeah, we do. We
Like, are
have
they like?
different groups
They, oh, go
like
ahead.
you have the Vanguard in Baltimore, which is a black police officers group. It's all black, by the way, so it's not one of
Okay,
those
yeah,
oh we got a white guy at the head of it. It's an actual all black group. All right, man. And we have a lot of black Facebook pages and organizations for people who it helps with people when they retire. Hey, come to our department. You can do 5, 10 years, get another pension with this department. Or they'll have like some officers actually have security firms, for their business, and they'll have different black officers. They'll hire all black officers. So we network.
Okay. So my follow-up question is with that, which thanks for answering that 'cause I didn't know that. Um, do you all communicate? Is there a dialogue between like these groups, maybe the bigger ones, more official ones, and like the black politicians, whether they're local, national, like I'm not even talking about like getting things done, but just a dialogue back and forth.
Well, from the 10 years of law enforcement, most black politicians usually don't have too much dialogue with black officers. Why? Because
How?
they're going to go where the constituents, how the constituents think, or they want to go if it's popular not to like the police. Their stance is going to be not to like the police, regardless how they personally feel. I'm not saying that's all black politicians, but remember, where the constituents, how the oh, excuse me for a second, where the constituents think, they're going to try to lead to that direction. Would it be nice to actually have black politicians and black police officers, black teachers and black firefighters, networking with each other? Yes. Like I said, perfect everyday world. But I think it's much more important for black officers to network with the citizens more than anybody else. Because guess what? I'm only going to be an officer for 10, maybe 15 more years, but I got to live here or live wherever. And it's good to know, like myself, I know plenty of black business owners, like from clothing to suits to hats to doctors, lawyers, who I use and have a network. And I'll be like, hey, this guy here, if you need supplements for your workout, go to this guy. If you need a good lawyer, talk to this guy. If you need clothing, talk to this guy. But I think that's also another failure of ours is that we don't, there's almost a wall. You get what I'm saying? I mean, it's a window where you can see each other, but it's a wall
I see
where
that
it's
as a
like when you
failure.
try to speak to people, they would phobia.
I
Oh,
see
go
that
ahead.
as a failure in church, but that's just me.
I mean, I could tell you one thing about my belief of black church. Black church gets about what $80 billion a year. Why do we have banks? Why do black people need to go to banks if our religious institutions can be also our financial institutions?
It should be because black
I mean,
churches are greedy.
of course.
I mean,
I mean,
do you understand
think about
what
it.
we have to
Oh,
burn
go
that?
ahead.
We'd have to burn the church down before we'd be able to do that.
I mean,
Not
think about it.
Yeah,
Think about it. When you have the churches in control, who has the most control in the black community is usually the church. Even versus black women, the church probably has the most influence, even to this day, because we give them so much money, we give them so much respect. It takes an act of God to get a lot of these preachers off the pulpit, even when they're witness doing immoral acts. So think about it. If you had a decent church that says, hey, we know you're trying to start a business. We're going to be your business partner. Sign this agreement. We'll take whatever percentage of money till you pay us back the loan. Right there. You shouldn't have problems getting a business loan. You shouldn't have problems getting a home loan, a scholarship for a young man or young woman. A
You
lot of
should,
our issues in the black. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, you shouldn't even have a violence problem. I mean, I'll take it a step
You
further with,
shouldn't.
you know,
You shouldn't. As many churches here in Baltimore, you would think we will probably be the more Christian place on earth than the Vatican. But we have over 200 murders, and the ceasefire that we supposed to have for 72 hours only lasted 22. It's
yeah,
almost shameful, man.
yeah. I think if even more black churches open their doors, as a respite, a lot of because I look at this the same thing in Chicago. You got all these churches, but they only open on Sunday or some days during the week. And it's like if you offer basically just even that's kind of going in too deep. If they just kind of stepped outside and just walked around the neighborhood and just basically policed the community because there's so many churches, so many members, a lot of stuff will just be cut down overnight.
But I would also say this. It's also a problem when you have a lack of male structure in the black community.
Yeah.
I'm a wrestling coach. When the wrestling season starts, I'm volunteer. The only reason I'm not the head coach because I work too damn much when I'm working. I don't want to do any more paperwork. Hell, I have one of my wrestlers who wrestles in Iowa who stand with me for the summer, and I'm helping him get bigger, stronger, and showing him new techniques and teaching him about manhood. If more men, which we already do if you think about it, because we take care of black men usually take care of everybody's kids. If we going on a field trip, if your son has a buddy, I'm pretty sure you're paying for him to eat ice
Yep.
cream and a toy too.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
just how my father raised me.
Yep.
So what
And
happens is when you don't, oh, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
no,
dominating,
no, finish
no,
your
but
go
thought.
ahead. Go
Finish
ahead.
your thought.
it's like this. My whole belief is if a lot of people in the black community will stop this, oh, I'm a strong black woman. No, even we know that we can't do things on our own all the time. The more you let fathers bring that discipline, bring that structure, and bring that brutally honest love that you need to the community, the less violence, the less chaos, the less anarchy you will have.
That's true.
You can,
Yeah. Yeah, in Chicago, it's funny you say that because one of the most outspoken guys in trying to change what's going on with the violence in Chicago is actually a white man, a Catholic preacher that's basically been annexed from the Chicago archdiocese because basically went rogue. Um, he's the most outspoken critic of violence in Chicago, and he actually does some things like as far as after school programs and like has like basketball tournaments with actual gangs. And this is a white dude. I mean, it just
yeah.
it baffles me. I mean, I'm not Christian. I ain't religious at all. I used to be, but I mean, it just baffles the mind. I mean, I'm like Neo in the Matrix, just looking back, like just baffled.
And it should baffle the mind because it's like, I think BJ said before one time, like it's a warfare against masculinity. And if you ever notice, when the men were in charge of the community, guess what? If two kids had an issue, we would go out back, and the men of the community would give you gloves. You'll fight it off, and you and the other kid, whether you lost, win, lose, or draw, you would shake hands after it. And the men said, "We don't want to hear anything about this shit ever again."
Yep.
And that'll probably end up being your best friend.
Yep.
Yep.
But because you have too much feminine energy, and remember, too much of one thing can be dangerous. When you don't have a balance of how to deal with people, whether they like you or not, what happens?
Yep.
You become emotional because you take on those feminine traits. You
Yep.
become, oh, I don't like this guy. You're scared to take an ass whooping because mommy always protected you.
Or
Mm-hmm.
embarrassed,
Unlike my father,
or
yeah,
embarrassed to
my
get
father put
because
my foot on my back. Who you want? Him to whip your ass or me? I take my
they
chances with him.
they get embarrassed that they got their ass whooped, and then they go get a gun and shoot up the entire crowd of the guy that beat them up
Mm-hmm.
because they basically got embarrassed. And it's like you don't learn to take a L and basically come back the next day and try to get it up we used to, man, when we was younger, man, we used to get into fights, man. 80s, 90s, come outside, man, and be like, what, my bad, or the other guy say my bad, and you live to fight another day, man. Wasn't no salt off your back. Now these kids now, man, they like, I'll shoot you. I ain't
Mm.
fighting you. I'll shoot you.
Yeah.
That's some
That's it's a
shit.
female thing. Yep.
Yeah, you gotta realize the when you look at the basics of protection and policing, you gotta look at it from a manhood a manhood schedule. If my son is going to become the protector of his own house and his own family, what have I taught him?
Yep.
Guess what? You're not going to always have this gun on your hip. Like my father said that. He says, "So how your training going?" What you mean? Last time you've been wrestling or boxing? You got to keep on point. And I
Yeah.
and I thought about it, and I said, "You're damn true." So I took my ass to the gym and I put like 405 on my chest. Like, okay, I still got the strength, but a lot of times you don't have that positive male figure that's saying, you know what, get the hell off the streets and go to school.
Yeah.
Get out of the house. You're not going to be here doing nothing. You're going to be looking for a job. Go to the military. Go do something. We have a lot of people who are nurture junkies. They've been nurtured so damn long that they can't get off the nipple, if you know what I mean. They can't
I know
stop
exactly
sucking
what
off a mama's tit.
Yep.
And when
Oh,
and when
angry
you have
tears.
those men who can't take animosity and stuff being against them, you're gonna have this blowback of violence.
Yeah. Yep. Because
Go
they're
ahead.
spoiled. Yeah, because they're spoiled and catered to, and they have a female mindset like somebody's supposed to give me something, and that's a feminine quality. Give, give, give. I mean, take, take, take. Somebody give me something,
Yeah.
and men aren't supposed to have that kind of mindset.
BGS. I was watching the House of Cards. I just started watching it, right?
Hmm.
And he went back to his military academy that he like boarding school, whatever.
Yeah.
When he was
Uh huh.
young,
Uh huh.
and I just like looked it up. I was like, okay, let me see if there's any black military. I googled if any black military academies,
Hmm.
and only thing I came up with was like it was a black boarding school in Mississippi, somewhere in Mississippi, and it was like 20 grand a year, which is kind of
Yeah.
expensive, but
Not
according to the yeah,
not really. Not
Yeah,
really for boarding school. No.
yeah,
that's not bad at all.
No.
yeah, it's
That's
not
cheap,
bad.
actually.
Yeah, it's cheap. Yeah, it is cheap.
Yeah, it's not bad according to like it's 60 it's 160 grand like 30 miles from me.
Mm.
But I was thinking like, man, we need a black military academy too. I was like, man, that's a travesty that there is none. But yeah, I was just thinking about that.
And then forming one, you would get a little pushback forming the Black Military Academy. a
Of
little bit of
course,
push, a
of
little bit of
course,
pushback.
of course, of course.
Yeah.
Be like, what that Umar shit? You doing that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
a boys' school or boys' boarding school is one thing. A black military academy, you would get a little pushback, but we do need one. Yeah.
yeah,
Even a
I mean, it'll be open for everybody else. I mean, it just be blacks, primarily catered to black people. I mean, you know, of course,
you know
but
that yeah, it's would be a good thought. I mean, with Umar, like I said,
Umar ain't open shit, no school up. He's talking about it.
No, he
I
did.
put a
hey, I
Yeah.
refer people personally to Dr. Steve Perry. I don't agree with everything he says, but he does.
it's
So
it's cats that's already got schools. Like I
yeah,
put a I
Perry,
put a guy on my page, man, and it's an old video. And
Steve.
the guy pretty much I found out he actually has a school in Chicago, and it's African centered learning school, and it's basically like a small it's like 6 grand a year I think or something, or a semester.
But
But yeah,
but most
it's
black,
cats already doing that.
but most black. Look, when you look at who has control of the kids, which are black women, for the
Yeah,
concept of paying for school for most black women is like a reverse brain fuck. They don't
yeah,
stay.
yeah.
They see the public
Matter of
school
fact,
as a
I used to work for a black owned charter school. Like when I was about 12 years ago. It just needs you need probably like have like a couple hundred grand to start a charter
I
school.
mean, too many black people want to start schools, man. The primary thing, I'm like cerulean like that in that sense. In that black men, if I would say, what do a black man need to? And they need to get really, 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 really good at networking. Really, really good at finding other black men, other people in general, but black men when you can of value and networking with them and then offering what they can do and getting in return. Because a lot of black people are bad about wanting something for nothing. They don't know how to develop the relationship by giving, and then you get. That's something we get from the women. That's that female mindset, because there's a certain code that men usually know when approaching another man for something, that you gotta pay the damn tax, and only women
much as,
pay handout. Does this make sense what I'm saying?
of course,
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
much
common
is for
sense.
much is
That's
given, much is required.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, you see the money. BGS has been getting. BGS has been giving all this knowledge, and you see it being paid back. It's
Yeah.
not that that's what you expect or anything, but you get what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
the women think, oh, gimme, gimme, gimme. So a lot of the boys that are raised like that have that same mentality. That's a
Yeah.
big reason why. You get what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
actually,
And that's the fact that there was there was a white officer that's on YouTube, Officer Rizzo out of Chicago, right? He was saying, they were saying the same thing, that because you have this female mindset, you got these entitled children that take on that female stance that I can't be touched.
yeah, yeah.
which is insane. I'm gonna tell you something. When I get stopped by the police,
Mm,
I've been stopped by the police while I was on the damn hangout. It happened a couple weeks ago. When I say, when I get stopped by the police, I take my keys, I put them on the dash. I got my stuff already ready. The same thing how I address, Officer Faulkner. I address him as officer. I used to do the yes sir, no sir. I stopped doing that because I shouldn't have to do that. And then it is what it is. As long as I'm not driving drunk, in North Carolina, they cool. Now if you driving drunk, they liable to do anything to white people if you drunk, because they don't play with people driving drunk. But that makes sense, and I don't have to worry about that. But if it's anything, you can tell how cautious they are. Like, you can feel the political effect on some of these cops. You really can, because the way they kind of, it's not that they're approaching for fear, but it's like, I don't want to, you know, make this a situation, and I don't even cause situations, but you can tell that that's kind of in their head. And most black men won't think about that, because they're like, "Why you fucking with me?" And they have a tantrum before the cop even gets to the car, and that's
yeah.
something that's not talked.
Yeah. And there's self
I mean,
control, because yeah, self control is normally
oh,
taught by the father.
you
That
got to
too.
realize is that
For
you
Hold
got
some
to
on,
reason.
hold
realize
on.
that a lot of people. Oh, go ahead.
No,
You
no,
got to
No,
realize when you have.
hold on. Edward. Let
No, go.
go ahead, finish, Charles.
sorry.
You got to realize when you don't have that disciplinary figure in your life, you're gonna become bitchy. You're gonna have a mood. You're gonna have mood swings. You're gonna have an attitude. That's the main thing that we deal with in law enforcement. As soon as somebody say, "Hey, how you doing?" Man, I don't speak to the police, and I'm like, "God damn, I just said hello." And it's not even. We don't even have to pull you up on a confrontational thing. We could be like, "Hello." There's parents who will go walk up, and the kids will wave at us, and they'll be like, "Hey, how you doing?" And we'll be like, "Hey, how you doing? What's your name?" And those are the same parents who'll be like, "If you be bad, we'll call the police on you." I'm like, never tell your kid that. I said,
Mhm.
first of all, that shows how lazy of a parent you are. And number two, the kid's just saying hello. I've actually had one parent that say, "We don't talk to the police in my family." And I knew her family, and I see why your family's in the hellhole that it's in.
Damn. Oh shit.
And she's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "How many times this week have I came to your house?"
I got a question to ask you, Officer Faulkner. Um, how far away is the like black bourgeoisie in Maryland from Baltimore City, or is it like not too far away, or is there interconnected,
I
or
mean, the bourgeoisie is usually like, unfortunately, a lot of the politicians, the lawyers, because most of the educated folk live in the counties. I mean, or they live in the Guilford. Well, the Guilford community or the Homeland community is mostly white. So a
okay,
lot of the black bourgeoisie are going to live in the counties.
Oh, you cut off.
But most of the black bourgeoisie live in the counties. So they'll come to the city to do business or to party, but they'll go right back to the county where they live.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like closer to Washington D.C. or Virginia area, or is it?
I mean,
Well,
there's
DC's about 45, 60 minutes, depending on what part. So
Mhm.
they're going to be near the county line, somewhere on the counties where they get the better education or the better whatever. So you'll find a lot of the black bourgeoisie. They'll own businesses here, but they'll live outside of town.
Okay. Because the reason why I asked is because like you have the most like richest neighborhoods, black neighborhoods in the United States, and they have like 4 or 5 that's in Maryland alone, and then you got
Like
some
Montgomery
that's in,
County.
yeah, or Prince George County, and
Yep,
you
Prince
you
PG
got
County. Pretty Girl County.
Pretty Girl County.
They call it
yeah.
Pretty Girl County. They call it Pretty Girl County for a damn good reason. I used to date a girl there. I drove an hour to get to her house from my house for a damn good reason.
Oh yeah, yeah, I can
uh,
imagine.
yeah, Bronze Beauty asked a question, Charles. She says, why are all state troopers white in Maryland?
Uh, a lot of times you'll have more white people in the state police due to the real rigid and stringent process.
Mm, okay.
Because you got to remember, state's barracks. It's basically like I was going to join the state police,
Uh,
but I said the hell with that. I just came back from Iraq. I lived with people in a tent for like 18 months. I said fuck that. I want to go home when I'm finished training every day. So a lot of it's because they're rigid. They pick who they
okay.
want,
Okay.
Yeah.
just like a lot of counties.
Okay. I remember in The Wire when the I think that was the white assistant police chief says he was too white to be police chief in Baltimore, but he's perfect to be chief of the state police.
Oh yeah, no, that actually was we actually had a commissioner who was police commissioner of Baltimore become the commandant of the state police, but not naming names. I won't name names.
Oh, The Wire. I love The Wire.
But a lot of it's true if you're from the area, and you just got to put the names together with some of the. Of course, they change the names and sensationalize certain things, but a lot of it's pretty dead on. Surprisingly,
Was there really an Omar? Omar Little. They said that it was a combination of few people.
this is a combination of a few people. Like for instance, one of my sergeants told me about a 15-year-old kid who was a hitman in the Southern District
Mm,
years ago. Would take a shotgun and just walk up to people. Who would expect a 15-year-old kid? Well, now maybe so, but back then, no. So it's probably a combination of people. Any more questions?
any more questions for the officer?
Is
Yeah.
is Baltimore one of them cities where, I mean, is it so bad that if you walk around it, or if I got dropped out of the sky in Baltimore, will people like bother me or whatever, or they'll just be trying to sell me some drugs or something, just or
Well, Baltimore is one of them cities. People are trying to sell you everything. Smell goods, soaps, Sections 100 detergents.
okay. So
People
it's like Chicago then. So as
just
long
like
as
any other black inner city. Oh my
okay.
God. As my homeboy said, wherever there's a hood, there's a home.
Hey, Charles, when they get to Los Angeles to get to our hood, said, "Man, this is paradise."
It's like to me, I'm like, I'm so desensitized being born and raised from here. When people be like, "Oh man, there's drugs in the street." Really? Where do you see them? Like even as a cop, you sometimes be like, like, oh yeah, he was selling drugs, shit. And it's like you're so desensitized from living here for so long. You gotta like you got to pretty much be in tune with your surroundings.
Mhm.
But it's most people aren't going to bother you. Like it's not so bad where it's like you're in the middle of Baghdad and people are just going to start shooting at you. Nah, not that bad.
Not that bad. It never
Not yet,
is.
anyway.
It hardly ever
Uh-huh.
is. It's just and everybody, there's bad areas in every place, and the locals know where to go, where not to go, depending on the time of day or night.
Yeah, it's like
I
if I went to like if I went to Camden or Atlantic City or New York City or if I went to Philly, do what I do. Just don't fuck with people. Don't act like you the baddest motherfucker there.
Yep, blend in.
I got a question for
Pretty
the
much.
officer.
Okay, go ahead, shoot.
Okay, when you respond to domestic abuse calls, how do you respond, uh, and how are you supposed to respond? Because I know with you it's a little bit different. Because I know you tend to be more educated as far as the manosphere and the reality of gynocentrism. So have you changed the way you respond to those, and the way you react, instead of the way that most officers would?
Surprisingly, a lot of us are. There's a big rep that we always get the woman's side. We don't. We always get the side of the person. We get both sides. We'll listen to the man. We'll listen to the woman. And we'll listen to if we have witnesses on the scene, we'll take the witness and we'll decipher the information and see what we need to do. I mean, there have been times I've arrested both parties because I couldn't determine who was the aggressor. And the way you play it is that you got to use your intellect and your common sense. I know some people may be confused why I said intellect and common sense because you can be intellectual without having common sense. You you got to see things for what they are and not what you want them to be, if it makes sense.
Yeah.
But you go with a clear mind and you don't take sides and you listen to her side, his side, and you develop the truth. Did that answer the question?
All right. You guys want to change the vein of the because I'm sure we've bent his ear enough. Uh,
I
anybody?
don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless some knucklehead crosses your path and done some is doing something he ain't supposed to be doing. It's Saturday night.
Yeah,
Hopefully it's summertime in Baltimore. Saturday night. I'm sure there's a lot going on.
yeah. There's a lot. Surprisingly, people have been, on their P's and Q's. Surprisingly, well, I did have a call earlier, but I mean, it's what it is. You're gonna have some people who will live and let live, and some people who are just assholes.
Yeah.
That's just life.
All right. Any other questions in here that so we can kind of change the direction because we kind of bent his ear, and he's been gracious. So I think everybody should be appreciative that he's been gracious, and he hasn't ducked any questions. So anybody said okay, because I got a lot of kickback last week that he was ducking questions and all that stuff. I said, well, you should get don't do it in the comment section. Come on the hangout. That's what the hangouts are for. If you got questions,
No, I don't duck questions. It's like one guy I think was Elite Manhood. He was talking about the body camera thing.
yeah.
I told him, I said, no, I never go off the first investigation. I usually go off the second or third.
Hmm.
Then I'll give my opinion because we'll hear one thing, and then come to find out it's totally different. But trust me, if it's somebody planning or doing something illegal, especially in this day and time with police, they will be handled accordingly.
Hmm. Yeah.
Whether if it's criminal, termination, or whatever, or if it turns out it's not what it was, it'll be handled accordingly. So, but I
But
usually like to wait to that once I get more information, then I can speak on it.
but see, you know what? Charles, a lot of these dudes, and I'm not trying to throw shade on them, but a lot of these dudes won't even do like basic research. If I really want to be an asshole, I would ask them, why don't you give me your local some of your names of your local politicians that represent you in your district, your alderman, whatever. Because a lot of these people don't know because they haven't done the research. So what they do is they try to dump on you because you're the closest person they think they can get to. When in reality, all they're doing is using you as an emotional exhaust point, which is a whole ass thing to
Oh
do,
yeah,
by the way.
that emotional heavy bag, man. And
Nobody's
this is
doing
Edward,
that,
right?
man.
And
Well,
that's Edward, right?
before we move on too far into this other tangent, what I wanted to kind of bring it back a little bit because I thought it was interesting that he said that at least with the officers that he knows, or at least in his area, they do tend to give the same treatment to both sides, right? Which is actually unheard of. I've never heard of that before, or any specific area, at least in main cities and in big states where they do that at. So, why does he think that that's different there, and why is that? You know, where does he think that comes from, and why is it like that there? Because I mean, has he heard of anywhere else where it might be like that?
Because when domestic forms and stuff came out, you got to remember, thanks to what was one of the biggest domestic issues in the country at the time was the O.J. Simpson case.
Yep.
So a lot of domestic issues stemmed from that case alone.
Yep.
Changed a lot of laws that made women, protected. So you come to find out, and you do the research, domestics are usually 50-50, and probably more on the male side due to the fact that most men don't call the police for domestic issues, especially when they're the victim, because there's always a stigma, that men have, and we put on ourselves that, if I get beat up by a woman, how do I look as a man? Even though it would be smart, is hey, if the law is there and it's supposed to work equally and justice is blind, hey, I need help. Because there have been instances where women have shot, stabbed, hit men with cars, done nasty things to them. But we tend to underlook it to say, hey, why are they taking the woman's side? There have been some people who've done it, but a lot of things changed over time.
Now,
Because I'm pretty sure.
was
Hold
there a
on, hold on,
policy?
hold on. Okay.
Huh?
Was there a policy in place before? Like, because you said that this is something that
Oh,
you guys.
oh yeah, yeah. After the O.J. Simpson trial, there was
Oh, it's a policy.
it was a big
All the
policy.
policies in place.
Yeah, yeah, a big policy change after the O.J. Simpson trial, and even
Right.
officers were going
So
to jail because of domestic violence. So there was a big push to protect women, especially white women. After
so has the
94.
policy changed, or why do you guys treat it a little bit different?
Yeah, because you find out, because like you said, you start finding out, the data starts showing that domestic violence is 50-50.
Right. What I'm saying is that policy still in place though with you guys? You guys just happen to treat it differently, or did it get removed with your county or your state, or what's going
What
on with it?
happens is, like for instance, in Baltimore, the commissioner is the only person who can change policy. So a lot of things become revamped or revised, as we call it. So the policy that they would explain about domestic violence, for example, we have the right on every domestic incident, whether if it's violent or you two are just arguing and no violence take place.
Right.
So we have to write it there. We have no discretionary powers when it comes to that.
Right.
Now, when they're talking about, he hit me or she hit me, okay, you're going to go down and we're going to take you down and you're going to write this warrant or this criminal summons. But I don't want to write it. Okay, state that you in this report. What do you need? What did you call us for? You can either state what happened or you don't want to make a statement. So things change once the data comes in and they make
Right.
policies. But you have to document it. That one of the quickest way for a police officer to get fired is to lie or to not do anything during domestic issues, not to document anything.
Because I'm asking because recently something happened like that to me, right, about 2 months ago, and that they never documented shit. I literally had to go through many layers to the point of almost having a suit against the police department because they never even did a report. They just annotated some stuff,
I
but
would
they never did a report.
I would check in because a lot of the policies are online, but I would go in and check to see what is the policy when it deals with domestic violence in your jurisdiction or domestic issues, period.
Because
Remember, like
yeah,
I believe it was like Edward said, a lot of us don't do the research.
right. Yeah, because I've heard that there's mandates and things like that of that nature when it comes to domestic violence. And the officers are supposed to do something. They can't just be like, "Oh, I took note of it. Bye, guys." That's exactly what happened to me. That's why I ask.
What they did wasn't documented. Notes are documents. When the officer writes notes and notes things down, those are documents.
So they don't have to do a report then, right?
No.
No, we do.
You do.
I mean, my jurisdiction does.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the other one. That's why you got to research it.
Yeah. Well, I've
it's funny
researched it.
because-
It is.
And I would speak to whoever's in charge about it. Go through the proper channels. It's kind of funny that I believe it was Edward who said that about the researching thing. A buddy of mine who was a former officer who resigned, he put up a video of some cops arresting somebody in downtown Baltimore for spitting on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
And I told people, I said, cops don't want to arrest people. We really don't. A lot of us don't. We just want to make our money, get back home safe and sound, because we're dealing with a lot of shit already. And I said, in order for them to arrest him for spitting on the sidewalk, he had to be an utter and complete asshole. Because most of the times we're going to tell you, hey, you can't be here, or, if you're disturbing the people, just go, just walk. And then it was some lady who got on his page, and she was like, well, they arrested people for spitting, and my brother, he was shot and murdered, and it was on camera, and the police ain't solved it. So, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. So I went to go see who our brother was, and lo and behold, I actually knew the guy because I've arrested him several times for beating the living shit out of his girlfriend in front of his daughter, selling drugs, He had charges of robbery and shooting at somebody. But yet, how many people don't add that part into the situation or in the comments? Like, your brother lived a lifestyle that didn't really pan out to say, hey, you're going to live a long and healthy life either.
That's true.
So it goes back to, like he said, people don't do the research.
Yeah. Well, I did my
They'll
research,
claim,
so I'm hoping to just follow up.
No,
on
it's
the
not.
next channel.
It's not complaining. It's like, okay, last week they were rubbing your nuts. It wouldn't even ask questions. This could be a learning moment for a lot of people.
Yeah, well,
It's not about, oh yeah, we got the research, we have the research, and we're just putting out videos. You're right here. Let's ask questions. We can't be respectful.
That's what I was saying.
So
the thing is,
that's what. No,
hold on a second.
That's why you got a lot.
American Meal. Hold on a second, right? Okay, you talking about the hangout is driven by the hangout is driven by the people in the call. We said we're rubbing his nuts. We're asking him. In other words, he's a friend to us. Okay, so we're joking around. We're having however the hangout flows. If you have a question, just like when you talked to me earlier, I said get in on the call and ask the question.
I did. Because you guys. That's what I'm saying.
So in other words, the other comment was not necessary.
I'm just letting you know that, hey, all I'm saying is if you got somebody that's a part of the police force, and we were having conversations about this like 2 hangouts ago about the rules of engagement, what's happening with, the killing an unarmed man. I'm not trying to start any fight with this. I'm just saying that, hey, rather than, have some conversation about, arresting hillbillies and niggas, let's have some real dialogue, because we don't know these answers. Here he is.
What I'm saying is a hangout is loose. Okay, it's loose.
I understand.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, you're assuming there's some kind of agenda. There's no agenda here. It's just people talking.
I understand that.
I'm not saying it's agenda. Go ahead.
Every hangout is not doesn't have to be serious. Stomp down. Let's get to work. Hangout is for kickback, having dialogue, getting to know the people, having fun, and getting information across. If you have information that you want to ask a question of, everybody is perfectly welcome to jump on and ask. Okay, so
I
we
understand that.
weren't
I
rubbing his
understand
nuts.
that. It's not that.
We weren't rubbing his nuts.
Okay.
And
You were rubbing his nuts. I'm just saying it could have been a
okay,
teaching moment.
it's
It's not
Hold
about
on.
us not being
What the
informed.
fuck are you talking about, man?
hold on, Solar,
What
Solar,
are you
Solar,
talking about?
Solar, Solar.
What the fuck are you talking
Hey,
about?
hey, hey, hey,
You
hey,
didn't
hey, hey,
understand
hey,
something?
Amir, hey, knock it off. Solar, fall back, man.
Hold on, we gotta be good. We gotta be good sports a bit about this.
Yeah.
See,
You know,
So,
I'm not. I'm
what?
being as candid as I can be without going in depth about stuff, and I've been in pretty much in depth about anything. Just about every question I've asked honestly and freely, right?
Yes, you did.
And I'm
the
giving
word of
you
the
just
day.
like the part about
Oh,
Yeah.
just like the part about the body camera situation. I've told people on many of Hangouts, I don't speak until I get full evidence on something. Now, when people get mad, oh, you just trying to cover. No, I believe half of what I see and none of what I hear until the evidence comes fruitful. Because trust me, in today's programming, in today's mindset for police, it's easier to get fired and charged criminally more than ever. Can we agree on that one?
Oh, we agree
Because
on that. I'm not. I'm saying it's right.
there have been officers who got
Yeah.
charged,
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
who've done time.
What
But
is?
you also got to remember that black officers do not get the same provisions of the blue wall of silence. So you have to be mindful of that as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're both mindful of it all.
Okay. What it is?
There's no such thing as a perfect world.
What it is that I understand what he's saying, but what he's saying is that he doesn't like the way that the hangout was run the last time because we're too jovial with you. What he's trying to say, and I disagree. And that I
I'm a
say
jovial person. I'm a jovial shit talking person. So we're gonna have fun,
we're
even
gonna
if
have
people
fun.
don't agree with me. You're gonna have fun. There's some things that you may not agree with. I would agree that, some of the way we get treated, but it is what it is. I mean, there's some people when I came back from Iraq who shook my hand and said thank you for your service, and there's some people who try to spit on me, calling me a baby killer. Not everybody's gonna like every damn thing I've done. Sucks for them. I'm a great person. I'm fucking awesome. If you don't like me, something wrong with you.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Right.
the thing is, I mean, I get this with my hangouts. Okay, I get this with my women's hangout. I get it with this hangout. That okay, and people listen to the playback like it's a presentation because most of my presentations are fairly serious. When I do a video that's a presentation, that's me giving out information, giving out whatever I feel is going to come out. The hangout is for people to come in, ask questions, get information, have fun, tell jokes, talk about women, talk about men, whatever. Okay, so it can be loose. Some people said we were too jovial, we're talking too much shit, telling stories the last time. And some people say we don't talk about women enough, or they don't like this. There's always going to be some kind of when they're on the playback. It's always on the playback, and people listen to it. They disagree with something or how a hangout flows. I always say the hangout is intentionally shaped by the people that come on and do it. So that encourages people like American Male to come on and participate, which is what I told him because he disagreed. He said we're too soft on you. We should ask you questions. I'm like, I always say you were not in on the call. Okay, you're not on the call. You're not in the flow. The question what goes on in a hangout when after the flow or after it's over, I think it's unfair to me and unfair to everybody else because
Yeah.
everybody has an opportunity because I hold it. That's how come I hold it the same time every week, once a week, so everybody can get in and get So if hangout didn't roll the way you felt last week, okay, because of the people that participated, then it's your job as subscribers, because this is for you guys. It's not for me. It's for you guys to get on the next call and change the direction of the call, which you did, and you have a different hangout, right? Am I
I
correct?
understand that.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
am. You are correct. I'm not arguing about that.
Okay. So
I just
saying
don't.
something. So saying something about what happened last week to me personally,
Hey. I got that. I got that. I
okay.
won't say anything about last week. I'm just saying
Okay.
when y'all say we don't have information and all that stuff. All I'm saying is, hey, we want to ask the questions. I know you can't answer in depth because I want you to keep your job. If it's, you could just say I plead the fifth, and I would respect that.
I mean, I could
You know,
answer
I
some
don't know
things,
what.
like I could
Yeah,
answer some things, but if I don't have knowledge on it, I'm going to be honest to you. I don't. When I go home,
I
I don't read the news. If it wasn't for Facebook, I wouldn't even know. I probably wouldn't even know who the president was because I tune a lot of shit out.
understand.
Because it's like if you,
I don't listen to the news either. I don't read the news. I stopped reading the news like 4 years ago, man.
it's fucking
It's all
depressing.
propaganda to me.
I was in
That's
Iraq
what I'm
with
saying. I
guys. They
did
Hold,
some
were reading the
research.
news. It's
hold
depressing.
on, American Male. Let him respond.
I,
It's the fact that it's depressing, And I try to answer because there's not to call you ignorant, but most people have a bit of ignorance when it comes to law enforcement. And I try to clear the air with some
true.
things, some of the most topic things. Like, look, I'm a big believer that if you're mad about something and you do not control the land, the sea, and the air, you have to infiltrate the system from within. Meaning that if I have an issue with black cops, excuse me, not cops, black cops, but cops, period, quote and unquote. This is what I'm not saying you said it, but others said it. Why don't we have a system just like the Jews, just like the Asians, just like with every other race? We're going to make sure this next generation of high school graduates, you all are going to be cops for at least 5 to 10 years. We will keep money in the bank or whatever savings, and we will pay for your college. We will pay for your house. We will do whatever the agreement is, but you're going to be cops in our neighborhood for 5 to 10 years. Why don't we do it? Would that not change policing damn near almost overnight? You got to
Yeah, but
understand, every other race grooms leaders. We just pray for them.
yeah, there's more problems than that. But I understand what you're saying.
All right. Yeah.
I mean,
So
it's problematic, but it's also simplistic because you got to understand our economic stimulus
It's
is
not.
ourselves.
go
It's
ahead.
not that simple, man.
Okay. Well,
It's not that simple.
you got the floor, man. Go ahead and speak your mind.
Who, me?
You. Yes, you.
All right, it's not that simple when people we teach our kids not to be a part of the system. We're calling the police or reporting a crime as snitching. You know, we've done a lot of damage to ourselves. I understand what you're saying. It could work. We need to break that mindset first. Because I don't hate black cops. I just want, I feel like y'all in a difficult situation. Because y'all don't get the same, protections that the white cops get. I saw that cop down in, I don't know where it was, Georgia. They got 40 years for trying to arrest that wild white guy, and he shot the kid in the back. I was like, that was a full-on chase, and he didn't know if the guy was on stop, and he still got 40 years. He should have got off like, everybody else. But, every situation is different. Just like the dude up in Minnesota that, shot the white girl. They're trying to hang him too. Y'all don't get the same protections, and I just want to know your input on some of these situations. I'm not trying to say you're doing it wrong or you're towing the line, dude. We're way past that point. All I said is this could be a teaching moment for people that don't know what you go through, rather than us just I'm not gonna bring that up, but yeah, that's my
I
whole
mean,
point.
you
I
can
don't know.
And you
ask a
know what?
question.
Solar.
Solar, calm
Solar.
down.
And you know what, man? I salute you because at least out of thousands of people that I meet a week or a month, I'm not a statistic analyst, so I'm just speculating or guesstimating, as my homeboy would say. I salute you because you're man enough to ask the question. Most people would just speculate, be in their own little bubble, and never learn from it. And I salute you for that. The
I
issues
gotta.
is, and
Hold
the
on.
issues, the issues between You know, do we get the protection? But we still got a job to do. My protection is to protect people, you know, and keep the peace. A lot of people confuse freedom with free. Is one of the issues, and like I said before, a lot of the issues in the black community is due to lack of discipline. We got to do what needs to be done, even when we don't feel like doing it. I don't feel like I need to pay $1,000 for rent, but guess what? That man said, "Get the fuck out of my house." I gotta pay it. You know, I have to do it. There's some things you have to have the discipline to do. Just like I don't, it's not gonna literally be overnight, like the next day tomorrow, but at least you have a start to your problem. A lot of us want to complain, but never put foot to do anything about it. I'm not saying you, but a lot of us do it.
Okay, I
You
got a
feel me?
question. I got a question for American Mill, and
Okay,
I apologize if
make it respectful. Make it
you know I
respectful.
yeah if I was cussing or whatever. I just you know one thing I don't understand is if you have a problem, you keep saying we are being too soft or we rubbing officers Faulkner's
All right.
nuts.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
mean I
Last
mean
week, I
if
thought we was
you
over that.
Okay.
if you but you said it. Okay, one, you said it.
Let it go.
Two,
Let it go.
two,
Let it go.
okay,
Let him speak his mind, and then we'll clear it up. Okay. Let him
okay,
speak his mind.
okay. Two, if you feel or you think that we are doing something that is not right or whatever, you have you on this hangout too. You can ask a question. You can ask him anything that you feel like you need to ask. So I mean, what's the antagonism or outlier, type of personality you coming with?
Okay. Now let him answer, and we're gonna and that'll be it to this. If he wants to answer, he can answer, and then
Don't want
that'll
to
be
ask.
it. Okay. Well, that's it. Okay, it's done. You know, because he said it to me privately, and this is what I told him to do, and he did it. I'm just I would if because he said things to me privately, and I've handled it. Our thing is that don't rub salt into the wound after I've handled the situation, and I think I've been fair with. I think I've always been fair with you because sometimes you said you don't feel I have been. I think I try to be fair with everybody as long as they're respectful, and that's where I draw the line.
Yeah, I try to keep it respectful. I don't want to start any fights.
Yeah,
So if I
that's
was
why. That's why.
wrong, I was wrong. I'm sorry to the
Yeah.
panel for bringing that up, but if I'm just gonna leave that to the past. Let's move
Okay.
on from here.
All right. That's what I'm saying. That's how come I like when he's being disrespectful to you, I stop Solar. Right. That's why I try to handle it instead of you responding for me to respond, so that there won't be this back and forth and we throw everybody off track. Like even if even Officer Faulkner, if somebody comes at him, he'll let me handle it first. Okay, because it is my hangout. That's what I'm here to moderate, so that everybody gets heard and everybody gets respected and everybody gets to ask the question. People don't have to answer it, but they at least get to ask the question, so that everybody gets the information. Everybody feels that they're a part, and I try to squash beefs. That's how come I try to moderate. So in other words, if Solar says something to you, let me handle it first, so that there won't be a back and forth, and that you two won't get into a beef. You guys can actually shake hands and forget about it. Let me handle the back and forth. If somebody gets disrespectful, I'll boot him. Okay, that's it. Just like with you and Edward, you had a disagreement with Edward. If you come with respectful and you're not disrespectful, you can talk to Edward and back and forth. You guys can have an exchange. That way, there's no hard feelings. I don't want any hard feelings on the hangout at my cost. I'd rather people be angry at me because ultimately I have the button. I want everybody to come in, view the videos, view the hangout, get whatever information or fun or jokes, whatever comes out of it, and enjoy it if they want to, or learn from it if that's so to be, without animosity, because I don't want animosity to start here on the hangout. So please, if somebody starts with you, give me about 10 or 15 seconds to handle it. And if I don't handle it, then you're welcome to come in afterward. But there's the reason that I try to handle this kind of stuff. So somebody says something to you that's disrespectful, I try to jump on that right away. because I don't want that to get out of hand, and that's the reason. So that you and Solar won't have any ill feelings. So that's why when Solar came at you, I stopped him. Rather than him taking the issue back and forth at you, he can do it with me because everybody knows what the rules are. Okay, and he was out of pocket. So I know he was out of pocket for coming in because I was handling it. Also, Officer Faulkner, when you came on, I prefaced that if you're going to ask him questions, be respectful and be respectful of his job, like Cerulean, like you, like anybody else. Because we're all here to learn, all here to have fun, all here to get to know each other and fellowship and communicate. And sometimes it gets silly. Like last week was silly. We told stories and jokes for most of the hangout, which is cool. Some people like me to get into geopolitics and all that other stuff, which is also fine. But I flow with the hangout. That's what makes them interesting. So that's my policy. It seems to work because people seem to show up and like it. People seem to show up and participate, which is what I want. And like I said, that's why I try to keep it open. I don't want to close it down to where only a few people can get on. I want to keep it open. I want to keep it to where people, all of my subscribers or even people that are interested and can get on and fellowship and talk and dialogue. So is there anything about that I didn't make clear? Or is there any disagreement with that? No. Okay. Micah Kelly, I'm shouting you out, sweetie. You should get your ass on the call just like everybody else if you want to hear your name called. But anyway, go ahead, Charles. What were you saying?
That hopefully I've been answering the questions you wanted to hear a little, because I think it's interesting because I want to clear the air for people. There's people that I've met in this profession that are best of humanity, and unfortunately, sometimes you're going to meet the worst.
Yep.
You got to have an open mind and judge each individual on their own individual terms.
Yeah.
There are some people you're not going to like. Let's just think about it. Like I said it before, nobody ever talks about the cop who saved a busload of people. Nobody ever talks about the cop who ran in a burning building and saved a little girl. You'll never hear about that on the news. The news wouldn't even put that on. But let a cop even be suspected of the wrongdoing. Not even charged. And I'm not trying to defend anybody who's done shit because there's stuff that if you're wrong, you're fucking wrong. Let's just keep it 1,000. So I thought the whole nut thing was funny. I was laughing my ass off. Really, I had to mute myself for a second. I'm laughing. So I thought it was funny. I got a sick sense of humor anyway. But I don't take it personal. It's nobody. Trust me. I've been on hangouts with O'Shea, the Angry Man, and nobody takes it easy on me. If anything, some people are shocked by my points of view.
Oh, by the way, do you have your cigar? Oh, you're on duty right now. You don't have your cigar in your what is it you drink?
Well, I can't have the cognac, but yes, sir, we have our cigars light and ready.
All right. Any other questions? Did you get your questions answered, American Male?
Still there?
Yeah, they were answered. I didn't disagree with anything he said. I just wanted his viewpoint. That's all it is.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Viewpoint?
Yeah. Anybody else? Go finish, Charles.
I have a question. What is your, before the hangout, during the hangout, and after the questions, what are your viewpoints on police or black cops or whatever you want to associate?
Man, I missed the juicy stuff.
I think they're necessary. I mean, there's not enough. Okay, I lived in Chicago. I now live in Atlanta. There's not enough police to police the whole city. They do the best they can. They don't catch every crime, but they do the best they can. So I respect their jobs. I know it's a hard job. I see some things that I just say, they could have done better. They could have escalated some things, but it's a judgment call every time you do it. But when I ask these simple questions, like I ask politicians, I ask police around me. It's like, what is your rules of engagement? And it varies from basically township to township.
Oh yeah.
Training varies from township to township. So I understand. I'm just like, who is? These just questions I ask. Who is in charge of training? Why don't they universalize training?
Well,
But these are answers that go ahead.
States'
One of
rights.
the reasons why. One of the reasons why is because of states' rights, and also because the way I police in Baltimore, you're not necessarily gonna police in West Bumfuck, West Virginia either, because we deal with a lot more than a lot of the rural town areas. So me policing, it may be correct, but it may not be popular for that area because it may be like Mayberry or something. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I get that.
Whereas though when you make it universal, you can't infringe upon states' rights either.
I understand. Well, yeah, I'm gonna leave that one alone. But I just some of the things I've been trying to find out.
But we're still under the Constitution.
Yeah, the Constitution.
We're under the same Constitution.
Yeah.
But remember, we cannot undermine the Constitution, but we can supersede it.
I understand that.
Yeah, we fought a war over states' rights. I don't think we want to fight another civil war over states' rights.
Nah.
Yeah, so
they can, no, I'm just my bad. One thing I've been trying to look up is just per department do y'all actually have a document that says your rules of engagement?
Of our general orders and our policies. Well, it used to be called general orders, but since this year it's called policies. You got to go PC with shit. So, yes, it's online. It's actually on YouTube. It's actually on YouTube. And we have it. We have our standard operating, procedures like any other place. Just like if you go to McDonald's, they have a standard operating procedures. So when you look it up, you can look it up for damn near any jurisdiction you want. It has to be public knowledge because we're a public entity. We're public figures.
Yeah.
Trust me, especially with the power of the internet.
Yeah.
You can find anything out.
No.
So it's nothing.
I
to
trust
hide.
you because it's not something to hide. I read some of them. They're really generic sometimes. So
I mean, it's gonna be vague for.
That's not me. That's not me saying that it's wrong, but it's what they wrote. So I'm just getting my head wrapped around it.
It's gonna be vague because when you say what was it to engage people? Sometimes you got to realize the way I engage, a drug dealer is going to be totally different than I engage a hardworking father of four who's going to work every day.
Exactly.
Even if I pull him over and it's for a tail light, I'll be like, hey, sir, your tail light's out. Sometimes I might pull him over just to let him know, hey, just fix that when you get a chance and ride on. Situations dictate. There's no 100% way to go through stuff. You got to be able to, it's what they call a static, which means, nothing changes during the situation.
Yeah, that's what I see.
And then there's fluid. Which means it's ever changing. So things dictate and change. Sometimes, there's times you got to hug a family member because their father died right in front of their face from a heart attack to keep him from wilding out on people. I've been there. It's a lot of stuff people do not see the police do, and we don't try to market it. Excuse me, took a bad hit off the scar for a second, but
what, you're not into the Chrissy promotion?
Huh?
My bad, that was a bad joke. You're not into the Chrissy promotion.
The Chrissy or Christie?
Yeah, the Christie promotion of it.
You're talking about Governor Christie? Is that what you're talking about?
No, Chrissy the YouTuber. How you got to
Oh,
promote yourself for
oh, oh,
everything you do.
okay, yeah.
No,
Well,
no,
they
You
no.
should,
get
That's what
validation.
and they should. And
that's
I
what you
think,
call
That's
egotistical.
just
and I think good officers. I think good officers, because I have family members like in Louisiana and other places that are good, really salt of the earth, very good officers, would never harm a fly, right? And I think they should be promoted more, because there has to be a balance. Because all we see on Facebook and YouTube is the knuckleheads that having a bad day and doing something wrong. So I think there should be balance.
You know, and it's just like I've told people before. I'm a wrestling coach. When the riots hit, do you know how many of my current and former wrestlers sent me texts to say, "Coach, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, you safe, right?" And trust me, I've taken gang members from off the street who were in my old school, Lake Clifton, where we had one kid. If he did anything wrong, I mean, if he sneezed in the wrong direction, they were going to send him to adult jail. And he was, come to find out, he was, once working with him and, putting my foot up his ass. That's the beautiful thing about getting your sons in combat sports. You can legally put your hands on them. Excuse me. It worked for me. And it's funny because he ended up being one of the leaders of my team. He just proposed to his now fiance, and he's taking care of his two kids, and he's doing well. I think he's also training to do MMA, his second or third MMA fight.
Okay.
So, but you don't hear stories like that. We don't. To me, what's the point of sensationalizing it to make you look good? No. No, I mean, it's the kids. You get back to the kids. I would take back any second of it. Because guess what? Like I've told BGS before, my coach did the same thing to me.
Micah Kelly asks you, Charles, how much you bench press, or how much can you bench press?
Well, the other day,
what's your record?
my record so far is 440, 450.
Jeez, okay.
440 or 450.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do 5 by December or January, but I did 405 a couple of days ago, and it felt easy. So, I might be close.
Yeah, that's some big ass shoulders, boss, to pump that kind of iron.
Yeah, it was funny because one of the craziest things we ever saw was like, I know I praise my father, my coach, a lot, but it was one of the most shocking displays of strength I ever seen somebody did was my coach. He came in there, and he always wore his lab coat. And if you're ever familiar with the show Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball Super, Master Roshi, when Master Roshi powers up, he becomes this big, awfully muscular man, and that's how my coach was. Like, he was like 180, 190, full of muscle in his 50s. And he took the curl bar, and he put a 45, 35, 25, and a 10, lifted it up, and was having a full conversation with us and not even straining. And it was funny because I went to the Artscape a couple of weeks ago and saw his son Poncho, if you're familiar with black painters. And Poncho was like, man, he was like, my dad had me at 17 years old, and he was still wrestling, nationally. And I saw him in his prime, and I mean, you talk about a monster. I was like, I don't want to meet that guy. I wouldn't compete against him. Thank God I would have been in a higher weight class than him. I'd have been talking my shit. You lucky you in your weight class. Like, he ain't gaining 40 pounds, is he? But nah, it's 440, 450 the record. 405 is feeling easy now, man.
Yeah.
And do it while you're young.
Yeah, when I get about 40, 50, I'm gonna be like, the hell with this stuff. So I'm gonna give it to my son.
Yep.
Any
I
more
wrestled in high school, my freshman and sophomore year. It made a man out of me. My father used to whoop my ass, and by the time my freshman year, I started wrestling. Shit, I just bear hugged his ass, and he was just looking at me.
You're a man now.
Yeah, that shit made a
It's the
man
same
out of
thing
me.
with boxing. It's the same thing with boxing. If you ever notice, I'm a proponent for black males to be in combat sports. Why? because it teaches you discipline. That guess what? There's always somebody out there that can kick your ass. No matter how good you get, there's always you got to be respectful in it. And I believe that's one of the major reasons that we're missing. We don't have the boxing or the wrestling programs we did. We had the PAL Center for Wrestling and Boxing. We had the football coach who would toss your ass a little bit if you messed up at school or you disrespect mom. We lost that, and a lot of us miss those values. That's why we don't have young men out here who could cope with failure or setbacks. You know, my man Dr. Doom said it in Fantastic Four. He said, "I don't know losses, I only know setbacks." That's a hell of a mentality to have, and that's just a villain.
Yeah, that's why a lot of niggas ain't got no hands for real.
Yeah,
A lot of niggas ain't got no hands.
I never boxed in the ring, but man, when I used to walk around the neighborhood, I gave mouth shots and I took some. Shit.
Oh yeah, you know, one of the most exhilarating things I ever did in my life was fighting an MMA cage. You know, I lost by points, and it was against one of my coworkers. So you know, my friends used to joke me. They were like, "Dude, you're the only guy I know who gets paid by the police and actually hit another police officer and never got in jail for it." I said, "Man, that is the life." You know, he won by points, but I didn't feel like a loser because if you looked at my face and his, I went to the bar and he went to the hospital for like 20 stitches.
Wow. Okay.
Damn.
So you drop him on his head or what?
It was because it was funny because he threw a hook and the crowd went ooh. So I smiled at him because I was training with like amateur and pro boxers for boxing. So I was getting rocked all the time and get used to it. So next thing you know, in his words, he said, "I saw 6 of the fastest punches in my damn life come at my face." And cut him, even though he tried to take me down. And it's if you're familiar with Greco-Roman wrestling, the body lock. And he tried to go for a takedown, and he got body locked and thrown. But the one thing I will tell anybody, if you have any young guys or young girls who want to do any combat sports, if you're doing weight classes, make sure somebody else tracks your weight for you because I undercut. And it drained all my energy. 5 pounds from where you want to be can drain all your energy, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Faulkner.
Yep.
I think that's your name. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off of what you said. I'm in agreement with you when it comes to I think having boys, young men participate in what you say combat sports. If I had a son, I would do the same thing. I played football and I wanted to box to play football. It was one of the two, so I chose football. But the only thing I would add, and I was having a conversation with some associates of mine, is I would definitely explain to them the risks with the brain injury and all that stuff, especially when playing football, taking hits and all that other stuff. But aside from that, I'm definitely a proponent for it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that
You know what's weird?
it's one of the last vestiges of manhood if you think about it nowadays, man.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
You said what, Charles?
I said it's one of the last vestiges of manhood, it seems like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
People, I know when I was younger, the people who would get whipped easiest was the guys who thought they were street guys. If we football, wrestling, boxing, when they was out in the streets with like 5, 10 other people, but we would brutalize them. And some of my friends were gangbangers too. They already knew that. It was like, they can do that in the streets. They can't actually, they manhood and that stuff didn't really pan out for them when they actually had to be mano a mano. So
that's why
a lot of them ran from that.
Go ahead,
Oh, yeah.
No, I was gonna say that's why they like so much.
They like what so much?
They like guns so much.
Oh yeah, they're great equalizers. They call it, or the pussy pass. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that playing football too. You would get guys, a certain type of guy, a certain character, street dude, whatever you want to call them. They'll talk a lot of shit, and then you put the equipment on. and it's a different tune. It's a sight. It's hilarious.
Yeah, we used to play the gang bangers in the park, tackle football, and man, we used to kick their butt, man. These guys was gangster disciples, man. Had gang means and everything. We would just play at the park, man. We didn't care what gang you was in. We was just coming at you, And I found out later in life, man, I was good at football. And cause I was tall and big and I was fast, so yeah, man. I used to love, man, chasing quarterbacks down, man.
Pause for 1 second. So, are you from the Chi or something?
I'm from Chicago.
Yeah, okay. I thought that.
You can tell from the accent, he sound real smooth. Like, yo, this man could be.
No, I could tell when he said gangster disciples.
Yeah, and I could tell from the accent too because he was smooth with it. Like, man, like a car could be coming at you, and he could be like, man, look out.
Yeah, that's that cold weather, man. Make it cold.
Oh, man. I went to Chicago once to catch a fucking plane. When they call that motherfucker the Windy fucking City, I was like, God damn, I'm 255 pounds and the wind knocked me on my ass. Like, whoa.
Yeah, man. Plus my accent. See, I've been here 15 years in the fucking South. But Chicagoans can still hear it, but I can't.
Oh yeah, that Chicago wind is disrespectful, man.
Yeah.
Ain't confrontational than a mother.
I went outside one time and I had about 3 layers on me, and that wind whispered in my ear, "Fuck your coat."
Man, the coldest I ever experienced, man, was I went to boot camp, man, in February 2000. Yeah, 2001, man. I was right off the lake, right? This was minus 15 below wind chill. Ooh. And we march into the barracks, man. Ooh. Left, right, left. That was the coldest I've ever experienced in my entire life.
Yeah, I went to Great Lakes in it was January of '98.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh man, I went the complete opposite of you guys. I went to Fort Benning, Georgia in the summer.
School of the Americans.
90 degrees at night.
Yeah.
It's 95 degrees at night.
Yeah.
I had to fool my nephew. He was like, "Where should I go for basic Fort Benning, Georgia? Wait till you go to the summer. It's fun."
And the mosquitoes, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my God, those fire ants, man. My father, he was a Marine. Here's a little crazy tidbit I found out a few years ago. I was the 4th generation to go to war in my family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a 3rd generation.
4th generation Navy.
Oh my God.
Does anybody go all the way back to the Civil War?
I'm looking. It was funny because we shoot. I'm pretty sure I got an ancestor with like, "Hey, Faulkner, we need you on the front line." And I'm pretty sure he invented the phrase "nigga, please."
Yeah.
That sounds like a Faulkner-esque thing to say. And it's funny because it's funny to get back on that military school thing. The one thing about the military, it teaches you that's needed in the community now is brotherhood. And I've always said, where the manhood goes, the brotherhood will follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I've been saying for a long time. That when I hear these women complain about men, that it's really your own fault, because when they started defunding education, that was the time to start pushing your sons into the military. But yeah.
I mean,
I'll be hearing a lot, because I'll be hearing a lot of these dudes from like the conscious community, right? Mm-hmm. They be like, "Oh man, you niggas are some coons. Y'all will go to war for the white man, but won't do nothing." You're like, where else you gonna get fucking trade, get paid?
Exactly.
You have the largest fucking training program in the military.
Yeah.
You know what?
And here you are talking about some pro-black rhetoric that you don't even practice.
Cerule, it's interesting to mention that because I wasn't gonna bring it up, but I'm gonna bring it up. I'm going there, and so we were all listening to the Brother Bill most likely, and Kaepernick came up, and I'm not gonna make this about. I'm not. I didn't agree with a lot what was said, but I'm not gonna make this about that. I will say that anybody call anybody on that panel a coon is a fucking moron, because one thing about everybody on that panel, even if they were coming at Kaepernick, the reality is I know you all have the best intentions for black people, particularly black men. Steve, all of them, no question. So by definition, you can't be a coon if that's true. And even though I don't agree with the stuff, it was there. My point though is the idea that I got from it. Once I got a little bit out of the feelings because I wasn't disliking the video or anything. I wasn't in the chat doing that shit. I said, is it fair to start talking about rather than being black first, to start talking more about being black male first? And this is something I wanted to bring up yesterday, but I couldn't because I was in this hangout. Because my thing is, when you look at people like O'Shea, who's to research yourself, Steve, people that they're definitely for black people and black women that act like they got some goddamn sense, but they're about black manhood and understanding black men. It's gonna have to be black men to build a black community. I feel like that gets around the bullshit about are you going with a white woman, and you know what I'm saying? The stupid arguments there, to where if you aggregate it a different way and say, are you black man first? And then that way, I think it just organizes the shit in a way that takes off a lot of bullshit arguments, like the "who are you dating" argument and the Colin Kaepernick pro-black argument. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't really know, man. I really don't follow pro sports like that. So.
The thing is, man, from the old school, and I learned this from old school, the conscious folks, right? It's really about the work, when it comes down to it, about what determines whether you are how pro-black you are or how black you are, how conscious you are, is the work. Okay, you have a lot of guys that are married to black women, talk the right thing, stand on the street corner, and never do the goddamn thing. Kaepernick, regardless of what we think about Kaepernick, agree or disagree. Okay, he's has lost or going to lose millions and millions of dollars. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's a sacrifice. When you could just shut up, do a couple of foundations and keep rolling with your money. Okay, do I think it was smart for him to do it? I would say no. Okay, I would say it's not a smart thing to do. Do I applaud him for his courage? Yeah, because you tear up millions of dollars, that takes some kind of courage. Okay.
I will say this. This is the one thing I would have liked to have had. It needed to be more balanced. It was basically one-sided except for Donis. And Donis was making a football argument. And there was obviously he's a football player, so he could talk to it more than me. But from the business side, one thing that I would have liked to address there, and I should have probably put the question in a super chat, was number one, the same stuff that people are talking about when it comes to coming down to Kaepernick, but saying he's stupid because money. That's the same reason the NFL gets fucked over in the collective bargaining every year, and they have the worst players union out of all of the big four sports. It's that lack of sacrifice. It ain't even about sacrifice. If they would have united more, if it would have been like more players, more good players, it would have did that. It would have made it infinitely harder for the NFL to pull off what they wanted to pull off, because then they couldn't hide, because they are hiding. They're not owning what they're talking about. Like the stuff was talking about as far as his business, they're not owning that. They're coming up with every excuse in the book to not say that, because I personally believe Colin could sue them for racial discrimination if they were honest about why they're blackballed.
I would rather him I would rather him play out his career, stand up and put his hand over his heart, and give somebody like Umar Johnson the money to start his boys' school, or start a charter schools for black boys, and something that's actually going to be actionable on the ground. I would rather him do that. I'd rather personally.
And see, and that's the position I would take, is I would rather him shut the fuck up and get his money and put the money towards someone who's actually doing the work so he doesn't have to.
Yep.
Compromise.
It's kind of
Yeah,
funny,
it
like I
represents a
said.
bigger
One at a time.
problem.
One at a time. Edward, and then Charles.
Two things. He said that he was gonna stand up for the flag this season. That's the one thing. But another thing is, and another thing, people, he's not begging to come back to the NFL. But another thing too, this idea that every dynasty talked about this with the Ghost of the Sport. This idea that there's a lot of people, there's not that many people that's really doing that. A lot of people are just, they just don't want to deal with it. And then what they always come up and say, well, I'm just gonna get my money and put it to people doing the work. Well, I kind of believe that's not true, because if that was true, then Colin Kaepernick might have not did what he was gonna do, because there would have been a network. That's why I asked Charles that question.
Well, the thing is, okay. The thing is, if you look up Tommy Hines and John Carlos, man, and see what happened to them. They were on the biggest stage, far bigger than Colin Kaepernick, in Mexico City Olympics during the Civil Rights era. And they did a protest with their black gloves in the air. They paid a heavy price, and the community did not do right by them. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that that you shouldn't stand up for your personal conviction. But the thing is, what I'm saying is that you should know the price that you will have to pay to do so.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you won't because 2 years later. They might. Oh yeah, Colin Kaepernick. He's the one that didn't stand up for the, for the national anthem. Whereas if you get your money, you after you retire, then you can go into politics. You can start things. You can help a whole lot of people out. I personally would rather see that. Just me.
Hey, hold on, BGS. It's somebody in the chat, misanthropic, altruist, or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop off. You been whining in the chat.
I've dropped the link about 4 or 5 times for him. When it wasn't full, he didn't take the link. But if you want to drop off and he can get in, I'll drop the link so he can get in. I don't know what he's talking about, but go ahead.
It's like this. Like I said on the Black Pill. Number one, he's got a woman who tweets Steve Bisciotti, who's the owner of the Ravens, that he's racist, and Ray Lewis, that he's Uncle Tom. Number one, I'm a believer that nobody should. Why is she tweeting that shit? Control your chick, man.
Same thing, but okay.
Control your chick, number one, because she's fucking up the church's money. She might fuck this man out of a job. Then two, if I'm Kaepernick, you got to remember, a lot of black people's greatest weakness is military science. You can't. Guess what?
Let him finish. Let him finish. And then come in.
Because guess what?
Okay.
If this guy is a racist, let's say if Steve Bisciotti was a racist, right? And I'm not saying he was. What irony would it be to take a racist money and fund the next black generation of leaders, lawyers, doctors, police officers? I'm taking all your money and I'm funding a school to teach young black children.
I'm gonna let talk.
Because you got to realize, I'm gonna help more people financially who will not have it than I'm gonna play the game. And I'm going to play the game better than you. We play checkers. Everybody else around us is playing chess. They playing the long
We're still trying to play Connect 4. We're not quite at checkers yet.
Can I interject on something about this thing?
Go ahead.
A lot of things, people forgetting a few things about that whole situation with Kaepernick. First of all, it's exacerbated because he's a quarterback.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only one kneeling the first time. He wasn't the only one kneeling on his team. But he's the quarterback. And what makes it worse is you're dealing with a league that's losing white quarterbacks to black quarterbacks. And the last thing they want is a person who was almost the face of the league maybe about 4 years ago. That's the problem. That's why they don't want to put him on a team right now, because guess what? It's only about 5 or 6 quarterbacks that you could really start over him and people not say, you need to get that other dude out of there. It's like having Jim Brown as quarterback. That's what they don't want. It ain't got nothing to do with, the kneeling stance. He can mess around and be the face of the league again after this stance. They don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and another, it'd be almost.
Let him finish it. Let him finish it. Go ahead, finish now.
Like that's even though Vic sounded off because he was talking about how they had to talk to him about him getting arrested for the crime, he left out the only reason he got back in the NFL. It wasn't the owners. It was Donovan McNabb. That's how he got on the Eagles. He had somebody to vouch for him to say, okay, he could just come under me. Like people forget or don't know a whole lot of things about, because it ain't really, it's about football, but it's not necessarily about football. The Ravens owner come on now, he's had enough. Every team that comes up, they're gonna say they're racist. Guess what? They are. Get over it.
Yeah, it's about business. At the end of the day, it's about ticket sales and business.
Yeah, see, the other night,
One at a time. Go ahead, Cerulli.
The other night I was talking to my wife about this, and I was saying to myself, if I was, say for instance, the Baltimore Ravens owner, right, I would sign Kaepernick in a heartbeat. I was just coming from the position of a white man. Because I know niggas love sports, and I know what just happened in Baltimore a couple of years ago. What better way to appease Baltimore than to sign this guy, right?
Smart.
That would do two things. That would drive up ticket sales, because even if people disagreed with him coming to Baltimore, people would still pay to see him lose. Okay. Second thing it would do is it would calm down the Negro population, because I would be a local fucking hero for having signed Kaepernick. You see, that would be the smart thing to have done.
Can I interject with something real quick?
Yeah.
Do most of you understand that most of the white coaches in the NFL, NBA, and MLB hear the fans call these guys niggas more than they hear it. They don't. Hating is part of the you love your team, but you can ask any coach. At home, they love them. The minute they go to another stadium, nigga.
You see the burning the jersey phenomenon. They all, especially with the black players, they don't do that. Like with I paid attention to that with Gordon Hayward. The new local newspaper talked about thank you for your fucking service in Oklahoma and all of that. But when a black player leaves, you see how they came at Kevin Durant. You see in football how they came at Cam Newton. You see, so when people, here's the thing that I had with the Brother Pill. They were making, real talk, I'm going to just say it straight up, a lot of people don't like Kaepernick, and that kind of colors the mentality of it too. It's about him. And that's for a lot of different reasons as far as the crowd is out there. But as far as the business argument, you can make that argument because of a lot of different reasons. Because let's be clear, what's the percentage of players that lose a lot of their money or all their money when they get out of sports? Most of that is driven by the NFL, by the way, because they don't get paid as much as the other big four sports.
No, that's not what it is, bro. That's not what it is.
What is it?
It's divorce. It's lifestyle. And it's taking care of bad family members who are leeches and bad business decisions.
Yeah.
Okay.
One prime example is Trent Richardson. I was just reading about him.
Let me finish this real quick. And I'm glad you said that, because you fed into what I was going to say. My problem is we make this argument about these players making quote-unquote business decisions. Most of them are making dumbass business decisions regardless of it. So to come at Kaepernick to say he took his chips, because he's worth $25 million. He took his chips and went home. Most of these players are broke. Ed Harris, Michael Strahan, and a couple other players. They are broke as hell. And LAR, you just fed into that, so I'm glad. Thank you.
No, it's not. I'm just calling a spade a spade. Like, I mean, one of the bad business decisions that's notorious is your financial advisor. Like that.
That show, by the way, with The Rock.
I mean, right, but you got to understand. Like, most people have financial advisors. Those companies are held liable and responsible for destroying your money. When it comes to those players, they're not. They just go defunct and move on.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one for you real quick. I look at an NFL, I look at an athlete, a black athlete, like a cow. You know how when you have those cows and they have all the dots for the cows and the pigs, how they're going to cut
big business like cows.
Well, what I'm saying, to get the maximum value out of the, the hog or the cow when it comes to meat and product and whatever, that's how they use these athletes. They're like economic cows. And what they do, the agents are usually white, Italian, whatever. They use when they buy product and splurge their money. Who's the real estate agent they're buying from? Usually that stuff is pointed to by the agent. Who's the car? Who owns the car dealership? All that money is channeled through certain people to pad certain.
That's the economy in general. That's how the economy works. In general. All the money goes from somewhere to somewhere. That's how the economy is.
But my point is, it's directed.
Yeah, but it's also. Look, I know black agents. I know agents, and I know black car dealership owners, and they were in the NFL, and they are answers to these problems. The thing about it is, there's the culture involved. The young guys are new to the culture. The older guys are paying a price for the culture, and what's in between is people saying that ain't gonna be me. And everybody's doing the same thing because you can have a black agent and your agent can tell you stop spending money, but you're gonna say, I'm paid though. I got it under control.
That's dumb.
You know what I'm saying? You could say, oh, I'm gonna go to the car dealership. The dude who owns a car dealership says, look, do not buy the brand new one, buy the used one. You're gonna say, look, I'm balling. I got this.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So that culture, right. I'm gonna buy my mama a house, but but you don't keep the house in your name, you give it to her. Bad idea.
That's right.
Yeah.
You get them. So and you have these guys young, and you got to realize the only reason why agents and financial advisors and dealership people can take advantage of these people is because their families are taking advantage of them.
The families are worse than the agents because the families you trust.
Right. So when the family's taking advantage of you, the other people are looking at okay, so if mama taking advantage, uncle taking advantage, daddy taking advantage, little cousin taking advantage, aunts and uncles taking advantage, well, they're not really going to see me coming because they got too much going on.
Well, yeah, and that's why I like that show, because that show Ballers shows that.
Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Here's a bigger thing. How many people in the black community are taught economics?
None.
And you wonder why you make a young kid who's 20, 21, 22 years old a millionaire overnight. You're gonna ball till you fall.
Yep.
And I mean, you already have a really bad testament when it comes to how to save and make your money grow, because you watched your mom, your uncle, your dad fuck up money hand over fist. Now you got multi-millions. You're going to put yourself in even further debt than your last 5 generations above you combined.
Well, I mean,
look at Antoine Walker. Antoine Walker made over $100 million in the NBA career and lost everything, all of it. How is that possible? But you got guys out here that make $1 million if they're educated and it lasts a whole lifetime.
When you're buying $150,000, $250,000 cars, you're buying a $250,000 car in every city you go to.
No.
Hold on. LAR first, and then Edward, and then I think Anthony wants to get back in. Go ahead.
One of Antoine Walker's major problems was his real estate. You see, a lot of these players who have a lot of money, people bring them in as investors, and these guys don't pay attention. These other people got to invest too. See, you could have 10 investors for $10 million, but Antoine Walker is the one who put his 10 million up, and everybody else is saying they're up there with their brains. And Antoine Walker don't realize I just got fleeced out of 10 million. That's the problem. Because if you buy an apartment complex and it goes defunct, everybody else at the table don't owe the money. You do. And this is how some of these guys get played, like with deals like that. You know, it's not the cars. Because ironically, a lot of these guys. Now I will say I knew a particular guy who had he signed for like 1.5 as a rookie. And there was another player who had already made like 40, but he re-upped for like 60. So the guy bought a Lamborghini, and he decided to buy a Lamborghini too. And the dude was like, "Look, you only got like 800K after taxes. Why would you buy a $300,000 car when I can afford this? You can't. And who says you're gonna be here in the next couple of years? You might not be good enough to make it. You know, there are people who do that, but the guys who make enormous amounts of money, a lot of these guys either overspend on homes or they overspend on property.
That makes
sense. And when you get divorced, it just screws it all up.
Man, it's a real simple. It's a real simple game of math, right? And before you even get to the problems, man, I'm telling you, man, I know some pro sports players, and I'm telling you, this is what happens. They be having hundreds of millions of dollars, and they think that they got it like that until that shit starts dwindling down because they didn't realize, you bought a fucking car for everybody in your damn family, and you didn't buy none of them used. You didn't put any stipulations on what people could ask for. You didn't make anybody work for the shit that they got, and that shit just starts nickel and dime. And then that's even before you get into the bitches. The niggas like the motherfuckers fuck around with these bitches, right? And the bitches are money.
But see, Cerulean, that's that matriarchal shit too that fucks us up. And one thing I just wanted to say, look, I am not afraid. I'm all about personal accountability. I'm not about blaming the white man. I'm about looking for things as I see them. And the reason why I brought up that one thing is because I wanted people to understand that there's a lot of people that are incentivized for you to be that stupid. That's what I mean. So you
I'm tell you like this, man. My nephew who rents my downstairs, right? His cousin plays basketball overseas, and I'll tell you like this. He came to town one day, hanging out with Kevin Garnett, and they went to a strip club. They had this other guy, who's a new guy in the NBA. I don't know his name. But the nigga spent like $100,000 in one in the strip club, okay? But what I'm telling you is that all of those little shit like that adds up, little by little. It's kind of like when you go to a store, right? You go to a grocery store, and you see this thing got a sale over here. You throw that in the cart, right? And you go down the aisle and you're doing this like, oh, this is $3. Yeah. Before you know it, you got a full cart, right? And you got a $300 bill, $300 at checkout. Yeah. And you think in your mind like, most of this shit was on sale.
Yeah. But you can't.
Hold on.
A lot of those little transactions add up. You know, not to mention how much money, like especially with black sports players, they let their fucking family borrow money. They don't put no stipulations on it. Let them borrow money here. Let them borrow money here. Giving them $10,000. I've seen this with my own fucking eyes, bro. Yeah.
Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, see, the whole thing about athletes going broke. I'm sure you all seen the documentary by now, ESPN 30 for 30 Broke.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
I mean, that tells you it right there. You know, baby mamas, you got these guys with kids all over the place. That's the main thing right there that drives the
Yeah, and
money
I ain't
down.
even gotten into the baby mamas. I'm
Oh,
glad you brought that up.
yeah, that's the worst part right there because look at the child support. I mean, sometimes you're talking about child support numbers that are like an NFL contract in itself. I mean, and you got multiple children by multiple women, and then on top of the child support, they want other things for the baby. Or I want the baby to have a college fund, the baby to have new shoes, new this, new that, and then on top of that, you got your family. Not only are you lending your family money, you're probably taking care of your family. I think it was Bart Scott who said he's taking care of 5 households. How are you going to take care of 5 households for your whole life? You're in the NFL. The average career is 3.5 years. How long is that money going to last? And a lot of the money is not even guaranteed. So these guys have no idea about how to spend their money at all. Like I think what was said earlier, no education about how to spend their money. That's the main thing that's going on.
Well,
So when these guys go broke, I mean, it ain't no surprise because they never understood how to spend the money from the beginning.
Well,
you weren't with me shooting in the gym.
That's right.
Well, my main point is everybody wants to talk. Everybody on the brother pill was saying Colin Kaepernick is a dumb motherfucker. I understand the economics of lost revenues, especially with the contracts, with the trajectory of his career. I get that. But Colin Kaepernick's got more chips than most of the players in
no, you don't.
Go.
Not really.
No,
I mean,
you
how
don't.
do you know that? Like, how do you know how much money he has? And the thing
Hold
about,
on.
I'm gonna say this about Colin Kaepernick right quick. I don't want to interrupt nobody, but Colin Kaepernick is not making himself marketable to become employed in the NFL. And the reason why he's not making himself marketable is because his whole problem is being seen as unpatriotic. In the NFL, look at the logo. It is a flag. It has red, white, and blue with stars on it. It is a flag. It's a patriotic thing. Football, as we know it here in America, is an American sport. If you go outside of these walls of the nation, so to speak, football is soccer. It is not American football. This is an American thing. So then when you nibble for the national anthem, you're basically saying to all the fans who have bought into the whole idea of the NFL representing America and patriotism, F you. And the truth is, people that buy the tickets, that buy those skyboxes, that really support the NFL, those are going to be people that are not going to buy it anymore.
That's true.
And not only will Colin Kaepernick affect the team he's on, he's going to affect the whole league. They lost revenue last year from the whole NFL because people say, you know what, you have that trader on your team or on a team, I'm not going to watch any NFL games. So imagine who the owner is that comes up with Colin Kaepernick. You got to fight the people that are in the stadium, in the locker room, your supporters, your sponsors, and other NFL owners. You become a pariah. So who wants to have that on their team for a guy who is okay talent-wise?
Anthony, you could say that.
One time. Wait, Edward, and then LAR.
Yeah, I'll speak after.
Anthony, you could say that about anything, anytime.
You're borging out, Edward.
Anywhere.
Okay.
Said Carolina. When you look at what the NCAA and the NBA did to this state, Republicans, because of that gay law, they attacked this state hard in a way that I have never really seen before in collective of companies do. They even moved the NBA All-Star game to fucking Louisiana, which is known for stuff. It's amazing how they'll make these arguments. Look, I understand the business argument. I'm not denying that was, a dumb business move and there's other things you could have did. But the point is, that will all. This is the reality of what this is about. To me, this is about competitiveness. The reality is, and this is what we bring in all of the money and them. They will find a way to shut down what the HBCUs are trying to do their own money leagues. They don't want that. So we need to be honest about that. Then I'm more receptive to talking about all the shit they do to fuck their own shit up, because that's absolutely true. But I feel like people use that from the very fact that they want you in this mentality. And I'm not justifying them being in it. They did that to themselves. They come from bastard homes. And as a result, you get revealed who you are when you get a whole bunch of money in your pocket. That's true. But to say that as a result, I just don't like dudes that run interference for people, man. Like, tell the whole truth.
Can I?
Because if they something else, they would do that. Fuck the fans. That's if they really wanted to do it, they would do that. They don't want to do it because they don't want another black man standing.
Nah, it's about money. Look, Michael Vick went to jail. Michael Vick went to jail for 2 years for dogfighting and still was able to come back and be embraced. But do you know how badly he was hated by white people for killing the dogs? People love their dogs like their children. People love dogs. People love dogs more than human beings. But yet he was still able to come back and play 7 more years in the league. Why? It's because his behavior.
Because they alone. Because it was the same kind of risk, though. It was dogs is
Edward, let him finish. Let him finish, and then it's gonna be Young E. Breathe.
You gotta relax on me. But nah, I mean, Michael Vick went to jail. He went to jail for 2.
Edward. Finish your thought, Anthony.
He went to jail for 2.5 years. 2 years, and came back and still played in the league because he's not exhibiting the behavior that Colin Kaepernick has right now. That is the whole point. People don't like Colin Kaepernick because of the anti-patriotic slant. And it doesn't even matter what we think. It doesn't matter what we think about, we should still be in the league, this, that, and the third. At the end of the day, it's a business decision. It ain't personal. If they were to cut him for a bad performance, it'd be the same thing. That's all that it is. And nothing else to it.
I ask him a couple of real questions.
Okay, LAR first, and then you can ask him a couple of questions. LA, go ahead.
I'm gonna try to be as quick as I can. As far as being patriotic, that's just a cover.
Thank you.
It really is. It because everybody knows it was a lie when it first started, but that's okay. Cause that's what people go with. Fine. Does it make them less marketable? Absolutely. But when it comes to the people around him, I don't like the people around him pumping him up to be more of a symbol, because at the end of the day, they're the same people that's gonna ask him to pay for dinner when they're the same people, online saying, go ahead and do this and do that. That's not cool.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna depend on him, at the same time, don't make sure he can make money. As far as talent wise, that's a lie to marginalize him too, to say he's an okay quarterback. That's a lie. He's probably, if everything will play out as far as players concerned, he's probably in the top 15 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Come on, let's not be. I mean, at one point, yes, maybe, but like today, 2017.
Today in 2017, like a quarterback with a 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, that's high as hell. Like that. I mean, you can't name other, and even on a sorry team, that's high as hell.
Okay. Who else? Young E, did you want to get in this, or do you want to make them?
Oh yeah. I wanted to speak about before about the whole.
The whole who?
You may want to ask me some questions, I think.
Okay.
It's the main thing, like,
dropped off. Okay.
Hello?
We can hear you. Hold on, Edward. Young, you want to ask questions about what we're talking about?
No, I don't want to ask any questions. I just want to say something.
All right. Go ahead, say something. Is it about the topic?
But I was gonna speak about the money thing before with the athletes.
Go ahead.
It's just when you come from poverty and then you know money and stuff like that, what you get is them taking care of their families and stuff. I mean, I understand it, but I wouldn't do that, because most of these people around you, they didn't really give a damn about you until you got some money. And then when you do give them some money and you go broke, they're just going to leave and they're going to talk bad about you. So I'd rather just keep the money and live a low-key life. Not get a mansion, but maybe get like $100,000, like a house, and mortgage it, and try to do business overseas and not invest too much, but not invest too little.
Do y'all understand that there are kids who come from good families and kids who come from rich families that were athletes that do the same exact thing as the ones that come from the poor ones?
Yeah, but the ones that come from the rich ones have all sorts of social capital, and they have all sorts of generational wealth to blow. So, when you got money to blow, you can do that. When you come from generational poverty, you can't do that. That's the difference.
No, but there are people who've done that. I guess the culture is not just, even if you talk about generational wealth, there's only one player that I could think came from generational wealth, and that was John Lynch. That's it. But there are other people who come from rich families, and You know,
No,
but
actually,
they do the same thing.
a lot of them come from generational wealth. You just look at the schools that they went to. And that's all that you really need to know.
Yeah, like yeah, you'd be surprised. I researched a lot of this as far as how NFL players are retired, and it's like players that I'm like, really, he got that kind of money? He really like third string, second string, and they just knew to stack their chips for the opportunity they had. You know, the system takes care of, you know, a lot of the white players. They do, especially the quarterbacks, particularly the quarterbacks. I noticed that when I did my research. But no, the question, you know, here's my thing. I understand that, but I'm just saying the NFL, you understand the history of the NFL, and I'm sure a lot of y'all know more about it than I do. Let me say that. You know what they were doing in the 80s, the 90s with Coke and all of that.
Yeah.
When you look at, you know, the rape, you look at, I mean, listen, you know what? Let me scratch that. Let me not talk about like alleged charges. Let me talk about what did happen. What happened on old dude that was on the New York Giants? I forget it, the white linebacker. They literally, they know he
Lawrence
hit his
Taylor.
goalpost.
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor.
And Cruz, hold on, and Cruz had a completely different example.
I'm talking about the kicker.
Yeah.
Talking about Lawrence Taylor or talking about the kicker?
He's talking about Brown. He's talking about the kicker.
Okay.
All I know Cruz was talking shit about Kaepernick, and then Cruz had a completely different tune on a man who hit the fuck out of his girlfriend or wife. And he said a completely different is, let's be honest. Hey, okay, the NFL is racist. These are a bunch of white people. They use the NFL as a way to kind of get their little nigger complex out. But what I would say at the same time, they don't have a league without the players. Period. And if more players, look, I understand the money, but if more players would have stood up, they wouldn't have been able to do shit. And baseball stood that. That's why baseball is the strongest players union and get the best deals across the board.
No.
That's not true.
Okay. But Edward, it's a difference because the players stand up, but it's different when it's a quarterback. See, if the only player that could stand up in this situation would have to be like Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Cam Newton, like Tyrod Taylor, like people, black quarterback.
Did any of them stand up with him? I mean, did they stand up for his boss?
No.
Can I put this a different way? If you are a owner of a multi-billion-dollar team, right? This is your team. You built this team. You dictate the policy of the team, right? And you got this guy. Say, for instance, David Duke. You're going to give David Duke a multi-million-dollar contract?
Nope.
You know what they would do is
ask the question. Answer the question.
You're not going to give David Duke a multi-million-dollar contract, right?
Good enough? Yes, they would.
No,
why would they do that?
You're the owner. You dictate policy. You say you're not going to have no anti-black shit on your team, right?
No.
You're going to hire David Duke as the damn quarterback?
No. You won't have a team. You won't have a team.
I mean, that's as simple as that.
Yeah, you would know. You know, it's the gig is in when they sign Cutler over Kaepernick.
Okay.
You know,
Edward, hold on.
You know the gig is up when they hire Cutler over and they don't hire Kaepernick.
If you're in the NBA and you know you got an owner that is ready to allow him to buy into the vibes or no?
Morgan.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Edward.
If you have an NBA owner that rate views and have, lawsuits because of racist stuff, to almost. All right.
I know what he's saying.
Go translate the LAR for him.
He's talking about the Clippers owner, right? The Clippers owner.
They knowingly knew he was like that, but they still bought him in.
But here's the thing. The thing about Sterling is this. Do you realize right after that happened, the same thing happened with the Atlanta Hawks and the Orlando Magic? The exact
I'm talking about originally with Body and the Yankees.
Oh no, okay. Sterling bought the Buffalo Braves back in the 70s, okay? So well before all this stuff came out, Sterling, before they even knew what Sterling was like, um, Sterling owned that team for a very, very long time. He bought them as the Buffalo Braves back in the in the late '70s, and then he brought them to California as the San Diego Clippers, and then he brought them up. So Sterling owned that team for like over 30 years. So it's not like
the NFL has a history of when they will water stuff down. They tried to do it with Ray Rice until it came out.
It's entertainment. It's a business. They have to sell tickets and they have to make money. And if you go against that brand,
at
then,
one point,
excuse me,
but slavery was a business too.
and
built the same way.
And the Civil War was not fought over anti-slavery. It was fought over business.
That's right.
Same way.
So let's stop talking argument like that.
Slavery was involuntary. If you go to the NFL, you sign a contract voluntarily, not under duress. You sign a contract under duress, that's illegal.
It's entertainment, just like what's his name got bounced for making an anti-gay statement from Hollywood. It's entertainment.
I think
and if
he still works.
And if Colin Kaepernick, as much as we like him, nobody is going to throw away trillions of dollars on Colin Kaepernick.
And people got to understand something about Colin Kaepernick. He'll play. A couple of quarterbacks get hurt, they're going to sign him. But is he going to be signed before the season starts? Hell no. You need a couple of knee injuries and a concussion, and then they'll sign.
Yeah,
he creates too many problems. That's the point. He creates too many problems. That's going to affect the bottom line. That's all that it is. It's not about. It ain't personal. It ain't no big conspiracy theory. It ain't none of that. These owners looking at it from a business perspective. That is the only thing they're looking at. All the other stuff don't even matter. It does not matter to the bottom line.
They made that argument about Ben Roethlisberger because of his rape charges that he kept getting.
The who?
Ben Roethlisberger, you could have made that same argument.
He didn't get convicted.
Okay, hold on. Let me have. Okay, we're gonna put Edward in the chair. Okay,
let's put him in the chair.
Let's put him in the chair. Number one, Ben Roethlisberger. There weren't people protesting about Ben Roethlisberger, was there?
Because the NFL was able to sideline.
So they in other words, it didn't hurt the NFL's bottom line. Did it?
Or Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis had a murder charge and still was able to come in the league. So what's the difference? I mean, isn't it worse for Ray Lewis what he was alleged of doing versus Ben Roethlisberger? Ben Roethlisberger had a rape allegation, but Ray Lewis had a murder allegation. So what's worse?
He had multiple.
It don't matter. I mean, you can rape two people. Look, hold on. You can rape two people, but if you murder one person, what's worse?
I was about to get to
you were accused of killing somebody.
No, there's a difference between being Hold on, Edward. There's a difference between being on the sidelines every game with the press looking at you doing something, and white folks who buy 80% of the tickets protesting and saying that they're not going to watch and they're not going to buy your tickets. That's a problem. Okay, right. I understand. Like I said, God knows I'm a pro-black. I am in the conscious community. I applaud what he did. It's not a wise business move. Okay. Now, what's his name told him? If you want to play football and make your money, you want to get back into the league, this is what I had to do. This is what I suggest you do. If you want to make money, if you want to stand on your principles and never play football again, keep doing what you're doing.
Well, first of all, Colin Kaepernick, it's not like he's doing interviews protesting his inability to get back into the NFL. A lot of this is just, it's every time they hire a new person, it comes back. So it's not like he's doing driving.
Here's one thing.
All you have to say is I retire.
Here's one thing that people skip. He can't talk right now. Like, if you think about it logically, okay, he can't talk right now because the people that he's associated with right now are criminals. He's not a criminal. Do I want to be, if I was in this position, do I want to be associated with what Ray Lewis did? No. Or Michael Vick? No. Or Ben Roethlisberger? No. I made a political stance. I didn't have a criminal act. And if you don't want to be associated with that, you just got to take the L's that you're given right now.
During the election, NFL ratings fell by 14%. 14%. So it's money. They see their sheets at the end of the year. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on with the money? This dude over here is causing it. Okay, we can't have him. That's it.
Yeah, but he was a scapegoat. He was a scapegoat for that.
No. People were saying I'm not watching NFL anymore because of him. And when people are saying,
I know that.
It doesn't even matter if it's true or false. When people are saying it a lot, that's the reason why they're not watching the NFL. Why would you take that risk? Why would you take that risk?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Finish Anthony, and then LAR, and then Edward.
If you're an NFL owner, why would you take that risk? Your fans are saying, yo, you know what? I'm not watching your games. I'm not coming to the games because of this guy. And you know that to be true. Why would you take that risk? It's money. I don't care about his personal. He could be whatever he wanted to be in his personal life. It's about money, period.
Go ahead, LAR.
I wouldn't take the risk on that part because for the business part, but I would have to be honest and say the truth about it. He's a scapegoat because guess what? You can watch the game on Twitter. You don't need cable. You can watch the game on the internet. You don't need cable. You could watch the game. You could use these other apps now that don't afford you to buy cable. They money went down because people stopped buying the NFL Network and Dish and all that because they found different ways to access football without paying that overage.
Nah, most games are watched on free network TV.
No,
so you don't need to pay for it.
No.
Yes.
Most of the games in your city, but you don't. Most people are not a fan. They're fans of football across the board. They got fantasy football. They're losing money because people weren't paying for those outside games.
The average person is not paying for that. The average person is just watching it on 310, 13, like what's that? NBC, CBS. That's what the average person. On NFL Sunday, you can sit there and watch the game on free network TV with an antenna. You need no cable subscription at all.
That depends on your area.
Yeah,
like if you live in a certain area and you have your home team, if your team don't sell out that day, you might not get your home team's game. That's part of the business of the NFL.
You can still watch the NFL game. That's the point.
Yeah, but you might not be watching what you want to watch. So now you have to pay for what you really want to watch.
But who does that though?
Oh, but if you look at say like the night games, like Sunday night and Monday night football, right? Or say like Sunday night football, you can tell if there's a ratings drop because there's no other games on. So it doesn't matter whether it's Twitter or wherever alternate thing. It's free, it's online, and they can notice the drop. And
right, but those are the ones that's on Twitter though.
Even
like if the Monday, Thursday are on Twitter.
Even if he's a scapegoat, he's still a problem. He's still messing with the money.
Absolutely, right. Yeah.
Okay.
I get that part.
Charles, because Edwards wants to jump in. So you want to go in real quick, Charles, before Edward jumps in?
I'm gonna just say this: money talks, bullshit walks.
That's true.
I tell people all the time, thousandaire problems are a lot different than billionaire problems because a lot of us don't understand. Do I have a problem against what Kaepernick wants to stand for? No, and I'm a cop. If you feel as though police brutality is an issue, then do something about it. I'm a big person when it comes to, hey, I think that we need to consolidate our money to say, hey, what is the big reason why we're having an issue with police?
Discipline.
You know what? And I would just say, hey, I would just come back and be like, I'll be a humble motherfucker. But like I said earlier, I would take that money and I would fund a lot of stuff that keep kids away from that environment, that keep a lot of people out of those situations. I may not be able to help everybody, but I know that I'm going to maximize my efforts. And when you look at it from a business standpoint, if I had a grocery store and I had one employee who was always stirring up shit, good, bad, or ugly, is it worth the headache and the money for that employee to be there? You got to ask yourself this shit.
I might be wrong for saying this.
Real quick, yeah, because Edward, are you still there?
No. LAR, you got my minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
You got my minute. Need my minutes to LAR.
I might be wrong for saying this, but I think we as a people have a problem just admitting that we can't get away with the same type of things that white people get away with. Even if he's standing for a righteous cause, you got to understand something. He's not white. Like if he was white and doing it, they'll sweep it under the rug.
That's true.
I disagree with that.
That's true. I mean, you can
find an example. Find an example of somebody doing that. Look at what happened to Tim Tebow. He was just a Christian, and they just canceled him out the league totally
because he couldn't play.
Nah, he was not a bad player.
He couldn't play. He couldn't throw.
He was not a bad player. No, he wasn't. He couldn't throw. To the Broncos to the playoffs.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
And when
they were 8-8.
Hold on a second. They replaced the quarterback, and what happened?
They got Peyton Manning.
And what happened?
What you mean?
What happened?
We talking about the Hall of Fame quarterback they replaced him with.
What happened?
They didn't put like Jay Cutler in there. They put Peyton Manning in there. Come on.
No, what I'm saying is Tim Tebow was the darling of the league. If Tim Tebow could have thrown a spiral pass, a spiral out, he'd have still been in the league. He can't not. Can I
debunk this?
Go ahead, LAR.
Listen, everybody knows in football right now it's a passing league, right? It's a passing league. Tim Tebow can't pass. Him and Colin Kaepernick can run and pass. Okay, stop that. There is no. Tim Tebow wasn't even the best player in Florida. He just got the most credit because he was the quarterback.
People not giving him credit because he's white. Tim Tebow was a good player.
Come on, Anthony. Come on, Anthony. Come on, man.
Kaepernick
come on, man.
is better than Tebow.
Hold on.
I'm gonna kill this one right.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna kill this one right now. It was 3 quarterbacks at Florida with Tim. It was 3 different quarterbacks at Florida. Chris Leak, Tim Tebow, and then Cam Newton. Who's the best quarterback?
Cam Newton.
Cam.
Okay. How much better is he than Tim Tebow?
Oh, way beyond. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. I mean, that's pretty clear.
Okay. So how much better is Tim Tebow than Kaepernick, since you're gonna put it like that?
Well, I'm not really sure. I ain't seen Colin Kaepernick play in the last 2 years, so I can't really tell you that.
Come on, man.
Don't.
Come on, man. the knock. Okay, hold on. The knock on T, because I listen to
Tim Tebow in the last 2 years.
He can't throw.
Hold on, but look, here's what I'm saying. My point was this. The reason why Tebow is not in the league anymore,
he can't throw.
Hold on. Let me finish. It's because of the whole Christian thing.
No.
And the reason. Hold on. Let me just. I got to get out the whole thing, and you understand.
Okay.
Now, the reason why they took him out because of the whole Christian thing is because they thought if they let him do that continuously, then it'd be a Muslim got to come out and do the same thing, and they can't have that. That'd be a big problem for their fan base.
Oh man, no.
Yes.
No.
Well, yes.
No.
Hey, look. Okay, he cannot throw, man. You can't be the reason that Tim Tebow was drafted in the first place and actually got on the team and started it is because he was a Christian, because he was a good guy. That's the only reason he was. No other person that couldn't throw, no other person that could not throw would even be on at a quarterback position.
Great white hype, and that's
he got on it because of what he was, and because he was a Christian, because he had the Pat Boone persona. That's the only reason he was even drafted. He can't
MMA fans, and it's funny that somebody mentioned Ronda Rousey just now, and I'm an MMA fan since UFC.
You're borging out, Charles.
I can't believe
Ronda Rousey. It's funny because somebody mentioned it. Ronda Rousey's not fighting because the sport is involved.
Okay, you're borging out.
The Kaepernick situation. Like I don't know if you heard the last part. The whole thing about when somebody mentioned Ronda Rousey, that's not a great argument. The better argument would have been Colin McGregor. Now, here it is. You would have been now Colin McGregor. I don't think he's worth the hype, but he sells tickets.
No, that was my joke, Charles. I said Tim Tebow could throw a football like Ronda Rousey throws a kick. It was a joke.
I got more faith in Ronda. I got more faith in Ronda on that ball.
Yeah.
And look, I
I
play
got
for.
more faith in. But it's like if you want to talk about the great hype,
You're working out.
McGregor leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
Well,
Leaps
yeah,
and bounds. Demetrius Johnson is about to break a fucking record with most title defenses. You don't hear shit about it. But how the fuck is it that Conor McGregor can basically come from a loss, bullshit his way to avenging that loss, and next thing you know, he's getting a multi-million-dollar fight with Mayweather.
Yeah.
But you want to speak about the great white hype?
Well,
go ahead, Edward. Run with
it.
Run with it, Edward. You got 3 minutes. Run with it.
Well, I'm just saying, it's interesting you mention that because to me, Floyd Mayweather is kind of like the opposite side of Colin Kaepernick. Floyd Mayweather obviously has been persecuted because white people can't stand him, but because of the type of job, because of the sport he's in, that's actually worked to make him millions because people will pay to see him lose, and because there's not other calculations like an organization like that. It works for Floyd. Floyd threw Colin Kaepernick a bone because Floyd knew he could make a lot of money by it. By the way, Floyd gets a lot of that revenue because he controls his own situation. Not bad for somebody that they say can't read. And by the way, Floyd ingratiates himself with the UFC because the UFC was getting their ass kicked. With Ronda Rousey getting their ass kicked, what happened with Conor, it changed the conversation. So Floyd did Dana White a favor. And that's the type of thing people will remember when it comes to stuff like the dude that's backing him up, that's doing boxing with TV and stuff like that. I forget what his name is. The Oscar De La Hoya keeps trying to do a lot of racial bullshit too. So he's
Can I add something to that?
Huh?
Hey, okay.
Can I add something to that?
LAR and then
I want to add something to that real quick to try to bring it all together. I've been doing a boxing podcast for years, right? Boxing is the only sport in America where it's completely racially honest. Everybody is a racist and they ride with their race and they come up with illogical, delusional ass excuses to why they're better or they lost. That's the one thing that Floyd capitalizes on. I'm gonna fight on Mexican Independence Day because Mexicans gonna hate me for doing it. They gonna say I'm a nigga. See, you can't do that in football. That's the underlying culture of football, but it's not overt like boxing. But it's an individualized sport.
Yeah.
See, if you put a black person in the ring with a white person, it's a race war.
Okay. DC Native.
Like you said, you can capitalize off of that.
No. Hold on, Charles. DC Native, go ahead.
I was just gonna. Damn, I forgot who was talking about it, but Conor McGregor is also going into this. I don't know if he's sure that he can beat Mayweather. I mean, I don't know if he's
hell no.
Hold on. I don't know if he's going in with that mindset, but I think he's going with the mindset, him and Dana White, of expanding the UFC or the MMA brand, and also Conor is getting. You said multi-million. I think he's damn near getting 100, if I'm not mistaken. You said what?
Conor just has to not get knocked out. If he doesn't get knocked out, he will have his credibility intact and it will jump.
No,
Connor's not getting knocked out.
Yeah, and
Mayweather's not a knockout artist. Mayweather's not a knockout artist. But it's a win-win situation either way because it's exposure.
Go ahead.
It's exposure. And shout out to Lance for having the Sharingan picture. Shout out to the Naruto fans. And
the other thing I wanted to say is Conor McGregor is Irish, but yet, everybody, all these white behind Conor McGregor. So much for fucking patriotism. So bullshit.
Ireland needed a hero. Come on, let's face it. Ireland needed a hero when it comes to combat sports. When's the last great Irish fighter you heard of in the last 20 years?
Hold on, Edward. Charles, what were you saying before Edward started?
I said, come on, Ireland needs a hero. When's the last great Irish fighter you heard about in the last 20 years?
Nah, it was something else, but I can't remember now. Never mind.
I think Mickey Ward is Irish. But he's American.
Yeah,
But
Mickey Moore.
they claim.
But he's American. When you look at Irish, you could be from America. Hell, you could be from Zimbabwe. If you're Irish, you're Irish.
But you know what? That goes into what I was talking about earlier. I got to say this real quick. Me and my co-host was talking about this a long time ago. I said, that's the difference in America. Mickey Ward got a movie. You got to be Ali if you black to get a movie. I said, think about that. A journeyman got a movie because he won one good fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah, well, that's true.
People got to accept this country for what it is.
Yeah.
And I wish people. Here's Anthony, and this I want to direct this directly at you.
Alrighty,
I have no problem with the competitive stuff. I like O'Shea because he's honest. I like Mr. Research, and they are both true blue conservative. A lot of people accuse me of being a conservative, and I consider that as a badge of honor because I'm a balanced individual. I consider myself more of a technocrat, but works. My thing, though, is I can't stand when people are not honest. And they do this mental ninjutsu. Let's be honest that this is about servicing white people because they have the money and they have the audience, and that's cool. I understand that. And I understand why Colin Kaepernick is dumb to flip his middle finger about that. What I want to do is I want to create a situation in which black men in particular have options. That's not going to be immediate, but that's what I want to go to. We can't do that if we're just going to pretend it ain't about what white people is what they get. It's what you niggas are doing. You're like a damn defense attorney. I see why white people don't like Johnny Cochran.
Okay. Go ahead. Answer him. Go ahead, ABL. Answer him.
Well, I'm not really sure what the question is.
I'm not either. I'm not restate.
Ask me a question.
Question is coming. My thing is you come in here. It's always like
a question there with a question.
My question is: Have you ever called white people out on their bullshit? And if you have, please point me to your video so I can listen to it.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Every day, all the time, I talk about the white liberals every day. That's what I do.
Oh, of course you would.
I mean, you just asked me the question.
You said, you didn't say liberals. You said white people. And he
like I said, Johnny Cochran.
You just asked me the question. You said white people, and I said white liberals. So I don't understand what's the problem.
He's a conservative. Come on now. He's down hardcore conservative.
And I'm gonna answer the question because I see where he's going.
Oh, well, go ahead and answer the question.
He wants me to side with some liberals occasionally, and that's fine. But I'm gonna just tell you my answer to you. Hold on, sir.
Edward, breathe.
I'm gonna tell you the answer to the question now. The thing I talk about the most is white liberals. That's what I do. I talk about the abortion, how you got white liberals that put Planned Parenthood 80% of the time in black neighborhoods, how 17.5 million.
But you know who, hold on. You know who passed Title 10? Do you know who passed Title 10?
No.
It was Poppy Bush in 1970. Okay. You know who actually was behind Planned Parenthood way back in the 30s and 40s?
I mean, Margaret Sanger, the founder of it.
Prescott Bush.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is a Republican thing through and through. That's
no. Because hold on, I'm not a fan of the Bushes. Number one. Number two,
are the Bushes Republican?
Yes, but I'm not a fan of them. I can say that I'm not a fan of them.
Who was the president at the time that it went through?
When went through?
When Title 10, abortion and all those things went through. Who was the president?
I don't know.
Richard Nixon.
Was it George Herbert?
Okay, I'm not a fan of Nixon either.
So no, I'm not a fan of it. But are they Republicans?
But hold on, like you gotta let me just answer.
Okay.
Because I'm a conservative, don't mean I gotta just agree with everything every Republican does. So I can say I don't like that conservative, that Republican. That's fine.
So what I'm saying is you can't blame. In other words, what I'm trying to say, and what I try to do on this channel, and that's why I'm a pragmatist. I'm not a liberal or a conservative. I try to tell the truth because both sides are full of shit.
I mean, okay. I'm trying to answer your question. Like,
okay, yeah. In other words, what I'm saying, I'm trying to be accurate. In other words, Planned Parenthood is not a democratic thing or a liberal thing. It is a policy by the United States, Republican and Democrats alike. That's how come it's never been shut down. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. Who are the main people that are in the actual Planned Parenthood killing your baby? Is it conservatives or is it liberals? I mean, just answer the question.
Both.
Go to hell.
Let's
You
be real.
know, I
Hold on,
think
hold on,
that's
hold on a second. Hold on a
Let's
second.
be
What I'm saying, I'm saying is
Who is-
use another topic because you need to educate yourself more on Planned Parenthood and its history.
And can I say one quick thing?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
So
I think
pull it. Use another
All
one.
right.
Pull
How
another
about
card.
this? How about this? Where are all the
Can I
black
say one
killings?
quick?
Hold on. I gotta. Can I salt? I mean,
Go,
good.
yeah, go. Edward, breathe.
Now, where's all the black on black killing happening at?
In
What cities?
In
What
urban
cities?
area. Okay.
here we go. Where's all the white on white violence
No.
happening at?
No. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about us.
I'm
not worried about white people.
It's
I'm
in
not
the
worried
urban
about
areas where there's drug trafficking. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
what cities? What cities?
St. Louis.
It's Baltimore, basically Chicago, Baltimore. In my area, the biggest, the highest murder rate is in California, San Bernardino, which is not a black town.
St. Louis had the highest murder rate in 2016.
Chicago.
Well,
Who's mayor of Chicago? Who's mayor of Chicago?
I see where you're going with
Who's
this.
mayor of Chicago? Please tell me.
Yeah.
We got structure with this.
Who's mayor of Chicago?
Rahm Emanuel.
Okay.
He's Israeli. The Israeli,
Right.
yes. And
is he a liberal? Is he Obama's friend?
he's Israeli.
Yes,
Since
he
during
is. Is he Obama's friend?
During the crack cocaine era, who was a Republican that was mayor of Los Angeles? So what?
Okay, that's one city out of how many? Out of how many black ghettos we got?
Huh? You had the major. In other words, crack.
Flint, Michigan. Who's responsible for that? Don't say the governor.
Hold on.
City council.
ABL. Hold on, ABL. Flint, Michigan is a spit compared to Los Angeles and the money and the power and the crack cocaine that was going through LA.
Flint is just one city. I just named one example. I can go on. I can talk about Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, Detroit.
In other words, on this channel, on this particular channel.
For a second.
Go ahead, LAR. Jump in.
Yeah, I want him to talk.
The thing about it, and I get what you're saying. You're a conservative. You speak for conservative. I'm neither. But the irony of this is they're both together.
Yes.
They work together. It's not saying as if because you may speak up for conservatives that conservatives don't have a hand in the black on black crime in these liberal communities. They do.
How is that possible when they're not there?
It's called banks.
Well, hold on. I'll tell you how.
Hold on, folks. I got this shit. Okay.
Can I bring up Iran Contra?
This no, what I'm saying, Iran Contra. But look, let's get down to facts. You know why the fuck there's black on black crime going on in fucking Chicago and dope being traded in there? It's because the goddamn banks need to make money. The bottom line, do you know who actually distributed guns to the Mexican cartels?
Obama did that.
No. The Bushes, the Bushes.
Yeah, let's try to check all the North is still a Republican. So
I want to talk.
Hold on.
All right, now I got to ask one question because I feel like I got to ask a question.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay,
why do you think the Republicans shut down the investigation of the Fast and Furious? Why do you think so?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was already.
It's because there was a bank in London that was actually washed laundering money, which they paid a fine for it, and it was a whole lot of Chicago banks that would have gone down if they had continued with that particular investigation. That's why they shut it down.
I mean, we know who did it already, so what's to investigate? We know it was Obama and Eric Holder. We know exactly what happened.
It was not Obama and Holder, man. That shit was already.
It was already done under Bush.
That shit was already going on far before there was ever an Obama or a fucking Holder. Okay,
where's
that was already going on.
Where's the evidence for that? Do you have it?
Yes, they do have it. They actually admitted it.
No. I said
Obama and Eric Holder didn't shut it down. That's what the problem. That's the thing that they said. They
have the evidence for that.
But they've been distributing. Fast and the Furious have been going on since 2003.
Can I say something real quick?
The evidence for that.
Look at
Can I
go
say?
try to.
All right, okay. I mean, I'm just asking because he's saying that it
Chicago
was not
should be.
Obama and Eric Holder. I just want to see if you have the
All you have to
evidence.
do, all you have to do is look it up, and then it's already
Okay.
there.
I mean, these are historical facts that are easily findable.
I mean, yeah,
you could
okay.
probably
I
find
got
it-
you. I
you
got
could
you.
probably
So you guys
find-
don't have
probably
it
find
on hand.
on
I got you.
Wikipedia. But see, here's the thing. Here's my problem with Negro conservatives and Negro liberals.
Yes.
You really do no justice to the community as far as black people. All it really is a system used to divide your vote, your political capacity. Okay, and what happens is Negro conservatives get on this thing. The first thing you ask they had a problem with was, what about black on black violence in Chicago? I could play you a clip from 1972 where somebody asked that very same thing to Muhammad Ali. Asked about Chicago. So I want to hear this bullshit about black on black violence. If you want to really get to the nitty gritty and what is going on behind Chicago, you want to ask who is financing.
I grew up there.
Who is financing all of this shit? Oh,
Talk about Chicago. Talk about Chicago right quick, boss.
What you Negroes do is you always talk about topical issues and you never trace the money. What about Flint, Michigan? Yeah, sure. Flint, Michigan.
I mean, ask me the question. If you want to know more, if you want to go deeper, ask me the question.
City Hall has a mostly black school board, has a mostly black everything. But where's the damn money coming from? Who's financing? Who's taking the money out of Flint?
It's too much blame on external sources and not any kind of look.
This is why I don't really get into politics with Negroes who go with this one-sided or this what they call partisan debates about conservatives and liberals. You talk about you call out
I don't have partisan debates.
Well, everybody knows that there's no such thing as a Democrat or a Republican or a liberal or a conservative because when it comes to white people, they will turn coat from a fucking conservative to a liberal, or to a liberal to a conservative overnight, depending on whatever the bill that they're trying to pass.
Even down to the point where that Obama was agreed upon by both left and right and the whole G20. So in other words, Obama is just a servant, just like everybody else.
You guys making assumptions about me though, because the thing about it is, I agree with Obama.
It's not an
I agree with Obama on certain things.
Hold on. Okay, let him speak.
Let him answer.
Let him answer.
I agree with Obama on certain things. I mean, so you can't just say that I'm a partisan person. That's an incorrect statement. You got to ask me a question and then make your own decision. But don't just say, "Well, I'm partisan."
Okay. What I want to do, ABL. What I want. Okay, hold on a second. What I want to do, what I like on this particular, and you've never been on this hangout, and trust me and believe, you're not the first one to get in the chair and hear from me. What I hate is inaccurate bullshit. Okay, that's what I hate. Blaming the Fast and Furious on President Obama and Eric Holder is bullshit. Okay. It's
I mean,
bullshit.
but can you prove
that
that
investigation started in 2006. They weren't even in office then.
I'm just asking, can you prove it? Because you guys are saying look it up.
I don't have to prove it.
Okay,
look it up.
I'm asking.
Look it up.
You can find it on Wikipedia.
You can find it on Wikipedia.
I mean, I'm asking, like, if it was that easy, then you can be like, okay, here's a link. But if you can't do it, that's fine. I understand. We can move on to the next topic.
Can I bring up Chicago for a second?
Go ahead.
I hope I was never that bad.
LAR.
No.
I'm gonna be as fair as I can. Chicago is a hodgepodge city of a bunch of different cultures. Just because it's 300 shootings, when people say black on black crime, is not everybody black that's doing the shootings. All the crime isn't black people. But I understand to make it look one way on TV. That's how it goes. You got to understand.
75% of the crime or the murder, black on black, right?
Well, what were you thinking of?
Hold on. No, ABL, you got a chance to talk. Let him talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to do it this way. The first rule of statistics is you can skew anything to make any point, right? If you shoot in a black neighborhood, it'll make a black on black crime. But if you're not black, that don't count against you, right?
Nah,
so if a Puerto Rican, a Mexican, an Irish, but guess what? It's what you write in the report. It's not what really happens, right?
Nah,
so
if it's black on black, that means the black person did it and the black person got shot.
What's called? I'll say. So what's called?
It's what you write in the report. It's not what really happened. You can write black, but how would you know?
Let's take a more educated approach to this. ABL, what is crime predicated upon?
Hold on, bro. Hold on, because
what is crime predicated upon? What is crime? What dictates crime? What makes a criminal? What is crime predicated upon?
Personal choices.
It's a simple question. Is what?
Personal choices.
Personal choices. So you wake up one morning and say, hey, I think I want to get into some criminal activity today. That's how criminals create. Is that what you're saying?
Crime is because of lack of opportunity and time.
Hold up. I'm gonna make this quick. Because I hope you understand it, and this goes from this point.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Do you know who Fred Hampton is, right?
Yes.
You know who Frank White is, right?
Yes.
Do you realize? Okay, Fred Hampton was basically on Fifth Avenue, right? He was killed by the police, right?
Yes.
Frank White lived maybe about 10 blocks away from there. He was given his concealed handgun license by the mayor. Same city, 10-block radius. That's how the city has been and has always been. So that you grow that into now and figure it out. You feel me? You understand what I'm saying?
I don't understand how that makes, how can you just assign that to somebody black killing somebody black just because of whatever reason they want to do it?
Okay, the same reason. Hold on a second, American Male. I'm gonna give you a chance to talk. The same reason that the worst gangs in the whole entire country are in Mexico and Russia. Why do you think that is? Is that because it's black on black or white on white? It's called economic.
Economics. There you go. That is what crime is predicated upon. This is political science 101.
America is a rich country, so what's up with all the crime?
There's not. Crime is down. Crime is down. And that
really speaks to the disgusting nature of America. If you're the richest country in the world, yet you have nearly a third of your population living in poverty. So what is happening is you have wealth calcified at the top, where 10%, less than 5% of the population owns 90% of the damn wealth in the country, and then the 10% left over is being vied for by the bottom 30% of the country. That's what is causing violence, period. That is what's causing violence across all demographics, whether it's white, black, Hispanic, or otherwise. When you have wealth calcified at the top at such a high level to where you got maybe 13, 14 motherfuckers that own 45% of the land. You got 14 or 15 motherfuckers that own 1/3 of the nation's export. Okay. And then you have the rest of the motherfuckers in the country working for those 13 or 14 motherfuckers. And then the bottom 30% are basically fighting over 10% of the resources. They're fighting over 10% of the money that's left in circulation.
Okay, he's in the.
You telling me some bullshit about Chicago? What about Chicago?
Okay, everybody calm down.
Let's talk about Appalachian. Wait a minute. Alabama is a Republican conservative state. I don't want to hear that bullshit. White on white crime is at 85% in Alabama, and that's a red state. So I don't want to hear that shit like you're trying to apologize black on black violence.
Ruling. Chill for a second.
He's in it. Hold on. This is something that I'm in the community for. This is something that I'm involved in, that I've done the actual footwork on, and I'm not going to let no.
Cerulean. Chill, bro. Okay, he's in the chair.
Problem right there.
Hold on. No, hold on, Anthony. You're in the chair. He's going to calm down, and you're going to. No. He's in the chair. Give him a chance to answer.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about a few things here. Let's talk about the numbers. First of all, the black on black crime statistics. Okay, now I understand white on white crime. You say it's 85%, right? 85% of the whites kill whites. Right? Okay. Hold on.
It's ruling.
Okay. 85% of the whites kill whites, right? And then blacks, let's say 90% of blacks kill blacks. Matter of fact, let's say 85% of blacks kill blacks. It's higher than that, but let's just say that for talking sake. Okay. Now, blacks are about 13% of the U.S. population.
Fuck, I didn't realize
Hey,
Hold on, let him talk. Let him talk, man. Let him talk.
See, the truth hurts, don't it? I know the truth hurts, but I gotta get told.
ABL, let me control. Stop with the comments, otherwise it's gonna keep going back.
All right.
Control them. Stay free, me. If you want to stay in this call,
no.
Okay, if you want to stay in the call, please refrain and go in order. He's in the chair. He's answering.
Oh no, I said it was my bad. Like,
okay,
all right. On the whole time, and I was talking.
All right.
My bad.
Now,
My
Anthony,
bad.
finish answering. Finish answering, and LIR is going to come in next. Finish answering.
All right, now I'm gonna start over.
Okay.
Let's say 85% of the whites kill whites, right? Let's say that 85% of blacks kill blacks. That's equal, right? That's the same, right? Okay. Now, blacks are about 13% of the U.S. population. We account for 52% of all murderers in the United States, 48% of all the murder victims. Okay. Now, isn't that out of proportion? Isn't that out of proportion? Isn't that a problem? Isn't that worse than everything else and every other race? And it's us that's dying. It ain't about white people that's dying at such a high rate like that. It's us dying at the hands of each other. That's the problem. So I'm not worried about white people doing what they doing.
Okay, wrap up your answer. We have
a very high homicide rate, and it's affecting us in a negative way. So why shouldn't that be the central focus?
Okay, it's LAR. Go, you next, and you're next, and then Cerulean.
And I go after Cerulean.
Okay, you can go after Cerulean. You're next. Go ahead, LAR. You still there? LAR, you still there? Or you forgot your point, or you want to let Edward go first, and you go next?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
America was
okay. You're bored again.
What I'm gonna say is quick.
Give him a chance. Get closer to your Wi-Fi.
Tell me if you can hear me now.
We got you.
I said America was built and founded on crime. It's been maintained on crime. So is it the color of the crime that bothers you, or the crime itself?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Okay, answer, Anthony.
I mean, the color of the crime is important because we're affected at a disproportionate rate. That's my problem. It's a proportionality of it. We're only 13% of the population, but almost half of all the murder victims. Isn't that a problem?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is a question.
Answer, LAR.
Yeah, it's a problem, but it is all of it correct in statistics?
Yes.
No.
Correct.
No.
Okay.
I got the numbers if you want them.
Hold on,
I can give it to me.
Go ahead. Finish, LAR.
If you already know the systems put in place to bump up the numbers and push other people's numbers down, though it's true that we're killing each other, do you add that into your numbers?
Do I add what to the numbers? I'm not sure what the question was.
Rephrase your question, LAR.
Okay. Do you consider the fact that the numbers are inflated?
How so?
Well, you can say these people are black just because you have people convicted of murder who aren't murderers, and wind up 10, 20, 30 years down later, they get acquitted, but they were already in the numbers. You got people who would just call black on black crime, and probably the murderer was never found, so you have no idea. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I mean, but you got to be able to prove that though, because I have numbers. And
right.
Let him finish.
I have numbers that are black and white, and you got to be able to disprove it. Because what you're saying is, okay, sometimes, occasionally, you may have a murder that is incorrect. It's a wrongful conviction. And other times where you have somebody that basically lies on the police report. But how often does that happen? And is it enough to offset the disproportionality we have in America today? 13% of the population, half of all the murder victims.
You already said that.
Okay. Now.
Last question.
Go back.
Last question, LAR, and then Cerulean's next.
Okay. So go back historically, and how off have the numbers been, and that would tell you your trend for now.
Okay. Is that the last statement?
Yeah, that's it.
You want to answer that, or you want to go into the next person, Anthony?
Next person.
Okay, go ahead, Cerulean. You got 3 minutes.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is that his numbers are bullshit, and
Okay.
you know, and I would encourage everybody to go to ucr.fbi.gov, and you can look at the tables, you know, the accurate tables that keep the numbers on this. And it's not that blacks are committing half of all of the murders in the United States. You're just getting convicted more of murder than your white counterparts. Now, when we factor in economics into this this entire argument, you have blacks who control 2.5% of the American economy, and we're only 13%, so we're underrepresented in economy, and we only retain 0.5 of 1% of the overall wealth of the country. So we're highly underrepresented there. Mm-hmm. Now, when you're talking about the poorest of the whites, you have 15% of the white population that live under the poverty line. The poorest of the poor whites represent about 12.5%. Even their 12.5% is greater than the black 12.5%. That's still more than the 45 million Negroes that we have in the United States. That brings. I missed a little bit.
What the fuck?
That brings.
All right, fine. Fine.
No, so if you have 410 million whites, right? If you have 410 million whites and you have 12.5% of them that are living in the lowest of the poverty echelon, right? The lowest of the low. They're on the same economic level as the bottom half of Negroes in the United States. They still are a higher population than all of the blacks in the United States. This is what I'm telling you. This is why you go. This is why you go to a state like Alabama. White on white crime is high, but you hardly hear it reported on. In fact, the white on white crime in Alabama is higher than the black on black crime in Chicago, but you hardly hear a word about the white on white crime in Alabama. Okay, and this is a problem with your figures. And I would suggest anybody, if you want to understand what I'm saying, all you have to do is go to ucr.fbi.gov, and you could basically debunk that entire black on black violence argument.
Okay, Anthony.
Black on black crime. Well, black on black crime or any crime is always relative to location. I'm going to kill who's closest to me. I'm going to rob who's closest to me. You gotta look at it, because I have no dog in the fight. Crime is because of Criminology 101. Crime is due to opportunity or the lack of thereof and time to do it.
Okay.
Can we all agree on that?
We can agree on that. Anthony, answer. You're in the chair.
Okay, yeah, I got some notes. I'm
Go
writing
ahead.
the notes down.
Go
All
ahead.
right.
Go ahead. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, and the FBI numbers are incomplete. You need to go to the cdc.gov for your complete numbers. The FBI numbers do not represent all jurisdictions, because not everybody.
FBI. I use
Let me finish.
Cerulean, let him finish. He's got 2 minutes.
All right. So yeah, go to the cdc.gov. That's a government website, just like the FBI. But the FBI does not get all the numbers. They do not have all people that report to them. Not all cities report to them. Number one. And also, let's look at the poor white areas. First of all, it's 225 million whites, not 410 million, and about 10% of them are in poverty. And that 10% is more than most, like all African Americans right there. So why is it that the black crime outnumbers the white crime? We're talking about the sheer numbers. Because
are you asking a question?
It's a question, but it's part of the statement. Because
if you ask a question,
but I got to finish the statement.
Anthony, if you ask a question, you have to give him at least 30 seconds to answer it. Okay.
I mean, I wasn't done with the question though, because I had to ask it, like, you know.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
All right. So if the whites that are poor outnumber pretty much all the blacks, then why is the crime so much greater? Like I said, we got 13% of the population. 50% of all the murder. Why is that like that? It should be equal if you had as many poor whites as you do poor blacks, but that's not the case.
Okay, he's got 30 seconds to answer. Shirley, you got 30 seconds to answer.
The answer to that you would have to review the racial wealth gap in America, and then you would understand that question.
I'm talking about poor whites.
That's what I'm talking about. Poor whites. You know, the poor whites has the average accumulated wealth of about $10,000 at their disposal, while the average
10 seconds.
even the average middle class black family only has $1,700.
Okay, Anthony, continue.
And that's the middle rung. That's not even the poor black.
Okay, Cerulean, let him continue. You got another minute, Anthony.
What is the federal poverty line? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about this line.
Are you asking the question? Are you answering? You're asking the question. Okay, answer it, Cerulean.
Repeat the question.
What is the federal poverty line?
The federal poverty line.
The federal poverty line depends on how many people are in your family. If your federal poverty line, if you're an individual, it's $12,000.
Okay. So that's what I'm talking about.
If you have two people, then it's 15. If you have a family of 4, I think it is like $18,000. So does that answer your question?
Right. See, now that the federal poverty line, the federal poverty line is a average value. If you really want to understand just how deep shit black folks are economically, you would have to break that down state by state and then locale by locale to city to city. To really understand what the real values are when it comes to poverty in general.
Okay, you got another 30 seconds, Anthony, and then we're going to go on. So I'm going to get Stay Free MGTOW in because he's chomping at the bit. Okay, if everybody's okay with that. You got another 30 seconds to complete your statement, Anthony. I'm trying to give everybody a chance to talk.
I got you.
Because you're in the chair, they're going to ask you questions. That's how it works.
I got you. So, all right. So does the level of crime, is
that a question? Because if you're asking a question, he has to answer it.
I have to finish the question.
Okay.
So is the level of crime determined by the amount of money somebody has in their pocket? So is it like this? If you have $1,000 versus $500, would that make the level of crime go higher or lower depending upon how much money you have in your pocket?
10 secons. You ask a question. 30 seconds to really answer it.
All right, let me ask you this, right? How many people does a potato feed?
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Stay Free MGTOW.
Can I ask one question?
No. Hold on. No, you can't because I'm trying to get everybody in. And there's people that want to talk that haven't talked. It was funny. Stay Free MGTOW. You got 2 minutes. Go. Yeah.
I can't top that.
Okay. Then another brother. Okay. Alchemist 13. Go ahead.
Yeah, to back up Anthony, if his information is incorrect, just use common sense. Why don't we hear about gang violence in states like Maine and white predominated areas like Utah?
But do you want to ask that question?
We hear about gang.
Ask that question. Do you really want to ask that question? It's because they don't write about it. You don't hear about it, but it happens. It's in fact, there's a big drug war going on in Maine right now.
See, look, I can speak on that directly because I come from one of these white places that's like real rural, West Virginia, Rand University, where Randy Moss is from. I know about the really, really poor white areas. He's talking about one of the poorest states in the nation.
But he asked about Maine. He asked about Maine.
But West Virginia will fall into that, right? Because it's
Maine. Okay, Maine is having a huge drug problem, and
West Virginia is as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying is, but there's gangs going on in Maine, but you don't hear about them because why? They're not writing about them.
What gangs are in Maine? I never heard about any gangs in Maine.
There are drugs gangs in Maine that are distributing drugs, and they're killing each other right now. And in fact,
they come from? They come from Connecticut and New York, or they come from Maine?
No, they're in Maine. The drug dealers are coming in Maine, actually dropping off, distributing it. But it's in Maine.
See, in West Virginia, we got the same kind of thing going on, but they come from Detroit. Like they go to Huntington, West Virginia, and they sell drugs. They got trap houses and all that in Huntington, but they come from Detroit. So when somebody says, "Oh, they got gangs in West Virginia," no, they have people that come from Detroit. They come down there to sell drugs in Huntington. That's the problem. It ain't people that come from West Virginia.
Are you talking about black people?
I mean, whoever come from Detroit, I don't know what color they are.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not talking about black people. Okay, Stay Free. I'm not Stay Free, but Alchemist 13. You got it. You still got a minute and 30 seconds. Keep going.
No, I just think Anthony's making great points. I mean, I just wanted to back up.
Okay, is that all you want to say?
Of course you do.
For now, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Say free MGTOW. Have you gotten yourself together? Do you want to talk? I'll mute you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. Sorry about that.
You want to get in, or you?
It's been a long week. It's been a long week, man.
Okay, man. What I'm saying is, I got. Okay, stay free. Look, it's a hot topic. I got about 5 or 6 people chomping at the bit. Do you want to get in?
5 or 6, nigga. The whole, like, literally, I'm looking at the screen, and I put this shit full screen. It's full.
I know it's full. I'm asking you. What I'm saying is, I'm
All right,
timing
so what
people.
is the topic, though?
Oh, okay.
Oh my God!
All right,
Yo.
man. All right. Mute yourself, man. Mute
Hey,
yourself.
shut up.
Edward,
Shut
go
up.
ahead.
Can I ask my one question?
Kyle overhead, you shut up. Shut a cap, you shut up.
All right, stay free. I'm gonna mute you and go ahead, LAR. Jump in.
ABL, are you speaking from a perspective that the black experience and the white experience is equal and the same, and it should have the same outcome?
That's a good question. Nah, the experiences are different, but at the end of the day, I think people can make the best of whatever they got going on and just have common decency. That's my thing.
Anything else, LAR?
No, that's what I want to know.
Edward or Officer Charles, either one. Who wants? Officer Charles, you go ahead. You haven't said anything.
Whew. Man, I got the patience of the Pope.
I know.
No, I had.
Good thing you ain't got to pee, man. Good thing you wasn't waiting on the bathroom, man.
I know, man. I would have had the bumps for y'all. But no, I actually agree with a lot of sides because, you know, I understand UCR because of the profession. I understand a lot of things, especially when a lot of black people have this figment where we don't go outside of our black environment or our box. So of course you hear about the gangs in Maine and West Virginia. It's kind of funny that if the question was reversed, or if you had 52% of most of the lawyers in America were black, nobody would dispute those arguments, even if they were inflated. I really think it's funny because a lot of crime, like I said earlier, is because of opportunity or lack of opportunity and time to do it. Number one. And two, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Logan would agree that I don't think he's trying to minimize the impact of what blacks have been discriminated against in America. Nobody here is.
Not at all.
I think there's a misconception, and I don't think that from what I'm getting, from what I'm listening, I don't think that he's so conservative that he thinks the conservative is the second coming of Christ. I think there's probably conservatives that he disagrees with strongly and openly.
Yes.
I just think that there's, because like he said, it's such a hot topic that emotions flare and a lot of people's passions come out.
Yeah.
That I think people don't take the time to understand. You know, I'm black. I may be a police officer, but I'm black. And I'm more concerned about my community. Fuck everybody else's. Guess what? They can murder 1,000 of theirs and they'll still be able to have more access to capital than we do, even if we lower the murder rate. And you got to realize, like I said before, it's the same argument. It's the same argument is that the stigma that black men had for the longest time that, oh, we don't take care of our kids when we're the best fathers in the country. It's the same. It just doesn't get what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't get advertised.
Yeah.
It's an image problem.
15 seconds.
It's the image.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's the image. You're not gonna. White crime does not sell papers. We all know that. You're never gonna hear the worst of the white crime unless it's like some Enron shit or a suicide bomber.
Okay. Time's up, Officer Faulkner. You want to?
Can I try again?
No, because he has to respond because he's in the chair. Anthony Logan. You want to respond? You want to agree? You want to go to the next person? What do you want to do?
I'll respond quickly. I think he's pretty much on point with what he's saying. You know, I'm not just like a super strong all the way right wing type of guy. I think I'm more of a moderate. Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
more of
think
a
you're right.
moderate, like a center right kind of person. At one point, I was far on the left, but then as I just had life experiences, just living as a black man, dealing with business and whatnot, dealing with other black businessmen for the past 10 years, I just been able to come to a more mature state of my life. So that's pretty much where I'm at right now. So what he said was pretty much on point.
Okay, stay free, MGTOW. Are you ready now? Because Edward's next.
Yeah, I think I get the gist of what's being talked about.
Okay.
I mean, I might not exactly,
Yeah,
but
okay,
fuck
you
it,
got
I'm gonna
two-
wing it.
You got 2
I'm gonna wing
minutes.
it. 2 minutes? Cool.
2 minutes.
All right. So when it comes down to exactly what I think I see what's going on what's being discussed here, it's not actually a race thing. The whole thing about all this impoverishedness and everything, and the whites and the blacks this is some heavy tribalistic shit that's going on. I mean, damn near I wanted to call every last one of you racist.
Okay.
The truth is, you sit there and talk about this shit and say this shit. How many of you from single mother homes? How many of your dads you never saw, and then you blamed him and bitched at him, but then you found out later on that, yeah, your mom did half. She literally did all the crime. She's the reason why he never even came the fuck back. In fact, she's the reason why he wouldn't come back. And yet you sit there and do this shit acting like race is the issue. It's not. You're full of shit and you know you are.
Really?
And you act like that there's some huge conspiracy going on to fuck you over. In reality, no. In reality, when you look at it,
No, let him finish.
Oh wait, I thought I had my time to speak.
Stay free. Stay free. Stay free. We don't do this on this hangout, all right? Those are the rules.
Sorry.
I got him. I got him before you even said anything. Finish. You still got your time. Finish what you're saying. I got them.
Right. So when you take out the race and you add in exactly gynocentrism, a natural human instinct, and you pay attention to a lot of things that I was listening to you guys and what you were saying, you'll pay attention exactly where these behaviors come in. They're not a specific race behavior, they're human behavior.
Okay, you still got 30 seconds.
Oh, all you're probably gonna attack me once these 30 seconds are up, so calm down.
Not really, because you're not in the chair, so no, they don't even care about you.
Hey, stand free.
ABL, do you want to respond, disagree, or go to the next person?
Hold on. I thought Stand Free had 30 more seconds, BGS.
No, he
I really don't give a fuck about that.
No, he
next person.
Next person. Go ahead, DC Native. You want to get in or what?
I was trying to listen to what he was saying,
but he's not in the chair, so
nope. I don't even exist. I'm not even here.
No, he's not in the chair, so we're not asking him questions. He made a statement. If Anthony wants to respond to it, he can. If you're not, we go to the next person. Do you have any questions or statements for Anthony? Because he's in the chair.
Okay, my bad.
Yes, no, maybe.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Edward, you got 2 minutes. Go in. You ready?
No, really, you know how I get.
I know
and
how
I'm
you
not,
get. Calm down.
About me getting loud or anything like that, or I can't control myself.
We don't want you to have an accident because I know you're driving. So.
But no, I'm parked right now. I've been waiting parked.
Okay, reset. 2 minutes. Go.
Here's the thing, man. Anthony, I need you to understand. Most people on this panel would probably say fuck the Democrats. You're not arguing with black people just like advocating for Democrats. So that's one thing I feel like that gets lost in this conversation. The thing though, and O'Shea spoke to this too. O'Shea spoke to this, and O'Shea is a conservative, and so is Mr. Research, who are John Adams conservatives. He spoke to the fact that there's a level of disingenuousness in a lot of times in what you say, and these are people that would count as your friends and on your side. And my thing is, and what I really will hope you understand is there's a reason why a lot of black people don't fuck with the Republican Party, and a lot of it is because of the disposition that you give. We live in an economically competitive country. We live in a country that people will cheat, lie, steal, do whatever's necessary to put their own group ahead. To take white people out of it for a second, it's well known that immigrant populations hustle the fucking shit out of our welfare system. I agree that Donald Trump needs to start fucking with that new immigrants. I also agree that he needs to stop. He needs to fuck with the H1N1s. I got a lot of Indians in where I live that's very pissed off about that. So, like you, there are some things I
You mean
agree.
H-1B visas?
Huh?
Yeah, H1N1 is a virus. H1B visas. Yeah.
Well, whatever.
I hope he does stop the H1N1.
Yeah, we know what you mean. You got 30 seconds there.
My point is sometimes I believe like it's kind of when we look at the imagery problem, the reality of the situation is the media chooses to put out a certain narrative. A lot of the numbers, I just got off of Boys Watch's channel saying that black women are murdered more than any other women, and then basically it's because black men are killing.
Oh, I know about that stuff.
15 seconds. Yeah.
Our image as black men above other men are under attack because unlike white men change the channel. As far as the media, we don't have that ability, and I feel like you buy too much into that.
Okay. You want to answer that, Anthony, or you want to go to the next person, or what do you want to do?
I'm gonna answer. I got my notes.
Okay.
All right. Now, first, I talk about liberals. Not all liberals are Democrats. So to say that, oh, you want to talk about Democrats and Democrat Party, you know, liberalism is much deeper than the party, because you got liberals in the Republican Party that I don't really like. You got some conservatives in the Democrat side that I like. So let's just get out of the way. Second point. Now, you said about O'Shea, shout out to O'Shea, by the way, and saying that sometimes conservatives are disingenuous. But why am I disingenuous? What about me says that? I don't understand.
I don't disingenuous. I don't think you're disingenuous. You believe what you're saying. That's how come I respect you. You believe in what you're saying. So I don't think you're disingenuous. He said, see, I don't think it meant you particularly, but he said talking about Republicans and a lot of conservatives.
He meant black conservatives. That's what he
said. Okay. What I'm saying is,
I mean, it applies to me. If it applies to me, I don't see how, because like what would make you say that about me?
Okay, answer the question.
I mean, I'll find a link. I'll get the video and give you the timestamp so you can answer that yourself. But as far as what I would answer for that, it's basically the way what I get from you is basically the reason why black people are fucked up is because niggas ain't shit, and has absolutely zero to do with white people.
15 seconds.
Niggas ain't shit, and Democrats are in the cities. If Republicans were in the cities, the shit wouldn't happen.
Okay. Okay. He's answered this question. Anything? Continue, Anthony.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and push past that one and get to my next note here.
Okay.
We used to be more conservative before LBJ and the Great Society. We had more voter parity. You know, it was like how other races do now. More balance in the voters. Some were Democrat, some were Republican. That was the case. Now we got like 95% for one party. And I'm not saying that you should vote for either or, but what I'm saying is, why just put all your power behind one and have that just be the case? And then anybody wants to come away from that, it's all this kind of criticism. I don't understand.
To ask the question is to answer it. Which side of the butter is the bread on? And that will tell you. But continue.
Oh, so it's about the welfare money? Is that it?
It's about it's all. Why are Republicans running for cover about Obamacare right now?
I mean, because we can't get it repealed and replaced. That's a problem. I agree.
Because which side of the butter is the bread on? It's real simple. But you got another. You're gonna want to.
Okay. My last point. My last point is. Okay. You know, if the numbers, because I hear this a lot about the numbers being false. Well, to come from the federal government, I don't understand. Like, you know, if you say the numbers are false, you got to be able to prove them false. So I think that people shouldn't say something is false without being able to prove it.
Truly. Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Let him finish.
Because there's a disclaimer on the FBI website that says that the statistics are drawn on convictions and not arrests.
No. I'm talking about the CDC, not the FBI.
The FBI, the CDC, all of that information is circulating.
It ain't the same numbers.
No, the FBI, the Department of Justice are in charge of those numbers, not the CDC.
Right.
So in other words, if it's crime statistics and who's in jail for what and who's convicted, that is the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice and the FBI, not the CDC.
Can I make a statement when y'all done?
Let him finish, and then if he's got another point.
I'm done. Next person.
Okay.
Can I jump?
Well, I got some questions for you. Can I
Stay
go?
free. No, you can't. LAR, make it a quick point.
Try it.
Okay, when it comes to black liberals and black conservatives, I think one of the biggest turnoffs is which is disingenuous is principles change by race.
Oh, this nigga.
And
stay free, please.
I'm leaving my mic. I'm muted.
Thank you.
You know you wouldn't say something like that to my face.
LAR.
I know. I'm done.
I got it. Finish your.
But principles change by race. Whether you a liberal and you're saying and everything is evil white people and good black people, or you're conservative and everything comes across as good white people, evil black people. If you stick to the principles, the good bad should just come out in general. And I think that's one of the biggest problems. That's my statement.
Okay, go ahead. You want to answer that, Anthony? You want to pass?
Yes, I'm answer that now.
Well, then, can I say something?
You can. You in order, but Cerulean is before you, and then Stay Freeze after him, and then after you. Okay, then you. Okay. I'm trying to put this in order so everybody gets a chance to talk. Go ahead and answer, Anthony.
All right. Now, how I come off or how somebody may come off that's a conservative, that's a personal opinion. It doesn't equate to fact.
Good point.
Is it? Okay. Stay free. Go ahead.
All right. So apparently you're a black Republican. I'm sorry. What is your name again?
Anthony.
Anthony. Nice to meet you.
Tell them where they can see you, Anthony. Shout yourself out.
Oh yeah, you can search Anthony Brown Logan on YouTube. Everything comes up. My Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, etc. Twitter.com/Anthony B. Logan. Facebook.com/1776 Logan, and also YouTube.com/Alog SALOGE.
And put yourself in the comment section after.
You can find me at Stephen Free MGTOW, the YouTube channel where I'll be just doing like chats, talking shit. You can find me at my Twitter, SFM _ 2046. I'm on Origin and Steam, SFM _ 2046. Yeah.
Is that it? Okay, go ahead, man.
Platforms. I'm not up to date like that.
Okay, now I'm gonna say continue because we got people waiting to.
Okay, yeah. So you're like a black Republican or something like that, right?
A conservative, yes.
Conservative. So you believe in traditional values?
Yes.
So in your mind right now, you're saying that basically increasing the marriage rate would help with a lot of the economic issues.
Absolutely.
You're retarded.
Okay.
No, we don't do that, man. We don't do that. Okay.
Fine. All right. Let me make an actual argument. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Yeah. So number one, increasing the marriage rate does not equate to the birth rate. You know that.
Well, I didn't say it was, so I don't understand why. Yeah, I didn't say it was.
Well, as far as increasing the economic value of what's going on in the United States right now, marriage upping that will not do anything. Do you understand a lot of things that's going on legally, and especially you might as well say socially, in a sense, that are making it in this climate that marriage is not an option for anyone that seems viable that would even go towards?
Oh, you a MGTOW dude, right?
He's a MGTOW. Stay free.
Okay,
MGTOW.
I got it. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
And so, as far as economic solutions, that is not one.
All right. I mean, I understand where you coming from. You just pushing your narrative about
It's
marriage not being
not about marriage.
I got you.
Let him answer. Stay free.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, answer.
Yeah, I mean, your opinion, your viewpoint about being a MGTOW, I understand that, but that's not really where I'm at. I'm looking at the black community where we got 72% of children being born outside of wedlock, and a lot of that is leading towards a lot of confusion, sexual confusion, a lot of people that have no fathers in their life, never met their fathers. They're looking for fathers in all the wrong places. They wind up in gangs. They go to jail early. They die early. That's a big problem. At one point in time, we had that reversed. We had about 80% two-parent households in the black community. What happened to that? Ever since the welfare state, that's what caused all the things to happen in a negative way. Once you bring back traditional values, once you bring back the chaste of a woman rather than the loose nature of a woman, which is funded by the federal government and the welfare state. Once you bring all of that back to how it was before, we would improve as a society, as a community. Without that, we're going to continue to slide down. A nation cannot be led by a woman and her son. It just ain't going to happen. You got to have men leading women and the children. That's it.
Okay.
BJ, if you allow me one more question, though.
No, you got one more minute. You still got a minute. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So, and what exactly? Because I think I heard it, but I'm not quite sure because you didn't iterate on it. What exactly would be your solution to the current situation right now?
What situation is in general? Like, be more specific about what you're saying.
Well, literally, when it comes down to the social mating, all those. Well, you know, I'm a MGTOW. I don't know why you were surprised by that. That was weird.
No, I mean, I don't know. I never seen you before a statement, so I don't even know.
He doesn't make assumptions because he got a lot of followers, so they'll make assumptions.
Yeah.
I don't care about that.
Okay.
But anyways, so your whole thing about literally, because it sounds like you have an idea of what will be a solution. Now, pray tell, I ask what that is.
What to what though? Like what to
solution
what are you?
To what? Solution to what?
Exactly the economic and also the
social problems that we're having in the black community.
That's kind of a broad question, but you can start by eliminating the welfare state, because that's the whole problem right there. Because like I said, before the welfare state, we did not have these issues with the single parent household, the crime. I mean, in 1960, we had about 125,000 black people in jail, with a population of around 20 million in the United States, total black people. Now we have 1 million black people in jail with about 36 million black people in jail. So obviously the rate of incarceration has increased. Now, was it more racism in 1960 or today? Obviously, it's something else going on other than racism and white people. The problem is the welfare state. You got 80% back in the 1960s of the black community that had 2-parent households. Now we got 72% single parent households. That right there is a problem.
Yeah, then you also have to factor in that back in those days there wasn't profit for prisons, and states weren't beholden to make sure that prison beds were filled to meet corporate.
So basically, what you're saying is that there's more racism now than there was back then, correct?
No one's saying that. You just
no. Stay free. You're not. Your time is up. It's a ruling zone right now.
There's no such thing as more or less racism. Racism is racism. That's one thing. This is a economic thing that is basically out of your control now. So back then, when LBJ expanded the New Deal to compensate black women, which was really meant to lower the racial tensions between blacks and whites. That was something economic. That basically, at that point, forced the black man to compete with the government. That's out of your control. It's out of your hands. The problem there had nothing to do whatsoever with race. It had to do with our ability to enforce political and structural changes to prevent that from happening.
1 minute. Go ahead.
Now, my point on the CDC is what I was saying is that the CDC only reports, when it comes to murder, it only reports on the violent crimes. When you look at those spreadsheets, they don't tell you who committed those violent crimes. It just tells you the fact that those people died of violent occasions. It doesn't tell you who committed them, though, does it?
30 seconds.
And that's the reason why I go to the BCA, the DOJ, the FBI, and the CDC is the last thing. The CDC is something completely different. It doesn't tell you who committed the crimes. It only tells you that they were committed.
Okay. Anthony, you answer, and then Alchemist 13 is going to jump in. Go ahead, Anthony. You want to answer that? Pass? Yeah,
I'm going to answer it right quick. I'm going to just answer the thing about the CDC. Okay, you're right about the CDC. The CDC tells you how black men die and what age and whatnot. That's pretty much what they tell you now. If you go to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, they tell you everything. They tell you, who killed who, all of that. So bjs.gov.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Okay, Alchemist 13, go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
All right, so why when Anthony brings in statistics and he's saying relevant points that I think any objective-minded person can agree with. Why is it all of a sudden now blacks have an image problem? I'm not saying that blacks don't have somewhat of an image problem, but BGS talks about it all the time. Blacks have a broken culture. So all of a sudden now that goes out the window when Anthony's going over the crime statistics. The man's making valid points, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, when he brings up Chicago, all of a sudden it's an image problem. All of a sudden we'll pretend like places like Detroit, Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore. All of a sudden it's just an image problem. Like the crime problem isn't real there. And when he's bringing up statistics,
no, Edward, no, calm down. He's got 2 minutes. Continue.
yeah. So just piggybacking off of what BGS says a lot about the broken culture in Black America. You don't talk about how crime and murder is glorified in the music, in the television shows, in the media that blacks tune into all the time. Yes. That blacks spend more money on instead of bettering themselves. They like the gangster rap. They like the shows that glorify the drug dealing. But all of a sudden now, when he brings up statistics, is blacks have an image problem. Like those things are like the broken culture. All of a sudden that doesn't exist. That's my only point.
Nobody said that.
Hold on a second. I got hold on. I got a super chat question, statement real quick, and then Edward, and then LAR. Unless Anthony wants to answer it. But let me read this statement real quick. A major problem with contemporary black culture is a lack of pragmatism. Our culture is truly broken because it works against our own collective best interest. That's from Dark to Face. Okay. Anthony, you want to co-sign? You want to answer? You want to expound upon what Alchemist 13 said? Or you want to
co-sign for me? That's a co-sign
for you. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Edward, go ahead.
I just want a quick couple
2 minutes.
seconds. Nobody said we don't have a culture problem. Nobody has once said that in this conversation at all. However, just because the culture is not the only problem that we have, we do have an image problem. The reality is the media, which black people don't control, which is our fault because we should have our own media, which pushes out on that. When you look at a lot of crime that goes on when it comes to white on white crime, when it comes to drugs, when it comes to what they're doing in Palm Beach, as far as using Obamacare in order to turn basically heroin into a drug factory mill, which nobody talks about. Whenever white people do anything, it doesn't exist. They don't talk about it. So my point is, that's what I meant by image. The point is, black men
got 1 minute.
Black men are considered the dogs of this country. Period. Everything in this country is black men's fault. Let the dominant society tell it. To the point in which our women benefit from regurgitating. Now you got black people talking about black women are killed because black men killed them. So my point is, and by the way, Anthony, I do agree with the fact that black marriages need to go up, and it will solve a lot of this problem. And I'm gonna keep it real with you. I do agree that a lot of black men need to consider voting Republican, if for nothing else, to eliminate this social welfare state to change the environment. So there are things that I agree with on. Again, my only thing
15 seconds.
My only thing is, and this is why I write a little bit more with O'Shea is willing to say white motherfuckers are racist too, and they're honest about it in the Republican Party, versus you like to pretend feel like that doesn't exist. Everything is completely black people doing it to black people.
Okay. Officer Charles, you want in, or should we go to somebody else?
Ooh, I can talk my shit now. I'm off now.
Can I respond to
you want to respond to that, Anthony?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, now think about NBC. I got notes. All right, about white people. They're not getting talked about when it talks about drugs and stuff like that. I watch NBC News every night, and then I see Lester Holt talk about the opiate crisis almost every 3 shows. And then he had a whole big show about it called Interventional A&E, where they display white people in duress, in distress, on drugs, everything else. I saw a white dude with a needle in his arm. I see them with crust in their eyes, huffing gas, all kind of stuff on TV. Like, that's what it is. And then I'm glad we can agree on certain things, you know, about what you were talking about. I'm glad we can agree on that. And also,
no, my issue is that when you see
one
those
more
those white people are humanized.
One more thing. And then I did a video just the other day where I called what's a man named Acosta from CNN, Jim Acosta. I called him racist for saying that only people that come from the UK and Australia can speak English, because the whole thing about Trump saying that you got to be an English speaker to come into the nation, which is already a requirement, by the way. And I was saying that he's racist for saying that only people from UK and Australia can speak English. And I said that you got African countries that can speak English, 24 of them. And then I was talking about other places in the world where you have non-white people. So I talk about that kind of stuff every day.
Hold on, 15 seconds. Go ahead. You got 15 more seconds, Anthony. You want those? You want to go on to Officer Charles and then Cerulean?
We can go to the next guy.
Go ahead, Officer Charles. You got 2 minutes, 2.5, because we haven't heard from you a lot. Go ahead.
I know. And it's kind of like I'm on the fence. I'm kind of a fence sitter with this one because
speak your mind, Officer Charles. Give it to us straight. Don't be on the fence.
I might have to go a little off subject because somebody asked me something in the chat room.
Oh, go ahead. Answer the chat.
Charles, do you relate more to Blue Lives or Black Lives Matter? I relate to My Life Matter, number one, because number one, at the end of the day, I call bullshit on Black Lives Matter for one simple reason. I've seen thousands of people come up for Freddie Gray, but not one motherfucker stood up and said, hey, we know the killer of 3-year-old Mackenzie Elliott.
Preach.
So when people tell me shit like that, me in a question, but I'm going to tell you this one. It took 3 years to catch the killer of Mackenzie Elliott. But yet, we got up in arms for Freddie Gray, who, for all intents and purposes, was fucking...
Hold on, Officer Charles. They got somebody laughing still in here talking shit. You can, if you want to talk to Officer Charles and you got something derogatory to say to him, I'm going to drop the link. You can say it to his face. Otherwise, don't put that shit in my chat, okay?
And what did they actually say? Because
he said, "How do you talk to white officers?" But I want him to do it in person, so he can get blasted. Because I don't like that shit. Okay, the man has answered the question. He's answered the questions. He hasn't ducked anything. He's been honest, and I'm not gonna have that. So if you got something to say to him, there's the link. We got room. Jump in and say it to his face. Okay, we're gonna take a pause on this right now.
Number one, I'm gonna answer that real quick, BGS.
Okay.
Out of all the shit that I've done in my 35 years of life, each year I live, I have less and less reason to fear another man, regardless of his size, race, creed, religion, whatever. I'm going to talk to you just like I've talked to the gentleman on the panel, with respect and fucking dignity. And I expect the same from anybody else. It's not being rude, it's just being brutally honest. I'm not going to talk to white officers like I'm some whipping boy. If anything, people talk to me with the utmost fucking respect. I can't count what they say behind closed doors because that's not man shit. But when they speak to me and I speak to them, in order to get respect, you got to give it. So for anybody who got it you're one of those quote unquote coons, but last time I checked, I asked a black guy what a coon is, and they can't really give me a definitive definition.
That's right.
Okay, real quick, I got a super chat question that I have, or statement I have on real quick, and Anthony can answer it after that. Whites are not holding the black down. The economics of this country is down because too many men are too lazy to go out and make their own dollars themselves. That's from Ron Burgess. Okay, Anthony, co-sign with the officer. You want to expound upon what he said? You got 2 minutes.
I want to expound on that.
Okay, go ahead.
What he's saying is correct, obviously. And then beyond that, I see all the time, you got little girls that get killed. Matter of fact, I think it was in Ferguson, Missouri, where you had a little girl sitting on her mom's bed doing homework, black girl now, sitting on her mom's bed doing homework. All of a sudden, here come a bullet through the door or through the actual wall of the house and kills her. Nobody really cares about that. It's not really a big deal. Down the street, you got a dope boy trying to fight with the police. He gets shot and killed in the struggle. And then there's a protest for him. What about the little girl that was killed by them same dope boys that got killed by the police? You see what I'm saying? Like it's an imbalance in what we are outraged about and what we are concerned about. You got little girls being killed and it's not really a problem. But when somebody want to fight with the police, got a long rap sheet and probably killed a little girl, oh, you want to protest about that. So I just wanted to add that to what he was saying. I'm not sure if that's what he was saying specifically, but I wanted to add that from my personal.
Do you want to see if that's what he's trying to say or what?
Oh yeah, I mean, do you agree, Officer Faulkner?
100%, because I've been in situations before where we had a murder. I've been in triple shooting homicides. Not one person wants to speak up. I put a guy in a Kimura due to the fact that he assaulted myself and another officer. And while I had him in the arm lock, he threatened to bite me. And I candidly told him, I said, if you bite me, I will break your fucking arm. So, luckily for him, he didn't bite me. But yet, you had 200 people out of nowhere, like paratroopers jumping out of everywhere. But yet, here's the funniest part. The anniversary to date of Mackenzie Elliott's death, a 9-year-old girl was shot on her porch, just like little Mackenzie, in the leg, shattering her femur. Who came up and said, we know who did it? Who said we're going to come up and say, we're going to find the shooter? Not one damn person. A year ago to that date, a 3-year-old died.
30 seconds.
So you telling me when people give me flack, and trust me, with all due respect, I get much more love than ignorant ass comments that BGS just spoke about. So, number one, if you're not a part of the solution in your neighborhoods, then you're damn sure part of the problem.
There you go.
Okay, Cerulean, you got 2.5 minutes, Cerulean. You've been patient. Go ahead.
See, my problem with conservatives just is the same problem that I have with liberals.
Okay.
And what happens is Negroes get to jumping on these bandwagons, right? And then they get stuck on them, not understanding that when whites who control the parties that they belong to, they switch those coats at the drop of a hat. You go to a voting booth, and I did this in the last election. I went to where they were doing the votes at, and I was standing out there, and I had a notepad, and I was asking them to say, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote Democrat or Republican? And the majority of the people that answered the question, if they were white, was I'm voting on the issues. Okay, that's what they say. It's not about conservative or liberal. So when you get the hearing you saying, "Oh, I'm a black conservative, but I speak against white liberals all the time," but a lot of white liberals are in the Republican Party. As a matter of fact, while the campaign trail was going on, I said, if you look at the moves Donald Trump was making to get elected, those were a lot of liberal moves.
Get 1 minute.
So these are just titles that they'll drop at they'll drop and they'll switch coats on a moment's notice at their convenience. And black folks, when they get to jumping on these bandwagons, it really does a disservice to the community as a whole. Me personally, the organization that I work with, we give a fuck about it all. We don't give a fuck if they get killed by the police or another brother. We give a fuck about it all. We take it to the streets on either occasion. And that's why even though what happened to Philando Castile was unfortunate, you still see Minnesota has, as far as the United States goes, has one of the lowest so-called black-on-black crime rates in the United States. Because we have other organizations that we also collaborate with to bring these brothers in so that they're not doing these things. And we give them programs. We give them teaching. And what do you not see at a lot of these functions? You don't see a lot of Negro conservatives. You don't really see a lot of Negro liberals there. You see a lot of white liberals there, But you don't see a lot of Negro conservatives there that so-called care about the black community. They care about it so much they thought enough about us not to show up.
Okay, Cerulean, breathe. Give him a chance to
Uh,
answer. Who's
right.
after Cerulean before he answers?
I don't know.
Anybody? But I know Edward's already ready to jump in, but you want to go after him, LAR, or you done?
Go after him. I go after
Okay,
him.
okay, Anthony. If you still have your train of thought, do you want to answer him?
Oh yeah. Okay. Now, first of all, I don't belong to a party. I say I'm a conservative, but that does not mean I'm a Republican. I think Stateman asked me earlier, "Are you a Republican?" I said I'm a conservative. You notice that I did not say I was a Republican. So, I vote on the issues as well. And I know that what Trump did during the election wasn't necessarily conservative or Republican. That's fine. I liked him.
And what are
he did.
you conserving?
I'm a conservative because of my personal beliefs, my personal views.
What are you conserving?
In other words,
are
you conservative? Are you libertarian? Where do you fall along the next spectrum? I think is what he's trying to say.
Well, I mean, really, I don't even really like labels, but for the average person to understand what I am, I just say conservative because that pretty much aligns with what I say. I say small government. I'm not for abortion, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, libertarian. Yeah,
I'm gonna say libertarian because libertarians, they don't really. Like the thing about me is that I believe in the war on drugs, and people don't really believe in that as far as a libertarian. So I don't say I'm a libertarian.
But I'm saying that's, in other words, I would say 90% of what you're talking about, you fall in that spectrum. You
could say that, but you could also say the same thing about Republicans.
Yeah,
so
I know
that's
a lot
what
of. I know a lot of conservatives that believe in the war on drugs until it comes to whites, who are basically running this campaign to get more treatment centers for white drug addicts.
That's not me.
15 seconds to
I mean, I live in a conservative state. We have Mark Dayton. He's a conservative. He actually voted against the bill.
Okay. All right.
To create more treatment centers because we can't afford it. We don't have any money to do it.
Yeah, that's true. Continue, Anthony.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna move past. All right. Now, at one point, I was a liberal. I voted for Barack Obama in 2008. I was a stomped down liberal. So, I mean, my views changed just as the issues, I felt like the issues in my life were changing. I was changing as a person. I changed. I'm not somebody just steadfast. I got to vote Republican. Nah, I'm not even that kind of guy. And as far as what you have going on, that's good, man. I say more power to you. But I've been in black business for about 10 years. I done put thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars in black men and women's pockets all over this area, Hampton Roads, Virginia, everywhere. It's signs that I put up in front of businesses. I done all kind of stuff for free, everything. This is what I've been doing for 10 years. And I'm 32 years old. So I did this out of college with no money. So this is what I've been doing. This is what I do. So when you say, oh, you don't see us there, okay, but we contribute in different ways. So the way you contribute is good, but my way should not be diminished. That's all I got.
Okay, LAR.
Oh, okay. First and foremost, I would just say that I don't think that liberalism or conservatism intends to help black people in general. So it's kind of difficult when you're on both sides.
If you really look at the overall scope of politics, conservatism is really neoliberalism.
Yeah, it is neoliberalism. That's very true. But LAR, is all you got, or is that it?
No, I was about to say something a little further, but
no, you can still got a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Going back a little bit, when we were talking about we have bad image problems, we do. I kind of find it ironic that Sopranos and Breaking Bad are not looked at as like Power and The Wire, and that's the image problem we also have, because criminality changes once you change the color, and we don't admit that we do that. It just as American culture. And even as the officer was talking about, the one thing I do know is the streets are murky. And I think one of the biggest problems is that we need to stop being assholes to cops, and cops need to stop being assholes. But in the middle of that, you got people who don't bother anybody on both sides, and you got people who are in the streets on both sides. And nobody ever ever actually fix their side. They're looking for the other side to do it, and that's not gonna happen.
Still got
So I'm done
30
now.
seconds. Okay, 30. Okay. All right. Who's next? And last round of questions for Anthony. He's been in the chair for quite a long time. Even though I know he's a big boy, he can handle it. But he's been in the chair for quite a long time. Last round of questions or comments for Anthony. Who's next? Is that it? Going.
I think everybody tapped out.
Yeah, Bueller.
No, I didn't tap out. Ain't nobody there.
No. Who's
I'm
next?
just listening.
Okay, who's next? Okay, last round of questions. He's been a sport, and we need to give him applause. Oh, go ahead.
Somebody in the chat room said Obama was a Marxist. Actually, he was more of a Randian. That's why he, kept the welfare going in his time. So
yeah,
he's more of a Randian than a Marxist.
He's a Fabian socialist, a classic Fabian socialist.
Yeah,
going all the way back to well, not even the Clintons, but really going back to I would say Jimmy Carter more than anybody else. He's more of Jimmy Carter than he is anybody else. And don't even give me about Obama. Obama is the Queen of England's boy, hands down. That's who funded. That's who funded him. That's who put him in office. That's who he helped start the Libyan war when they needed to. So I'm sure somewhere within the next 5 to 10 years he'll get his knighthood and be formally introduced. But anyway,
man, Obama spent 8 years in office and still didn't do nothing.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, okay. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me answer this crap. Okay. Let me get this fucking straight. Obama was sent in to do a fucking job, right? Obama. I'm in the chair right now. Okay. Obama was sent there to do this. Okay. Obama, number one, was supposed to be Hillary Clinton's vice president, but since the Republicans and the Democrats who are white screwed the pooch with the banking system and fucked up the worldwide banking system, the G20 was not fucking having it. We don't want any white liberals, or basically to the rest of the world. They're all white liberals. There are no conservatives in the United States. They're all white liberals, according to them. Okay, the reason, and I'm gonna say this to Anthony Bryan Logan: how do you know you're a liberal country or a conservative country?
I don't know.
Okay, if you're in a liberal country, if your bankers screw the pooch and they go to jail, you're in a conservative country if they get a bullet in the head, which is in 2006 at the World Economic Forum. 2008 World Economic Forum said that what the bankers did in the United States is a capital crime and they should be executed on the spot.
And I agree.
We live in a liberal country, so let's get that out of the way. But Obama, they didn't want any Republican or Democratic liberals in office, right? We wanted a different face. Africa wanted a different face. Obama was tapped. That's who they wanted. Plus, he had enough charisma to carry it. Now, Obama was there to do what? Keep the goddamn thing afloat. Keep your banking system from fucking crashing, which it is still on the verge of doing. Keep the United States afloat, keep them from rioting, keep people fed, keep people housed, whatever you need to do to get that done. That was his job, which he did. You're still eating. Now
he was the pacifist.
You're still eating. Okay, you're still eating, you're still working. Your economy is not working the way it should be, but it is still running. Your bank, there has not been a run on the bank since Obama has been in office. Now he did a few things that the military didn't like, which is start a Libyan war. That was his main mistake. But the thing is, the Queen of England asked for a favor. We need you to do this for us. Otherwise, France is going to go right down the fucking tubes, and the European Union is done, which is probably is already anyhow. But he did that for him. That was his only mistake, starting that war. But other than that, he did his job. You're still eating. Black folks are not for the most part, are not in the streets. Okay. He's been cutting. He started cutting immigration. He started deporting people long before it was even a mention. He did it quietly though. Nobody really even knew it. He's been cutting food, after they raised the SNAP cards to keep everybody alive, because one thing you do not want is people to start rioting. Hungry people do not go down easily. Okay. So he started tapering off the food stamps since 2013. He's been tapering Section 8. Everybody, so that's why I said everybody's jumping on Trump about cutting Section 8. What he's doing nothing more than continuing the policies of the last president, like every other president does. So people look at Republican, it's bullshit. Okay, that's number one. So they talk about if when Trump gets finished, and you really see how badly the position of the country is in, then you will get down and you will kiss Obama's black ass that you're still eating.
Exactly.
In all honesty, in one of my
No thanks.
A couple questions.
If when
That you
the
think
robots
black on black crime is a problem? When Obama had cut that shit off a long time ago.
Oh my God!
And blood running through the streets.
They threatened to cut off white folks' health care, and they're up in arms. They're ready to get guns. What do you think if they done? They cut off those doggone snap cards and they were hungry. They're not. I'll tell you something, Anthony. The country, the conservatives and the liberals are not afraid of black people. What black people will do? They're afraid of the hardcore poor ass white folks who Donald Trump actually was elected by. They're afraid of them. Those
watches ball.
Number one reason, because they believe in guns.
They believe well. There's a long history. Guns are white folks' religion, going all the way back to the 16th century.
Well,
they got YouTube videos where they just going around just showing all types of guns they got.
One at a time. One at a time. Who's first?
This is the one thing I always believed in. Black people, as a whole, have been talked out of their guns due to Christianity, due to liberal politics. We've been talked out of our Second Amendment rights.
No, you know what, Officer Charles? I'm in California. There's a reason that black folks don't carry guns, because they're afraid to get shot for carrying them. That's the reason.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. And then there's no shade on my black officers. Okay. There's no shade on my black officers. Okay. When a white officer encounters a black man with a gun, that is a dangerous situation to be in. So, and black people have to make a decision, even in gun carrying state. Do I want to get caught with it or without it?
I mean, look what happened with Ronald Reagan when he was governor of California.
Oh yeah, well I can't.
Black Panthers.
I know, I understand. So I can't blame him totally. What I'm saying is that all over the country, black people are afraid to. That's the reason they don't get behind it 100%.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Edward.
First of all, Leonard, shut the hell up in the chat. Leonard said this nigga got statistics to prove black men.
Get your black ass in the conference. I'll drop the link.
I'll drop off. Let me in.
That question. I want to answer that question.
But get him in.
The reality of the situation is, we know that there's some niggas that ain't shit. Ain't nobody disagreeing with that. But I mean, but the point,
it's a joke.
Okay, go ahead, finish it.
But my point is, you don't see black on black crime in like middle class African Americans, homes with a mom and a father. You don't see that shit like that. That's only for people that have lack of opportunities and poverty. Now, if we want to talk about how they play their role in generational fuck ups and creating that lack of opportunity, then yeah, that's a conversation that can be had. And I understand that. Some of that is the system, some of that is
Leonard Thompson. There's the link. Get your ass on the call and say it. And stop playing. Stop being a woman and typing in the chat. Be a man and get on.
Hold up. Someone else was in there. That's why you couldn't get on.
Say what?
Sorry.
Someone else was in the chat. That's why you couldn't get on.
The thing about this is, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of room when it comes to what Anthony is saying versus, because you should see, Anthony, you should see how many times, how many fucking liberals and welfare protectors that, like, not Obsidian, BGS is ethered, and we ethered in this chat. Like, we straight demolished those fools that's trying to protect welfare. So we agree with a lot more that I think this conversation has has had. But I just feel like there's this era of it. I'm not trying to blame white people, but there's a history here that has to be, taken into consideration. It's not, well, we assimilate and we act like white people are responding to black people. It's not that they just don't like niggers. It's just that it's what you're doing. You niggers are violent. And I get this era that's like you kind of co-sign. And that's what really
Oh,
gets
so,
my mind.
are you talking to Anthony, or who are you talking to?
Well,
I'm talking in general with black conservatives in general.
Well,
but see, here's the thing. If you
go
really
slowly.
if you really want to know what a black conservative is, all you have to do is read Dick Gregory's Political Primer, 1972. Okay.
But anyway,
hold on. Let him finish, Edward.
It's really just neoliberalism and blackface. Okay.
All right. My real question.
Back in the day, fuck who the personality is, who the head executive personality is. Doesn't matter if they're a Democrat or a Republican, a liberal or a conservative. All you have to do is see who is voting unanimously on the bills that basically put blacks at a disadvantage. The bills, especially bills like LBJ's welfare bill. And you will see that there's really no such thing as a damn liberal nor a conservative. And this is the problem that I have with black conservatives and black liberals, black Republicans, black Democrats. There's something that they switch coats at the drop of a hat to fit the bill. Whites vote unanimously on one thing. You didn't see not one Negro conservative vote against LBJ's welfare bill, even though they knew the 20-year the 20-year projections of it at that time. You didn't see one.
I got a question. I got one question that might kind of.
You got 2 minutes. Go ahead and respond, Anthony.
Okay. Now, how about the minimum wage law? How you guys feel about that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the black community? By having a law in general or by raising it?
Bad thing.
The fact that you have to have a law.
You're gonna have to have it. You're gonna have to have it.
The reason that you have a law at all speaks to the unsavory character of corporations. But if you did not have the law, you'd be at the complete mercy of the corporations.
So you're saying it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it speeds.
All you gotta do is go to Panera Bread and go.
I'm saying having no minimum wage law, considering the corporate climate, is better than not having a law at all.
So is it?
Hold on. It is a good thing because if it wasn't, you'd have Mexico.
Well, I'm referring to raising the law to
or you'd have Nigeria.
Okay, go ahead, Edward.
I'm just saying I was referring to, I don't know if Anthony was talking about this, but I was not referring to a minimum wage law in general. I was referring to raising it to $15 an hour.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think because you're in the middle of you're in the middle
wage.
Actually, you're going to get the universal basic income anyway. But I'm saying is I don't think you're going to make it to $15. In fact, the Council of Foreign Relations, which is very conservative, are the ones that actually put this forth to rebalance what was going on in the
globalist right there. CFR is globalist.
So
okay, who do you think is in office, boss? Who do you think?
I understand. Look, I understand.
Conservatives are.
I understand that you got people like that in office. So, like that's what I was saying to you. That's what I was saying earlier.
Who runs the corporations?
Yeah, I understand. That's what I was saying earlier.
I'm asking you a question.
I know you got guys like that in there.
No. Hold on. Fall back.
I know you have guys like that in there. I'm not denying that. I'm not even denying it.
Where do you see? Who are the Koch brothers?
Well, that's a whole different.
Brown and Root.
Look, what I'm saying is this. Who's
with money that's conservative to you? Name him.
I don't know.
Mad.
Name him.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not even worried about other people being conservative.
Anthony. Okay, I know you're not used to being on my hangout. Okay, but what I'm saying is, I demand people in my hangout to be smarter than that. Okay,
smarter than what?
Saying that conservatives don't believe in globalism is bullshit.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
did I say that? I didn't say that.
Council, when I say they're
I
all
said that
global,
the CFR are globalists.
they're all globalists.
Who's all globalists?
Everybody that's in power is a globalist.
Like who besides the CFR?
Name a person. Anybody.
I'm saying you saying all.
Name one. Name one.
I don't know. You're saying that they're all globalists.
They're all globalists.
But you're not able to name one.
Why do you think they call it conservative? Why do you think they call it conservatism? What do you think they're trying to conserve? They're trying to conserve power. Do you have any power that you're trying to conserve? Therefore, I think it's a dumb thing to be calling yourself a black conservative.
It's not about.
If you have no power, what are you trying to conserve?
That's like Cloud Anderson.
Did you get wind? Did you get wind of the Army college's report about American primacy? Is in trouble?
American privacy?
Primacy.
No.
First. Okay. Do you really understand what the military industrial industry is about?
Yes.
Complex is about. What is it about?
It's about trying to keep the dollar afloat.
It's about military actually going out and basically being able to inject industry and corporations all over the world through power.
Okay,
that's the real military
and
industrial
I knew
complex.
that right there, and I should have said something.
So what I'm saying is, both liberals and conservatives.
I mean, you guys don't really understand me though. Like me personally, I'm not somebody that just follows conservatism or Republicans blindly. Like I'm a kind of guy that does not believe in military intervention. So that's why I say I'm not a Republican, because people say, "Oh, you're a Republican, you got to adhere to all their core tenets," and I don't. That's why people try to categorize.
What I'm saying is, when I said CFR is a conservative publication,
okay, that's fine.
They're globalists.
That's fine.
Of course, they're globalists. They're all globalists.
I'm not sure if all can be the appropriate word to use here. A lot, yes, but all, I'm not sure if that's correct.
Well, then you need to do more research. The people in power are all globalists.
I mean, if you say so, I take your word for it. But
okay.
I don't think that to use the word all is appropriate. But I'll do a little bit of research and then I'll find.
Do a lot of research, boss. I've been doing this for 25 years.
Okay. Hey,
I'm just trying to throw olive branches out. See, I'm actually trying to be the nice one. Look.
what I'm saying is that as far as the minimum wage, you can look at back. It was, in fact, me and my buddy. He's a engineer for Ford. And if you look back, I think it was 2000, I want to say 10. It might have been earlier than that. They were talking about global rebalancing. You can actually look it up on the CFR. It's in Foreign Affairs magazine. They were talking about global rebalancing, and that's where the $15 an hour minimum wage came from. They wanted.
So that's what I'm saying. Like that's a bad thing. That's my point. That's a bad thing.
It's a policy. It's a policy.
Yo, y'all am I about to step in?
Go ahead.
Well, at this point, it's like even with the minimum wage out here, they are building houses. They are constantly building apartments for low income families. But even they understand that even with a minimum wage, they still won't be able to afford those apartments. And this is the biggest issue they had in Denver since I say about 2009, before I moved here.
Okay, well, global rebalancing for and the $15 minimum wage is actually for is because there was this basically all the jobs in manufacturing and everything else was going to the low wage countries, right? In other words, there was an imbalance.
Exactly.
In other words, eventually what's going to happen is that if you send all the jobs to Asia or China or wherever you send them, right, to low wage countries, and you send all the products back to first world countries, and with people that don't have jobs or can't afford the products, what's going to happen? You're going to run out of You're going to run out of customers, right?
Exactly.
So both sides said, okay, let's come together and figure out how can we do what? Balance it out. So they said, what is it?
Kind of like a reset.
You're like, well, it's a reset button. It's a reset button. So in other words, what is the amount of money that the minimum amount of money that people need to live on so that we can keep the global economy going, right?
Yeah, at
So
this point,
that's
at
what
this
it came
point,
up.
the minimum wage out here is $10 an hour.
Yeah,
Where's the money? Where's the money
That's
come
what,
from though?
huh?
Where's the money come from?
Where the money, depending on who you talk to bankers out of thin air.
I'm saying, but I'm talking about business to be able to pay their employees. Where does the money come from? Like, you know, you got boss man, you got the boss man, he owns the business, and you must pay his employee $15 an hour plus taxes and everything else. Where does that money come from?
It comes from one. It comes from taxes. Secondly, it comes from your people that are buying your product.
Taxes. So does he get paid? Does he get paid?
Okay. If nobody, if people can't afford your product that you make, what's going to happen to you?
I'm saying, but okay, here's my thing.
Answer the question. If people cannot, it's an old Henry Ford problem. If people cannot afford to buy the product, in other words, it's the circulation of money. You don't understand about the circulation of money, right?
But the money,
right?
to circulate money, got to come from somewhere first. Like if you're McDonald's,
it comes from people buying and selling.
Yes.
From.
Okay, if you're McDonald's and you're selling, 50-cent chicken biscuits, 59-cent fries. How much of that can you sell to be able to pay an employee $15 an hour plus Obamacare plus all the other benefits?
You raise the prices a bit.
All right then. So now you're making it more expensive for the person to buy the food. So you're saying that how are they going to be able to afford? You're making a lateral move. It doesn't make any sense.
In other words, it's a global problem. If people keep buying at their pocket, you keep them at $5 an hour, $10 an hour, and they can't buy anything, and the people and corporations keep moving the jobs to places where they can actually make it cheaper, so people can buy the stuff. What's going to happen to the jobs in the United States?
Well, that would make sense if like you're raising the prices. So you're saying, okay, since people need to be able to have money to be able to afford the price to the products, we're going to raise prices. So then they're going to be able to afford it because it's going to be more money due to me being paying my employees more money. Doesn't make any sense. You're raising the prices.
So you have to find, what do you have to find, Mr. Logan? You have to find a balance, right?
Okay, so if you're going to go from $7 an hour to $15 an hour, how are you going to be able to do that if you don't double the prices?
You don't have to double the prices. In other words, if you want to stay,
but how would you be able to? How would you do that?
Hold on a second. That means that you will have to take less profit.
Exactly.
so that you can stay in business.
What's the profit margin of a restaurant on average?
Okay. What is the profit margin of nothing?
No. But what I'm saying, what's the profit margin of a restaurant?
What is the profit margin of nothing?
Nothing, right?
What is the profit margin of a restaurant?
What is the profit margin if you go out of business?
I understand that point, but you can do the same thing if you raise your prices too high and nobody buys your product.
So in other words, you have to find a balance, Mr. Logan. Do you not?
What is the average? You're saying that we're going to raise the prices of products and you're going to take less money. So they're just going to eat that. So here's a question.
Hold a second.
How much can they afford to take less? The average profit margin of a restaurant is 4%. 4%. And most businesses, operate pretty much in the red, maybe the black, let alone the green. But you're saying they're going to take less money? Who would do that? Why would I invest my money to make like 1% profit margin at a McDonald's? I got to work and spend my $2 million in cash liquid to open the McDonald's to make 1% profit. How much sense that make? You're going to have less innovation. You got less job.
Hold on a second. How much do you make if you go out of business?
And you make zero. You make zero, but guess what? But guess what? It go the other way around too. It go the other way around. If you increase the prices and you can't afford to pay your bills because nobody's buying your product like they used to be, you got a business as well.
What happens if to the country, your country, if everybody all of a sudden your economy collapses and everybody goes out of work? How much money do you make?
Hey, you make zero, but see, you're saying it as if it's like a zero-sum thing. Like it'd be the same way the other way around.
It is a zero-sum game.
If you looked at it like, okay, McDonald's, you got 59-cent hamburgers. All of a sudden, you double the price, and then your sales drop to the point where you can no longer afford to stay open. You'll still be in the same position, making $0.
So you have to work out a balance, do you not?
But
But what's the
You know,
balance? You raise the prices.
in other words, McDonald's might lose a little money, but they're going to gain more customers because more people will be able to what afford their
They're
hamburger.
not going to gain more customers because the prices
Yes,
increase.
because they're not.
well,
Hold on a second. But they're not the only ones raising their wages, are they?
Who's raising wages?
That's why they call it a minimum wage. Everybody has to raise their wages.
Okay, and everybody got to raise their prices too. It's more of a
and
anything.
If the wages go up, so does the prices.
Exactly. So you made a lateral move, if anything. And then what about those that are on a fixed income or are unemployed? They would not be able to afford the higher prices. It doesn't make any sense. You would need to have lower prices, not higher prices. How are you going to have growth?
Okay, in other words,
have growth with higher prices.
Okay, what you're not understanding is it was a global idea to solve a global problem. Otherwise, your economy around the world will crash.
It doesn't, but it doesn't make any sense. But so the solution
because you have not studied it enough. You have not studied it enough.
I studied it. I studied
no,
it. Trust
you
me.
haven't.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I studied it.
Impossible.
Have you studied global politics?
Yes, I have. But
have you studied global finance?
We're talking about the minimum wage. This is what I know. I've been dealing with business for 10 years. This is what I do. Business directly. Seeing their books. I have an uncle that works for the IRS. This is what I know. This right here is my strong suit. You may be better at global politics, maybe. I think you are. You're educated, brother, and I give you that 100% respect. But you're talking about business and money and the minimum wage and all that kind of stuff. This is what I know.
What do you? Okay, if all your industries and basically most of your industries are fairly gone. If all your industries, if all of a sudden China, Vietnam, and all those other places decided to not play ball and drop their prices even more, and more of your industries go out, and you already have almost 100 million people that are out of work and can't find a job, and you increase that by 50%, what is going to happen to your economy?
Well, hey, it's going to suffer.
It's going to go away.
Okay, but how is that related to the minimum wage? I don't understand.
Because it's a deal.
I'll put it like this.
It's a deal made.
The people that work in that's the people that work in the Swedish McDonald's, right? They make what, like 20 or is it 20 euros an hour, and they have higher profits than America. So
but Sweden is a different country. Sweden is not America. Sweden is not the same
economics. Is economics.
And the money is different. It's not US dollars.
Economics is economics.
Look, you can work in San Francisco and make a certain amount of money, but you would not make the same thing in Kentucky. Obviously, different places go on different kind of economy.
Economics is economics.
Economics is economics.
So you're telling me that the same money that you can pay somebody in San Francisco, you pay them in Kentucky in the middle of nowhere?
It's 1 + 1. Is 1 + 1 = 2 the same all over the world?
Look, the cost of living in different places.
Answer the question. Is 1 + 1 = 2 all over the world?
Yes, but that's not
economics is economics. In fact,
economics is economics. Yes,
your economics is not American economics. It's actually British and German economics.
It's different in different places.
No, it's not. It's not.
Different economy.
It's not.
In the middle of nowhere, Kentucky. You're saying that a 2-bedroom house in New York City and Manhattan is going to be the same thing as the middle of nowhere, Kentucky? I mean, come on, different places.
Hold a sec. If people don't have jobs, if you lower the minimum wage to $5 in New York City, how many people are you going to have in New York City?
Say that one more time. I didn't.
If people make $5 an hour, $8 an hour in New York City, and they can't afford to live there, or you don't give them subsidies to be able to live there, what's going to happen in New York City?
Yeah, but see, that's New York City. That's what I'm
asking. Going to leave, and then you won't have anybody.
The location depends upon how much you're going to be able to pay.
Anthony, if you can't afford to live in a place, and New York City's rent is like $2,000-$3,000 a month, and you making $5 an hour, can you live there?
No, but you would not pay that kind of money because listen, the economy is different in New York City.
No, it's not.
The amount of money flowing through. Listen to what I'm saying. The amount of money flowing through New York City is different than Okaloosa, Alabama, or something like that. Nobody disagree with that. I mean, come on, that's common logic right there.
All I was saying is that where the $15 an hour came from. That's where it came from.
It came from what?
I'll refresh your memory. It came from the idea of global rebalancing, and
Okay.
where they came up with the idea of the $15 an hour minimum wage is from that, because they were going to make sure that China raised their wages up, and so that American products can actually be sold abroad. They can actually get back into the market, right? And they figured, okay, so we have this big disparity between low wage and high wage people, right? Where the money actually came from is basically you raise up the bottom and you compress the top. So in other
Okay,
words,
okay, I see what
hold
you're saying.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me
Okay, go
explain it to you. If you have people at Chrysler, the post office, wherever they're making $30 an hour, $40, whatever they're making, right? Those people will be compressed down. In other words, as these people age out, the people that are coming in at the bottom will make 13, 14, at the max $15 an hour. That is the idea of the minimum wage. So where the money comes from is not from the profits, more or less. Everybody's got to take a haircut in the profits. But the thing is that also the people that are making wages over the $15 an hour, they would age out, and you would start people at that central wage. That was the idea of the $15 an hour minimum wage. It's called global rebalancing, rebalancing all wages across the board. So that's how come you have like Ford and Chrysler and GM, which is way forward. In other words, we're getting rid of the guys making $35 an hour and having all these benefits where they're packaged, because it's not just the wages, it's the package that the guys have. Like a Ford guy making $35 an hour, but his hourly wage, when you add all the benefits, is like 100. So you slice all that down to the point where everybody's making $15 an hour. So that you don't have this disparity between high and low. You cut it across the board. And that's where you bring jobs back in, and you rebalance the wages. And eventually what will happen, like everything else, like economics, if people can't afford an apartment, everybody's making $15 an hour, what's going to have to happen to the apartment? It's going to have to come down, right? That's called global financial economic rebalancing. That's where it came from, and that is the idea.
I got you.
Okay?
So basically, what you're saying is that, okay, let's say China raises their wages, so then therefore that means the prices of the goods that they export are going to cost more. And then if that is the case, then you may have more, or you will have more jobs here in the U.S. that pay a good wage. Okay, and then at that point, you begin to have more money.
But they would have to have a certain wage.
Okay,
a wage for that to come back in, and that was the idea. It was never truly implemented because they couldn't, because it's a liberal country, you can't agree upon it, and so we have what we have now. Now what you're going to have is what? The universal basic income.
Well, we kind of getting way like deep in the weeds with the UBI, but let's look at the minimum wage.
It's real simple.
No. I mean, I understand, but I just want to stay on the minimum wage right now, so we can talk about that. Now, let's say that the minimum wage goes to $15 an hour. Now, that means everyone else has to get a raise as well, right? At a proportionate amount.
No. What it is that people at the top, there were factory workers, whatever kind of workers, they were making like your 30, $35, $40 an hour, because you had a lot of those people, right? That had been on the job a long time, right? They would age out, and the people that you would bring in to replace them would be brought in at what? $15 an hour, so you would make money on.
Oh boy! Oh, you sound like a communist right now. Oh my goodness! So everybody get $15 an hour. The doctor, the lawyer, the dentist. Is everybody get $15 an hour?
Okay. No. In other words, okay.
Oh boy!
Do you know what? Okay, because I don't.
I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I'll go through it for 5 minutes, because I've gone through this ad nauseum on my channel, because you don't really look at that kind of stuff on my channel. Socialism was. Why do you think capitalism and socialism started in the same place? Country? Why do you think that is?
I don't know. You got to tell me.
Do you remember the Luddites?
No. You got to let me know, man. I'm a newborn baby.
Okay. The Luddites were the ones that were smashing machines and smashing technology, because they were being forced out of their jobs, because they were craftsmen. They were doing stuff by hand, and the machines were taking their jobs, and they were smashing the looms and smashing the machines, right? And the British went to war with them for about, I would say, 35 or 40 years. They couldn't defeat them, right? So a capitalist went down into Germany and found who? Marx, right? Marx,
Okay.
we have a problem. He said, what? Okay, we have all these machines, we're making all these profits. And said, we only have one problem, is that the regular people, the regular workers are smashing the goddamn things. Okay, how do we get and we have more of them every day coming in and rebelling against the system? What do? Okay, bring your idea over here. It's called socialism. Socialism is the distribution of wealth. That's what
Oh
it
boy.
does. That's what it does. Okay, that's what it does. And that will give the people enough means and enough wealth and enough satisfaction that they will do what? Not wreck your economy, right? That's what it's for. So every country, and I went through this with what's his name on YouTube. I'm trying to remember. He's an economist. Every country that has a modern economy, industrial economy, has to have socialism. That is the oil that helps the machine run. Because if you do not have it, you do not redistribute the wealth, people will do what? They will wreck your economy. The economy they will destroy your machines. They won't buy anything. All that shit will happen, right? That's how come you have the unions are a socialist idea. Social Security is a social idea. Uh, Education, public education is a socialist idea. All these planks are socialist ideas because they needed to do what? Capitalism is the engine. Without the oil, it will not run.
Okay, but here's my question: who gets paid $15 an hour? Everybody?
But in other words,
is everybody? I'm asking the question: is everybody?
The idea would be not everybody's going to make $15 an hour, but
who makes it? Who doesn't?
The majority of there's going to be specialists that are going to make more money. There's going to be people that make a little less, but the wage that they settled on is $15 an hour.
Okay, so you saying that a factory worker or somebody that has like medium skills, they'll make 15. And same as somebody flipping burgers make 15 as well, correct?
Yeah.
So what's the incentive to become a slightly skilled factory worker? Why not just do the easier job, make the same amount of money?
If you have higher skills, if you're a technocrat, then you will make more money because your skills are needed.
But you're saying that if I'm a factory worker, hold on, you said that if I'm a factory worker and I'm slightly skilled, I'll make 15 versus flipping burgers for the same price. So why not do the easier job? What's the incentive to do the other job that's a little bit more difficult? Why not just
to live a good life?
I mean, it's the same money. Making the same money. What you talking about?
So because you need a job.
No. Let's say you have.
Hold on a second. How many burger jobs can you find? If you can find a burger job, you get it.
Listen to what I'm saying. Let's say you have. It's always multiple jobs available. It's not just like one job available.
No, it's not.
Okay, let's just say you have 2 jobs available. I'm surely there's 2 jobs available in the whole economy of the United States of America. So you got the choice between 2 jobs, flipping burgers or having a slightly skilled job, or you got to do a little bit of education and learn what you're doing. You're not necessarily like, Elon Musk, but you do an okay job. It's a slightly skilled job. So why do the more difficult job when you can do the easier job for the same amount of money? What's the incentive?
If the incentive is first come,
what do you perceive as the easier job, for one?
Come on, flipping burgers. Like, look,
flipping burgers is a hard job.
No, it's not.
I did it. Yes, it is.
I did it too. It's not hard. It's the easier job. It's brainless. I've done it. It's brainless activity.
So it's factory work. I've done them both.
Look, if you have a slightly skilled factory job, let's say you're dealing with, you welding or you soldering and stuff like that. That's not a high skilled job, but that's a slightly skilled job. You gotta know what you're doing a little bit. It calls for
welding is a high skilled job.
Okay, let's say you're doing some soldering, like on a circuit board or something like that. You putting together irons or something. Okay, why do something that's a little bit more difficult than flipping burgers? What's the incentive?
Because you need a job.
No, but let's say that you have multiple jobs available. Let's say it's 2 jobs.
You take the say there's 4. Say there's 4 jobs available. Okay, they all pay the same. Okay, the easiest job pays $15, and on down the line, right? The first person gets the job. What do you do next?
Nah, I'm talking about It's 2 jobs available to one person.
You pick
one
the
person
job.
can pick. You
pick
got the
the
choice.
job.
You got the choice to pick
here's
between
the
2 jobs.
issue. What you're not factoring in
Surely there's more than 2 jobs available to one person.
You
in an economy.
pick the easiest job, right?
Right. So what is the purpose in doing a harder job?
Because if that's the only job available, you take it.
But you have multiple options.
What you're not factoring in is that there's other individuals vying for those jobs. So then what it comes down to is skill sets in which companies have discretion. So you have to factor those in. So if somebody, if say the factory worker or the guy going up for a factory job and a burger job, and he decides to go on what you perceive as the easier one, which is the burger job, and you have somebody else that's also going up for that damn burger job, then it's going to come down to skill set. So what happens is the market the market calibrates itself based on skill, not on necessarily how easy it is.
I mean, you gotta look at it like this. Not just
nobody's going to go to college and take a lot of classes and stuff like that to become a slightly skilled person to make the same kind of money that a
black women do it all
worker
the
would make.
They are.
The reason why I worked at a fast food type place for a while is because I was in college. I knew I would not be there forever. The reason why I was in college learning is because I was going to get a higher paid job.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, I'm gonna make you king of the United States, right? You got 100 million people that are out of work and vying for jobs. They're lining up for any job they can get. They all pay $15 an hour. And you have 50 million, you have 60 million jobs to pay $15 an hour.
So it don't make no sense because
that's the issue, boss. It doesn't make any
that's what's coming down the pipe.
That's
2025. You'll be
do you read the not in the workforce labor stats?
It's communism because the thing is
Anthony, stop dodging the question.
Okay, what's the question?
The question is, I asked you, do you pay attention to the not in the workforce stats?
Yes, I do.
How many people are out of work? Can't find a job.
Workforce participation rate is around 68 or 69% total.
61%.
61
across the board. 61%. You have 200 million working adults. How many people are out of work?
You got a lot out of work.
You got 96 million people out not in the workforce, plus another plus another 10 million people that are unemployed. How many people are out of work? You can do the math.
So basically, you're saying the government should just come up with the minimum.
Anthony, answer the question.
What's the question again?
You have 96 million people that are not in the workforce and have 10% of the 10 million people that can't find a job that are unemployed, officially unemployed. How many people is that?
That's about 100, over 100.
There's 105 million people. So if I bring in 60 million jobs at $15 an hour, can I fill all those jobs?
I don't know. Who has a skill?
Come on, Anthony.
Who has a skill? That's I mean, people don't understand. Like you're thinking, you're not thinking about skill. Because you gotta have a skill to fill the job.
Anthony, answer the question. If I have 100 million people out of work and I bring 60 million jobs into the country, can I find people for all those jobs?
I don't know.
Come on,
because
Anthony.
what kind of jobs? Listen to what I'm saying.
Man, come on, man.
Like you're skipping this step. You're skipping this step because what kind of jobs are they? What kind of skills do they require?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter if they don't have a skill.
Do I have a body for all those jobs? Do I have a body for all those jobs?
Look, you got to. There's jobs available.
Whether I have to train them, whether I have to send them to school, do I have bodies for all those jobs?
Well, I mean, maybe at one point if they can learn the job and do it. Look, there's 5 million jobs. There's 5 million jobs available right now that are unfilled because they do not have the skill set to fill them.
If I bring in 60 million jobs at $15 an hour, will people take them?
I mean, if they can do it, like what kind of jobs you going to have?
I'm not saying will people take the jobs if they're available? Will they take them?
It's not like they would if they could.
And exactly, they would if they could, and that's the point. So it doesn't matter if one is a burger flipping job that's easier, you have a job that's
But
factory
see,
harder.
you're
Somebody
missing.
will take that
You're skipping the
job.
step. You're skipping
No,
the
I'm
step though,
not. It's simple.
because
I mean, we can get complex, but I'm saying that's simple.
nah,
People understand it.
you're skipping a step.
But
People get educated. They have
it
certain.
doesn't matter if you can't find a job. If you you have how many people that have master's degrees that can't find a job right now?
A lot.
I mean, I don't know, because what are their skill sets?
How many people? It doesn't matter. How many people that have bachelor's degrees that are working at for $10 an hour at Starbucks as a barista?
The reason why is because they don't have the skills necessary to be able to get more.
Oh,
And they
in other words, it doesn't matter. The thing is, if you have a job that your job is to put people to work.
Look, somebody asked me in the chat, what's up is missing? The step that's missing is the skill sets people have to do jobs and the certifications. You can't just do a job. You can't just be like, okay, here's a job, do it. You know, there's all kinds of jobs you got to have certifications. It's like truck driving. Man, but you can drive a truck with no CDL, with no ability to know how to drive. If you a midget, I mean, come on, man. Let's just be reasonable here.
Anthony, I'm trying to make it a simple case.
It's not that simple though, because you got to have skills.
Anthony, I'm trying. In other words, in math, in mathematics, calculus, whatever it is, right? You have a complex problem, but the thing is, you cannot teach people a theory or an idea on a complex problem. They'll get lost in the problem. I'm trying to make it poop but simple so we can get there.
All right. Okay. All right. So you're saying you can just bring you can bring half a 100 million jobs and everybody can fill them. Okay. So you're going to be able to train them. Who pay for that? Like, where's money going to come from?
That's not the question that I asked. I said, will people take the jobs at $15 an hour?
Oh boy, if they can,
man, they would take them jobs, man.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. I know. Okay, guys, I'm okay. I'm gonna leave them alone. Okay.
You're not gonna want to work at a burger joint. Nobody wants to work at a burger joint. Your job is more than just your pay. Your job is also a lifestyle. Working at a burger joint, working them long hours is different than working at a factory where you work a set.
Look, if I can go work at a burger joint right now, I do it. If they pay me $20 an hour, I do it right now. That's easy work. That's nothing.
So would you work at a burger joint from 4 p.m. to 10 o'clock versus working at a factory from 9 to 5? Well, you had the option. You both pay the same. Which one would you pick?
You said 4 p.m. to like 4 p.m. to 10 a.m.
No, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. versus 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Those hours get you
the 4 to 10 all day long. If it's the same amount of money,
you gonna work the night job.
Yeah,
I don't believe that. I don't believe you work a night job.
It doesn't matter if you do not have a job and you can't pay your rent and you can't provide. It doesn't matter what job it is. You will take it because you don't have one. And that's the point. It doesn't matter whether it's a factory job that's takes a little bit more skill or flipping a burger. If there's a job open, you will take it.
I just want to say this. I just want to say this. You can talk in circles. I'm gonna say this here. There's all kind of jobs in the United States that you got to have specialty skills for that you may learn from a young age that you may be naturally inclined to do. These jobs, you can't just say, okay, here's a job, take it. It's not that simple. Same thing with the police, fire, military, stuff like that, public safety. You know, these jobs have incentives to be able to go there and do it. A lot of it is the pay. A lot of it is because you want to do it. But at a certain point that the money has to
matter.
At a certain point,
it doesn't even matter. If they desperate for the job, they will take it regardless.
In fact, in some cities, some small cities, they pay cops at minimum wage at $15 an hour. They do. Some small cities that pay. In fact, there was one cop that got in trouble for doing something, and he was making like $14, $15 an hour. So
how about the military? How about the military?
BDF, can you do me a favor? Please point me in the direction of that place so I do not go there.
There you go.
Exactly. If I can find the
who's going to join the military if they pay minimum wage?
A lot of people that cannot find a job.
Actually, back when I joined, they were paying, the military was paying less than minimum wage.
Is that on a 24-hour? Is that on 24-hour pay?
It balances out because of the living quarters.
With living quarters, the food, living quarters, and a whole lot. In other words, a soldier, his pay doesn't reflect how much he costs.
Right.
They're gonna work the job versus the lifestyle. They're gonna work the job when they're pursuing a certain lifestyle.
Look, at the end of the day, the average person, they're gonna go for the easiest route.
Yes. Yes.
And that includes taking the easiest route through life when they're a young person. When you have all these programs that are available to somebody, what's going to be the incentive to say, you know what, I want to get in STEM and pay a lot of money? Ain't gonna be no incentive. You're gonna do the easy thing. You're gonna have
Can I ask the question to you and
a softer pool of people.
Go ahead, Charles.
Can I ask a question to BGS and Anthony?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think raising the minimum wage will basically keep people competitive? Like, will it keep them having the basically? I think what Anthony Brian Logan is trying to say, will it make the American citizens competitive?
What I'm saying is
correct.
That's a minimum. That's a minimum wage. That's a minimum wage for the average person.
But see,
Yeah, I mean, what do you think has kept America competitive all this time?
But you were saying that somebody who flips burgers would get paid the same as somebody that's a factory worker that has some skill. That is a
there's a difference between the last 50 years.
There's a difference between.
For instance, my fast food joint has a low price, but then I see my competitor and they have a lower price. Will I keep my price the same, or will I lower it just to keep up with them?
I don't understand how that is. How it relates to the topic.
In other words, if my competition has a lower price than mine, should I drop mine down to where I could compete with him, or should I keep my prices the same?
I mean, you're gonna try to compete. Hopefully, you try to compete.
In other words, what he's saying is, if you want to compete with China, or Mexico, or Taiwan, or Vietnam, should you drop people's wages down to $5 a day?
Nah, that's not where we live. It's not the same country. It's just not.
That's what he's saying.
Nah, I mean, it's just not like, I don't know.
What I'm trying to explain to you is the thinking behind global rebalancing and what they're trying to do and what they were attempting to do. Okay, there's not going to be a perfect solution, and that's minimum wage, and basically what's going to happen is that the people that are corporations, the people that are in business have to suck it up.
Okay? I mean, but what if they don't want to do that?
Well, then your economy will go to shit.
Okay, and so like, what's the point? Like, if they don't want to do it, then the economy goes down.
What if they don't want to do it? Just ask Kmart what happens if they don't want to do it.
No, ask if they don't want to do it. Ask Venezuela. Do you want to live in Venezuela right now?
No, Venezuela is going through a civil war at this moment.
So in other words, is experiencing the result of socialism, which you're trying to champion.
Which there's a whole thing is, what I'm asking is, do you want to live in an atmosphere like Venezuela?
A person in Venezuela told me that, sir.
Yeah. That's been going on for a long time. It's also is because that the United States has a secret money sanction against Venezuela, and also is because of oil prices have hit rock bottom. That's another.
No, it couldn't possibly be because of the structural adjustment programs or the sanctions or any of that. Yeah,
we're not going to get in. We're not really going to go there. Okay, we're still
principles that's killing Venezuela.
So really, we're trying to explain global rebalancing right now. Okay, what I'm saying is, do you want to live in a country that's going through a civil war? That's what I'm trying to say.
Not at all.
Okay.
That's socialism.
If your economy goes to shit, you will be in a civil war. You'll be in Venezuela, but a much bigger version of it. Do you want to live like that?
Hey, nah, that's why I'm saying that raising minimum wage is a bad thing.
Raising the minimum wage will not be the purview or the decision that's going to be made by the corporations any fucking way. If you're McDonald's or you whoever it is, Ford, post office, military, police office, whatever it is, if these motherfuckers tell you it's going to be a $15 minimum wages, that's what's going to happen, because that's the deal that they cut.
Let's look at where you had a minimum wage raised already.
It doesn't matter
in the U.S.
It doesn't matter because it's a global deal. Because if not, China, Russia, Europe will crash your banks. And have you ever been through a bank run?
I'm saying, so
have you ever been through a bank run?
But nah, I was asking you a question
have
before.
you ever been through a bank run?
Nah, I was asking you a question before about the minimum wage.
If China pulls your dollar right now, what is it? Chase Manhattan, Bank of America, all those banks go underwater. What happens to your economy and your money when that happens? You become Argentina overnight. Do you want that to happen to your country?
That's an unrealistic thing, because if they do that,
no,
they're gonna kill themselves.
No, it's not. Well, they're willing to do if you're not willing to play ball with them.
Yeah, so they're gonna kill 1.3. Come on, like it don't make no sense.
Yes, they will.
So they're gonna kill their own country for what?
So are you? Even if they do, are you willing to take that chance with your country?
I mean, if that happens, then the whole world is over. So I mean,
are you willing to take that chance with your country?
Nope.
No. I'm asking. Are you willing? Okay. Are you willing to take that? Take the chance that they're bluffing with your country?
Bluffing about what?
if they will pull the dollar and crash your banks, are you willing to take that chance?
Why would they do that?
It doesn't matter why they do. Are you willing to take that chance?
I mean, but if I don't know why they're doing it, then what chance are you talking about?
Are you willing to take that chance?
But what chance are you talking about if I don't know why they're doing it?
In other words, if they pull the dollar, and they could easily do it tomorrow, if they decided to cash in the dollar, cash in all the balance of payments, because they're not even counting the balance of payments. They're going back 20 years. All the bonds, the $1 trillion of bonds that they could throw in, or all the dollars that they have stored up, and if they decide to throw all that in, and your banks go underwater, which they're already underwater, then they crash and they have to close up. Are you willing to take that chance with your economy?
What chance are you talking about? Because you're saying they would do that, but why would they do that? What chance are you talking about? I don't understand.
If it's real simple, if you're not willing to play ball with them and come to an agreement
about what?
About global rebalance, in other words, fixing the global economy. If you're not willing to do that, and they said, okay, we're off the system, we're off the dollar, we're going to throw back all your dollars. Good luck.
So how would I play ball with them? What's the requirement for me to play ball?
In other words, if negotiate. In other words, they said, we're going to raise our wages here because your Americans can't buy enough, or basically the balance of payments is getting too high, and we'll raise our wages here, you'll lower your wages there, and we'll meet someplace in the middle. That's the agreement. So in other words, and if you don't do that, what we're going to do is we're going to just make all your banks insolvent all at once, which they can't do that.
Okay, now if they do that, they're going to kill their own country. So why would they do that?
They're willing to do it because they're willing, just like a nuclear survivor. They believe they can survive and you can't, even if they're wrong. Even if they're wrong, are you willing to take that chance with your economy?
I'll take the chance because they ain't going to do it. I play chicken.
You're a better man than most people.
Yeah. They're not going to do it. They're going to kill their own country. It makes no sense. Why would you kill your own country to kill somebody else? They're not dumb people over in China. Why would you do that? It makes no sense.
Okay.
Well, why would they do that? Because if they do that, then that means that they would have the chance to dictate policy on your business. So they don't mind killing. They don't mind killing you and wresting the control in the policy.
The reason that they figure, okay, if I'm a Chinese and I'm basically I've been studying the Chinese for like 30 years. Okay, if I'm a Chinese and I'm looking at this and I'm threatening this, I'm looking at, okay, we're both jumping out of a window. Okay, I'm jumping off at the 10th floor. You're jumping off at the 30th floor. Who has a better chance of survival?
Hey, let's see.
The person on the 10th floor.
Yes, and they figured let's see. We know that you won't.
Come and get it. We got nukes. You got nukes. What's up?
It's not a war.
Oh yes. Oh yes, it will be at that point.
Oh, you're gonna.
Oh yes. Yes, it will be.
So how are you gonna go to war with no money?
Because we won't go to war. That's a problem.
How are you gonna keep your troops fed?
So you're gonna threaten to nuke China.
Hey, if it must be, it must be. But it won't even get to that level. That's what I'm trying to tell you. because they're not gonna kill their own current. They're not dumb.
Before China gets nuked, they'll launch theirs at the same time.
You know, it's funny because they said the same thing about Stalin. You know, oh, they're not going to kill his own country.
Yeah.
I guess I guess they never learned anything from the Stalinists.
The Chinese have done it before.
No, they've done it several times.
Several times, yeah. We haven't.
Well,
the Chinese will
See,
suffer.
the Chinese will do it just to restructure.
Yeah, the whole globe.
You know,
yeah, they will do it. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, they will do it. And then
and they play with the nukes. They already know what time it is. That's called mutually assured destruction. They ain't gonna do that.
Why would they nuke you?
Because it's gonna be a war at that point.
Why? With what money?
Because,
With what money?
Okay, so if it ain't gonna be no war, then what's up? Like,
okay,
we're not gonna just say okay, you can just have the money.
Let's play devil. Let's play a game of risk, because you haven't studied this stuff. I can see that. If one day they pull all the money, your banks crash and people cannot get to their money, they can't eat. They start. First of all, what are they going to do if the money is if the money is gone? What's the first thing that people are going to hit? That's the first thing they're going to go after.
Food.
Supermarkets, right?
Yes.
You know how many days of food in a supermarket is there?
3.
So you have a full-scale riot over all your major metropolitan areas. Are you ready to go to war at that time?
I mean, hey, if it's gonna be, it's gonna be. We are over there anyway.
I ask you a question. You're the king of the United States.
At that point, you're gonna
gear up to go to war against 2 superpowers while you have riots in your major cities.
I mean, if that was happening, which it wasn't, then it'd be no choice. It'd be the point of no return.
They did a experiment in Georgia with snap cards. Okay, remember that? When all of a sudden the snap cards didn't work in Georgia, what happened? And they did it for less than a day. What happened?
It was a problem.
It was a big problem, right? That's one little area in one little area outside in a small city with snap cards. What happens when there's a bank holiday and people cannot get their money all over the United States? What's going to happen?
Then a boycott will be accentuated.
What's going to happen, and how do you solve it? What's your scenario? What do you think is going to happen?
It wouldn't get to that point. That's my.
No, I'm not saying if it does. We're playing a game here. If it does, what's going to happen?
I'm not really sure.
No, you're not sure. You need to study more then. Anything? Okay, let's go on. We've done this enough. This cow is atomized right now.
I'm just halfway asleep. That's all.
Huh?
I'm just halfway asleep. That's all.
No, man, you don't know. Okay.
No,
I mean, you got it. You win.
No,
that's not even a deep
it's not about.
It's not about.
It's not even about winning. It's about you because you're gonna listen to this. You're gonna go back and you're gonna study. That's what I want.
Right. All right.
Okay. Anything else on the board? I do this all the time, so you're not the first.
I'm good.
You're not the first. Oh, Venezuela Part 2 gonna happen. You're probably right, Klaus. We haven't even talked about women in this hangout. That's a first. And
what a shocker!
Everybody else is gonna be happy, man. This is like old school BGS, man. Back in circa 2016, we used to do this all the time. But then lately we've been talking about women, and people have been complaining because this is old school BGS. Trust and believe, boss. In real life, as far as I'm a Pan-African, in real life, me and my particular amateur think tank, we've been circulating these ideas, man, since 2003. So I'm this is what we've been studying when I was really doing it for 25 hours a week, reading articles, reading books, studying this kind of stuff for a better part of 11 years. So you're behind the curve as far as I'm concerned. It's just a matter of that I am a little bit ahead of you. I used to trade currency. I used to trade commodities in from 1994 to like 1999. So that gives me some a little bit of input. Do you know who Craig Hewlett is?
No.
Okay, Craig Hewlett is pretty amongst the the right wing especially, but back in the day in the mid 2000s, he was a pretty popular geopolitical analyst. Still is. He's written several books. He's still on several radio stations. In fact, he's on coast to coast maybe like 4 or 5 times a year. Okay, he's been doing that for 35, 40 years. I studied under him for about 12 years. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. I gave you a real world scenario, exactly what could happen and why they choose to agree rather than disagree. It's not about taking on somebody else. It's about keeping your economy alive, keep your people fed, because you got 340 million people to worry about. You ain't got time to haggle over where the minimum wage is. Basically, it means keeping your economy alive and keeping people fed and keeping your job easiest way possible. They will fucking make you force the $15 an hour minimum wage on you, and you will like it. And that is real authoritarian capitalism, and that's the way it works. Liberals don't realize capitalism works better under authoritarian rule. Germany proved that back in the 1920s.
Let's talk inflation next time.
Huh?
Let's talk inflation the next time.
Well, the thing is, you can't talk inflation right now. Doesn't exist. They're worried about deep. You ever heard the term pushing on a string?
I heard it.
No.
Yeah, I'm asking Anthony. You never heard the term pushing on a string. In other words, the Fed has been trying to inflate the economy for the last 8 years unsuccessfully. Deflation. That's how come all these products that you see that are cheap, flat screens and all this stuff, are undervalued, way undervalued. The reason is nobody can buy them. That's how come you have to basically beg people to buy cars and get so that the banks can make money, because nobody can afford the goddamn things. Okay, the problem you have is deflation. You got 100 million people that you do not have jobs for, and automation is coming. Okay, and it's going to hit the top end and the bottom end. So at the very minimum, you're going to have another 40, 50 million people out of work. That's half your more than half your adult population. What do? You're going to have to figure something out. This is happening all over the world. That's how come the UBI and all that crap has to come in, because of several reasons. One, you're going to have an automation arms race that's going on as we speak, and I've been documenting that for a year and a half, and most people thought I was full of shit when I said it a year and a half ago. Now they're realizing that it's coming a hell of a lot faster than people think. So all the people that
they're projecting 2025.
They're hoping for 2025. They're praying to God that things do not fall apart before then. Yeah. So in other words, the universal basic income will not be ready till 2025, because they're testing the goddamn thing. What happens if, in the meantime, can they make it to 2025? They pray to God. Number one, they pray to God that they can make it. They pray to God that the UBI will actually work. And the only reason they're doing this is because they have no other ideas. You don't have no other ideas. This is it. This is the best that the best minds can come up with. And that, if that doesn't keep people up at night, it's not that whether UBI will work or not, or whether we like it or not. Will it work? And they don't have any better ideas. And if you have 6,000 of the richest people in the world with the best minds working for them, toiling day and night, and they can't come up with a better idea, we're in fucking trouble. That's what people don't realize. That's what I'm trying to say. People, oh, that's communism. You better fucking hope it works. Because if you don't, and this system does crash, you're going to lose 40% of your population within 2 years. They're going to starve to death. Because the only thing keeping this globe alive, these 7.5, almost 8 billion people alive, is the system that it's built on. Because before that, and Fabian Socialist will tell you, before the Industrial Revolution, there's only 500,000 people on the planet. All these 7.5 billion people that we see here are a result of the climate that we have built all over the world. If that goes away, how many people die? What's going to happen to each individual country? We don't know. They better hope that it works. They hope they know what they're doing.
They know by looking at the Lenin era. If it turns into that, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Oh man, well, I don't think I don't. If I actually got myself into that dark place and I read this shit constantly, man, I couldn't get up out of I literally couldn't get out of bed in the morning. I literally couldn't.
No, it does. It does cause some trauma onto your brain. I mean, I took a break from it for like a year.
Well,
just becomes so fucking compressed with information.
Man, I came to YouTube, man. I came to YouTube in 2013, because I got tired. I got tired of all this stuff coming. In other words, there was no hope going forward. Either we're going to die of a nuclear holocaust, the whole thing was going to crash, and basically everybody, 40% of your people were going to starve to death. So I said that puts you in a dark place. I said, let me focus on something different. So that's how I come on YouTube. I'm doing this, I'm doing that, because to really delve into that stuff, you will get into a very dark place very, very quickly, because the chances of the human race going forward past this period is a small chance. If we get through it and we get past it, automation, the UBI, workers co-ops, smaller communities, growing food, all that stuff is possible, but you got to get past this period, because people will work under the UBI. There's tons of things that you can do: growing food, desalinizing water, building your communities. All kinds of things are possible because the technology will allow it, right? But the thing is, you got to get past this period, and the countries have to all agree and line up and agree, because if they don't, it's going to fall apart. If it falls apart, then you're gonna have real problems, and the future will look very, very ugly. And I have to focus on just giving out the information, because if I didn't, I'll get in that dark place, and then I couldn't get out of bed in the morning because it would be so depressing. In fact, people at work don't even like talking to me when I talk about this stuff, because they walk away and they're depressed for a week, so they avoid me.
I've been there.
Because people don't think this real. We argue about conservative, like Donald Trump. I don't really give a shit about Donald Trump. Okay, really, about politics in the United States, because politics in the United States don't drive anything any goddamn way. Okay, like NAFTA. People thought that we were gonna get out of NAFTA. That's bullshit. I knew that was bullshit when it happened. Motherfucker, what are you gonna do? Just hand Mexico over to China to have Chinese and the BRICS under your border? You'd be an idiot to do that shit. That's tactically insane, right?
Yeah.
So this is the kind of time so when Donald Trump says something, Republicans say something, I just laugh, because you're not running anything anyway. You don't run shit.
Nothing.
You don't even run shit. The G20 and World Economic Forum, they run shit. Those are the people you take orders from. So the money
even more so the World Economic Forum, because that's where your policy is going to come from anyway.
Yeah, that's where it comes from. So UBI, they said, well, the UBI will never hit the United States. Okay, they tested it in like 3 or 4 cities. Okay, they're testing it. It'll never come. People will never agree to it. You will if 90% of your people are out of work, and you cut social programs, because they have to cut the social programs. They can't continue to actually expend all this money, all these taxes, and running up this credit card, because it's not even taxes that you're spending. You're running up the credit card to keep people alive and keep people sane long enough to where you can figure out something. That's all it is. So eventually you're going to have to taper that off. That's what they're doing now. Obama was already doing it. Donald Trump is just going to accelerate it. And so now what the military said, Okay, American primacy will fix this stuff. We'll force people to go back, to force things back the way they were. That's what they say. Give us the money. Fuck the in the short term. Fuck the social programs that keeping people from rioting in the streets. Give us the money. We'll have full spectrum dominance. We'll force all these countries and all these actors back in their place and get America back to where it was. And then we can bring back in the money and the jobs and whatnot, and we can fix the society. That's what they're thinking. Okay, which has a almost a nil chance of working. Chinese don't care. Chinese said we'll take over. Well, they've already taken over, but they said we were perfectly willing to assume the globe in 2035. That's what they were saying. So if you force the Chinese to wait another 10 years, that's fine with them. But you will have expended a hell of a lot of money to do something, and in 10 years, it's going to reset back to the way it was, and only worse. So the only way that everybody's going to make it through is with cooperation. Hopefully they do it. If not, move in the middle of nowhere, hopefully like a rainforest in Brazil or Guatemala, where away from everybody that has a gun, or get on your knees and pray to your creator that this shit actually works, because it's out of your control right now. It is what it is, and that's the aspect that I come from. I document this shit. Cerulean can tell you I document this shit every day.
Yeah.
All the time, constantly. And this is just the stuff that people can take, because this dark shit, if I posted this dark shit on my channel every day, I'd have no subscribers. I mean, none. Because the real dark shit that's really happening behind the scenes that I can document, I can document, because you already had 2 bank runs in Europe already. And the only reason that they're afloat, that you don't have more in Europe, banking system is still afloat, because they're pumping money into them. Hopefully they're telling the truth about the stress test in the United States. I don't think they are, but they might be.
ABGS.
Well, you'll see it in about 3 to 5 years if they were lying.
Okay. Well, I hope it takes that long. What is it, DC?
About the dark stuff. Can you start posting videos, or do you intend on posting more videos, or do you want to make a channel?
Do you guys really want to start posting dark stuff? You really want to see that?
I'm the type of person, I have to know what's going on. I can't help it. I don't care how bad it is. I have to know.
Okay.
Okay, I won't back back.
Okay, let's put it this way. If they're telling the truth, okay, when the crisis happened, the reason you're at 0% interest, right, is because if you know anything about banking systems, and I think Anthony's probably asleep, you know anything about banking, right? The way banks make money is the spread, right? The difference between what they get from the Fed to actually borrow money or borrow backup money, and what they charge for interest, right? So in other words, at 5%, nobody had any jobs. They couldn't make any money at 5%. So they have to basically lower it all the way down to 0. Basically, give them money so that their fractional reserve rate would go down. It was 30 to 1. Okay, that's way too high. It has to go down to 12, right? How do you get it down to 12? You got to give them reserves. They had to make money, right? That's like when Wells Fargo was caught cheating. They need money, right? They got to make money. They got to bring the stuff down, right? So hopefully they're down to 20 to 1. But the thing is, if you think about fractional reserve lending, that means your bank is underwater. So any disruption in the money supply where they can't make money, that puts your banks at risk. And if people get wind of it, they get spooked and they make a run on the money, everybody wants their money. Yeah, chasing one branch. They're making them withdrawals, and then people will get scared, and like little rabbits, they want cash, and the whole system will go in about 2 days. And most of your money is electronic. What happens when you go to slide your ATM card in?
Nothing's there.
And nothing's there, or you basically spit it back out. And
so
that could,
BGS.
yes, sir.
One question.
Yes, sir.
One, do you expect anything traumatic to happen in the next 10, 15 years? Somewhat of like that, or are you already in survivalist mode because of this?
Okay. It could have basically. It's a miracle, and I have to give Obama credit. It's a miracle that it hasn't happened already.
So should people just get their guns and start stocking them now?
And okay. In this kind of climate, if you're in the urban area, guns are not going to do you very much good. I mean, temporarily it will, but the thing is, when it comes down to food and water and that kind of stuff, your gun's not going to protect you from them burning your house down.
Oh no.
Okay.
Because I've pretty much figured out that most people in the urban environments are pretty much, fuck beyond recognition anyway.
Yeah. And
Within
the thing is,
72 hours.
the thing is, with 312 million people, how far away is far enough?
You never are.
And that's the whole problem. And then if you're in survivalist, so basically the shit hits the fan. Survivalist, and correct me if I'm wrong. So you guys are Army guys. How long do you think that's good for?
Roughly.
I'll
say roughly 72 hours in a city.
You said how much, Faulkner?
And that's being generous. 70.
Yeah,
I mean, 72 hours.
because it'll take that long for them to empty all the grocery stores and stuff like that, or where the food is.
Well, it's going to take about a few hours. I mean, it depends on how quickly any information's been dispersed out. If it's like mass panic, you got like what, 12 hours?
Yeah, and first thing is, you have to be on the road and ready to go and have a place to go within, instantly. You got first thing you got to do when you're first here to get the fuck out of the city, right?
Well, I would say you would have to be on the interstate within 6 hours of hearing it.
Yeah.
After the first 6 hours, it's over. You're not leaving that city.
Yeah.
And then let's not talk about how many gangs have come out of because of that.
Well, gangs are the least of your problems because there's not enough of them. We're talking about hungry people.
And hungry makes desperate folks?
Yeah, hungry makes desperate measure. Desperate measure. After 3 days, if they know food's not coming in 3 days, it depends on the faith and will of the people that you're dealing with. And in the city, that's not going to last very long. So the gangs are the least of your problems.
I mean, don't think they won't kill over food rations.
There won't be any food rations. Yeah. Oh well, yeah. If they know you have them.
In the words of Martin Lawrence, people will beat your ass over a ham sandwich and half a Coke.
Yeah, and they know that, and that's what I'm saying is that's what I was trying to tell him. If the banks all of a sudden you get a run on the banks and they know there's no money, your next visit is to the supermarket, and if there's no money there, you're going to take it. And once that's empty, then basically have a emergency situation all over the country. You cannot fight a war under those circumstances.
Because starving people are desperate, and I mean they'll do anything and everything. The only issue is to nuke or to commit genocide.
Well, that's true. And the thing is, with your service people, how many service people are going to go ship out and knowing that their family's in dire need?
They won't.
They won't.
Yeah, you're gonna have a mass mutiny.
Have a mass mutiny. Yeah. So in other words, what I'm saying is, I wasn't trying to beat up on him. I was trying to get him to think. That's why I was asking him questions. He kept saying, "I don't know." Time to go figure it out. Because everything I gave him is real world. He said, "Well, it's not going to happen that way. This is real world, boss. This is the real world we live in. I mean, now."
And the real world operates on Murphy's Law.
Oh man! I hope Murphy lives a good long life. He doesn't visit us. Okay, but I'm saying this is the dark stuff that's on the table. This is what is going on behind the scenes. They dress it up like the UBI is going to be wonderful and people are going to live a wonderful life. Bullshit! You can't figure anything else out. It is what it is. In other words, everybody owes everybody money.
Hail Mary.
It's a Hail Mary. It literally is. Your banks are barely creaking along as it is. Your financial system's barely creaking along. Plus, you have an automation arms race where China, Russia, Europe, and whoever is building shit at lightning speed. Okay,
It was
and,
it
and
was funny because somebody in the chat actually asked the question: Do
well,
you
what
think
was
that they would have? Do you think they would have robotic cops or anything like
they don't
that?
need
I'm
you don't
like,
you don't need robotic cops for the man. You got drones will do just as well as a robotic cop. In fact, better.
exactly.
The
I
reason you
mean,
need reason you need human cops is because they need to interface with people.
Well, it's just
Robots
like
can't do that.
it's just like Jack Ma says.
Yeah.
Robots are good at processing. Humans are good with wisdom.
Yes.
So.
That's why you need cops. Peace officers are there to solve problems, human problems. Machines can't do that. For police action, like a robot or a drone can get a person out of the building better than a cop can. As far as
or a
killing.
grenade with or a
No,
grenade with a pin still in it.
no. If really really, if they really want to release the technology, if I was doing it, if somebody barricaded in a building, right? I seen a little mosquito drone with say Sentinel on the tip, right? Because Sentinel will put him out within what, seconds? And send
Yeah.
a little mosquito drone with a little drop of Sentinel on the tip, fly in where he can't see, sting him on the neck, and wait about 2 minutes and go in and get him. Problem solved. That
Or
can be
even a
done.
swarm of them.
If you want to be, redundant, all it takes is one. What I'm saying is you have that level of technology right now. If a cop can't do that, 255 cop with wisdom and size and arm to the teeth can't do that. A little mosquito drone can do it and put him out within a few seconds and be done with it. If you really wanted to do it that way. So what I'm saying, a cop is not there for that kind of situation. He's there to do what? Solve a domestic problem. Get a knucklehead off the corner without hurting
He's
him.
there to do. He's there to deal with human issues.
Exactly. A robot can't do that. So you cannot replace a cop.
It's funny because I had a discussion with somebody a few months ago. They were like, "Why don't they make robots for the military and for the police?" I said, "Because a robot does not have the discretion to say shoot or don't shoot within a second."
I
Think
mean,
about it.
you can have a drone do it. You can put a drone soldier out there, which
But
that's the reason you don't have a full scale. That's the reason they're not putting a full scale armies out there in the field. It doesn't make any sense anymore because automation or technology will do it better for that in that sense.
and we're not in that doctrine of war anyway
No,
anymore because you got to think about it. We're in the urban warfare, unconventional war doctrine.
yeah, and basically, for the most part, it's just controlling people and holding land.
Psychological.
Yeah, because robots don't hold land. Soldiers do.
Yeah.
Because you basically after you deflate a population, you got to police them. That's what soldiers are actually there for.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's basically what we're doing
yeah,
in Iraq. We just policed them.
well, you
And we
police
gave
it,
them
yeah,
better shit that they had before.
yeah. That's what you're doing because you're trying to pacify an area and police it. That's what soldiers and cops are for. So that's a different function. But as far as controlling the population or killing the population, there's lots of ways they can actually do that if they really wanted to. But that's not what they want to do, and it doesn't
I mean,
serve their purpose.
They got stuff in the archives that basically make it look like you got a brain aneurysm.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they have stuff to kill. Like I say, there's tons of stuff that they can actually do. If they just want to outright kill you, like I said, a mosquito drone with a drop of Sentinel on its tip and inject it into your veins, that will kill you a lot faster than a bullet will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, there's ways to do things. What I'm saying is they're not going to replace cops. There's lots of things that they can do. But the thing is, you're not trying to do that. They're trying to keep their civilization and their populations alive because it's their society. That's their job, regardless of what we think about them. You say, like you said, oh, CFR is globalist. I said, come on, dude, they're all globalists. Okay, stop playing. They wouldn't be in that position if they weren't.
The reason why they're globalists is because it's most money.
Well, because it's a global, because the United States set up a global empire. That's what they did in the 50s. And that's what they wanted. They actually solidified it in 1989 when in 1991 when George Bush said the New World Order. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's why I knew the direction that he was gonna go the moment he opened up his mouth, and then and this is funny. I was just watching some clips of Steve Coakley.
Mm-hmm.
He was on CNN back in the '90s, and one of the interviewers asked him about what about the violence in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah.
I went back about 10 years in the '80s.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked that same thing to Brian Gumbel.
Mm-hmm.
I went back another 10 years. They asked that same thing to Ali in like 1972.
Yeah.
They asked the same thing of Dick Gregory in like 1968 about Chicago. Like,
yeah.
It's a massive deflection. Like this guy's trapped in old world politics. Understanding
the whole, he's not understanding the full scope. And like I said, I wasn't trying to embarrass him. I wasn't trying to. In fact, I was trying to go easy on him. Think, man. Think. You're trying to win. I'm not trying to beat you. I'm trying to get you to think.
Yeah, with me, man, I deal with that in the community, man. I deal with dudes just like him, man. It's just like man, I have to go in on these guys. Like we had a guy come in from Minneapolis, and matter of fact, he leads a church out there, and he told us in a meeting, we tried to have a cordial sit down with the founder, seeing if we could do some kind of collaboration with them. And this guy said his views on Philando Castile, that he brought it upon himself, and he was asked to explain himself, and his response was, everybody brings it on themselves. The way he said, what did he say? Your thinking dictates your reality.
Oh, good grief. I mean, you know what? The thing is, I was angry about Philando Castile, and when I found out later, and maybe the Officer Faulkner can clarify this. You have a felony stop, right? A guy is is a bank robber, right? That's why he stopped him, right? Why do you approach the car like it's a ticket, right? If he has a gun, you don't know. You do not approach the car. You get on your
phone. That's the fallacy. See, that's the fallacy. This is the reason why he was forced to resign, because they tried to say that in his official report, tried to say he fit the description of somebody that they were looking for.
Yeah.
But in the traffic stop, doesn't mention any of that, but talks about the tail light, right?
It's stupid. The thing is, if you think a guy fit the description, you do not approach the fucking car. You do what everybody does. You pull up, you draw your gun, you stand behind your doors, you get on the bullhorn and say, get out of the car, walk backwards. Simple. Everybody walks away alive. Yeah.
See, a lot of times, I don't know, some people just adrenaline rushes, and you go off of instinct, which is, you can't, like I tell people, stupid shit is stupid, and I'm not going to call the officer stupid, because like I said, a lot of people, till you get into that incident or you get into that situation, you know what you would do.
No, that officer specifically.
Let me finish this, really.
If it's a felony stop, number one, I got strength in numbers. I got all the time in the world. If it's a felony stop and he gets away, let him get away. Because guess what? I got years to catch you. If I don't catch you, you got over 180,000 law enforcement officers in the country that will. And safety, number one, like I told you when I answered the question when the guy talked about, do you believe in blue life or black life matters? My life matters, because guess what? I got to defend my life in this situation and keep me safe as every possible turn. So guess what? If letting you go minimizes danger to myself or the citizens around me, just like we have cars, and sometimes the supervisors will say, hey, keep on them, depending on the level of the incident, or they're going to be like, call it off. because it's not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people think, oh, y'all so gun ho. No, we're not. We're concerned, number one, with the safety of the people.
Yeah.
So if it's a, I get more units on scene. I don't know. I don't know the jurisdiction
no,
of the
with
place.
that, no, what was with that officer specifically? There was just a inquiry into that about his. He had gotten like, was it $60,000 something to leave the department or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever he was forced to resign, he said some really some shit that you would only be heard behind the scenes. I remember the founder brought that up, was how he was saying, well, part of his job was to basically keep niggas out of Falcon Heights.
Okay.
And the thing about Falcon and the thing about Falcon Heights is about 25% black.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, okay, once that's how come the governor, once he heard that it was he fit the description of a bank robber or a robber, period. That means he's armed and dangerous. That's a felony stop. Right then and there, you are wrong approaching the car. Killing him was unnecessary because you already thought you were in danger in the first place. Why would you approach the car? That's number one. Nobody should have died. Okay. You want to be John Wayne, okay, and you're not, and you wind up shooting somebody that was innocent because you decided I'm a
yeah, man. That guy's people came out, man. They were talking like big shit. Like this dude, the line that they're using, that his people were using, was he was just doing his job. He was doing what he was told.
Yeah.
Like what he was told was basically keep black folks under the boot.
Okay, well,
in Falcon Heights, because that's where a lot of some of our black educators leave in St. Paul. That's where a lot of them were.
Well, even if you're gonna do that, right? Even if you want to keep people out, keep people on the boot. Protect yourself, protect him, protect everybody else, right? Get him out of the car, have him walk backwards, get on your knees, let me pat you down. Okay? That way I don't have to shoot you. If you have a gun, I'm gonna disarm you. Everybody's safe. And you're not on on trial for murder. Okay? He's an idiot in my opinion. Officer Faulkner thinks differently, but he's an idiot to me because you fucked up and you knew you fucked up when you killed the dude.
Oh yeah, even the partner fucked up because he could be seen on the camera nonchalantly looking, seeing no threat whatsoever. And
if the guy poses no threat, just get him out the car. I mean, I'd rather write one report than to write unnecessarily of why I shot him. Now, I will say this: if you pose a threat, then I'm gonna have to eliminate the threat to my life.
Yeah.
And that's reasonable.
That's the real reason he had to be let go, because his reports were conflicting. What he
if you have a camera and it's confliction, oh, you done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
two.
Oh,
you done. Two. Yep. Yeah, he had two. Yeah, he had two.
Yeah, two conflicting. His partner wrote one thing, he wrote another. The video said another thing.
Yeah, it was. He had the dash cam, he had her camera. He had all these cameras, and they tried to lie, said the gun was in his pocket and it fell out when they were transporting him, and the cops tried to do that, but the medics gave a different report. There's all kind of craziness, and I'm saying it didn't. If he does his job like he's supposed to, it doesn't have to happen. And I always say about black people, if you got to get out of the goddamn car and get on your knees, put your hands behind your neck or whatever it is and get in handcuffs, at least you can go home to your family eventually alive. And that's all I want. Do your job, even if you're scared, if you don't like black people, do your job so that man can go home to his family. If the man pulls a gun, there ain't no black person gonna say he shouldn't have been shot. Not one.
Yeah, so when I looked at the video, I was like, for as many times I've been stopped, shit, I should have been shot quite a few times.
Yeah, and
But
it makes every cop in the country's job harder when you do stupid shit like that. Do your job, do it
but
right.
it's crazy because
Yeah.
because I used to get bothered a lot. But I used to, what happens is you have these younger cops that's taking you probably got some older cops on the force. This is here in Minnesota. You got some older cops on the force that done burnt up all of their warnings, right? And they get the younger cops to kind of be the hammer. And when you start spitting law at some of these younger cops, especially the millennial cops, they kind of start reconsidering their actions. Like have you ever been without a job?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like
I mean, it's gonna happen. It happens, and the thing is, when something like that happens, it puts everybody in danger, put everybody on edge, and you have nuts that go out and shoot at police and all that kind of crap. Everybody calm down, do your job, and let everybody, everybody
I
calm
gotta
down.
address one thing.
Go ahead.
I gotta address one thing. Edward, I love you. On Shay's chat, I didn't think you were idiot or you were stupid because of Tamar Rice. No, I'm just letting you know the truth about things. A lot of people can say, "Oh, I think the gun's fake." Like I told people before, a lot of people, just 1/2 of 1% of the country protects the country. So a lot of people will not understand how it feels to have a weapon pointed at you or have to respond to that issue. With the Tamar Rice thing, I tell people, if a kid, 13, 14 years old, or whatever age Tamar Rice, I'm not trying to belittle the situation. It's a fucked up situation, whether if you're the cop shooting them or whether you're the family members. My ultimate goal is not to shoot a child.
Yeah.
Unless I have to.
Yeah.
And my God, I'm going to try every damn thing in my power to make sure we both come out alive.
Yeah.
But if you point a gun at me, and people forget this part about policing, sometimes I have to preserve life and take a life. Well, why do they have to? Because some situations dictate.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, would I blame the parents for him having a gun? Some parents don't check their kids' rooms. My parents, they were like the fucking Gestapo. They're checking your room. You don't have any rights in my house.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I think I think a couple of shows I did, we talked about that. Should parents allow kids to have replica toys like that, even if they're 12 or 13 years old? Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. If it means if you're black and you're a kid, maybe it's best not to do that.
My whole thing is that most black people will say, well, it's not fair. White kids get to do this. But who's the ruling class of the country?
Yeah, that's true. In fact, my one of my great advisors, she always says, "You didn't wake up white this morning. It is what it is." That's the reality.
And to answer Edward, we get calls for guns. Oh, it looks fake. Just like I told the example. I got a call for 2 guys selling drugs in an area. It was a car stop. My car blocked the back one. My partner was on the other side. We were at an angle in case we had to draw weapons. We wouldn't shoot each other. We pulled the young men out, and come to find out, the guy had a .32 caliber gun tucked under the seat. When I look at it, it looked fake. But when I touched it, and we had to get the 8 rounds out of the 8 rounds in the magazine and the 1 out of the chamber, it was pretty damn real.
What I'm saying is, people don't realize. Like, just to ask you a question, please. How much time do you have to react when somebody raises a gun at you?
Less than a millisecond.
So, in other words, can you tell the difference between a real gun and a fake gun at, say, like, was it 20 feet in a millisecond?
Hell no.
You're gonna assume that it's real, right?
You better.
In other words, it don't matter whether looks fake or not when you look at it upon further review. You don't have that kind of time.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
and guess what? We had detectives in Baltimore City who were on a call totally different, I think it was like robbery detectives or something.
Mm-hmm.
And some kid was pointing a gun at him.
Oh my goodness.
And
Yeah.
they shot the kid.
Yeah.
Was it fake? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was fake. And it was like, you don't have the time. Even if the call comes in.
Yeah.
Guess what? We had before that people were painting their guns to look like toy guns. People were painting their toy guns. The only difference I could see, people, that's the one thing you got to understand is that we love the Monday morning quarterback.
Yeah.
Was there another way? The only difference I could say is not to get that close to the car, but I'm not there. I don't know the area. Now, if it was me, I would try to keep some distance. But if I'm up on something and it looks like you got a gun, I have to react. And guess what? There are officers who are not with us today who did not have the time to react.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing is, is Maryland a gun state?
Hell no.
Okay, I'm saying in a gun state and people are carrying arms or whatever they're doing. I'm saying is because there's a couple people that got shot. Like there was a guy in Cincinnati that was in the Walmart where they came in and just blew him away, and it was a toy gun in a gun state.
Yeah, and even in that situation, I would tell people like, look, is it real? Is it fake? Do you know it's fake? Did you see him pull it off the wall? But at the same time, if I'm coming on scene and it looks real, you have to react and treat it as such.
See, I think what it is that some people have had negative experiences with the police, and so when they see Charles, they look for an opportunity to offload all of this.
Yeah,
I don't mind because I think when I was in the hot seat, I think I handled myself well.
Oh yeah. I mean, I am grateful that you answered the questions because you really didn't have to, and I would have backed you up.
And I tell people all the time, just like the one gentleman who was the American Male or
American Male, American Male.
I'm like, I'm not gonna back off. Well, I said first of all, me personally, when somebody wants to discuss something or debate, number one rule of debate, you fellas can agree. Take your fucking emotions out of it.
Yeah.
Come with facts. Facts over feeling.
Yeah.
And the whole thing about it, get these emotions out of it.
People thought I was being emotional. Like, no, I'm not just gonna let somebody come out here and talk some bullshit about something that I know about.
I know, but I was trying to basically, I know where you're going. I know what you're getting ready to do. But I'm saying calm down and let's have a discussion because it's still a hangout, and I want him to express his thoughts. That's how I'm going to put him in the chair. So it got all out. Everybody got.
And I knew he was going to hang himself once you gave him that opportunity. This is just save save us the time.
I know. That's the way I do things. I'm sorry.
I'm going to address this real quick, fellas. I'm going to address this real quick, fellas. Clouds for cheap. When he said, "Come on, where's the put your hands up?" You're not obligated to say that.
It's best that you do because you want to go home alive. It doesn't matter whether you're obligated to do it or not. Do what it takes to get you home. Period. And
no, he's talking about. I think he's referencing.
Oh, to me, Rice.
Why don't police say put your hands up? And I said we're not obligated to say that all the time. I mean,
no, they're not. They're not trained. That's the training. You have to. That's why we have an officer on here. What is he trained to do? And what is it called? What do they call that in the Army? When you contact what rules of engagement? Rules of engagement, right? You got to know the cops' rules of engagement. If
And
that's
you
not
gotta
part of it,
understand
go ahead.
something.
Huh?
And you gotta understand something. I could tell a person something all day does not mean they're gonna listen.
Yeah.
We're we're thinking about everyday perfect world scenarios.
Yeah. And the
I'm
thing is,
not justified
yeah.
in crying to stand to make. I
How long you
would
been?
not like to see the
How long you been a
10 years.
cop, Charles?
10 years in the army, 10 years in the department.
If you have to do the same job every day with and every stop, every person you encounter is a potential deadly situation, and you have to think that way. Okay. Um, Pretty soon, um, you can get jaded, and being lax in a job like an army or being a cop will get you dead very fast. Okay.
Sorry, Tombstone Kirk.
Yeah, tombstone courage. So in other words, you have to know, first of all, you have to understand that his life is on the line every stop. And his utmost thought in his mind is to go home in one piece, right? So what you need to do is get him to relax, get you to relax, because you only have one chance, right? If he's having a bad day, he got caught his wife screwing somebody else. His baby mama came over, upset his balance, right? Taking him back
Oh yeah, it happened.
to court, and he's not having a good day. And you happen to be the
See,
asshole that's causing something. You do not want to test his patience, right? You want to be careful.
yeah,
Yeah, they're
and and I
human.
and, and I
Yeah.
and I want and I want to point this out to the chat for
Hmm.
the clouds for cheap. Said so you're not obligated to preserve life. Excuse me, fellas. How many fucking times today did I say that? How many times did I say my first duty is to preserve life?
Yeah, yours first, right?
And I'm telling them, and I think I told this on another hangout.
Yeah.
There was a time when I came close to shooting a 14-year-old kid who had a knife fighting 4 boys. It was the grace of God that he actually listened.
Mm.
Because guess what? I didn't have to say, hey, drop the gun. I see him with a knife coming at people. I could have dropped him. And I said, you better drop it. And he went to the ground and dropped the knife. Because guess what? Either way, I would have been justified, but what would have happened? Oh, cop shoot another black man without even seeing the circumstances, without doing any type of investigation. You're already wrong before you even find out. Black people are too damn emotional.
Yeah, and the thing is, emotion, being brave, standing up for your rights in the street can get you dead. Okay, in your job, and I play this. I love Kofi Anderson when he said that. He put, your job is to get home. Period. Your job is to let the officer go home. Period. Let him do his job. If he's an asshole, let him be an asshole for those 30 minutes or an hour or whatever it takes. So it's better for you to go through a little bit and be the inconvenience rather than go home in a box or on a corner slab.
Exactly.
And
Exactly. And I tell anybody,
yeah,
no cop, unless they're a sick son of a bitch, wants to shoot a kid
yeah,
or anybody for
or
that matter.
anybody. Yeah, yeah.
I
You'd be
said, but
surprised
at
how many 600 bitches come on the police force.
There are some,
but
and if you run into them, you really need to be careful.
exactly.
Yeah, because you
Like
don't know which one it
like
is.
the Tamar Rice would be a nightmare for me. And
Yeah.
I've been, like I said, I came close to shooting that kid.
Mm.
Remember, I have to live with that act for the rest of my life. It's not some heroic thing. Oh, you shot some. No, it's some psychological shit. I have a 10-year-old son. How would I feel if somebody shot my son? The same fucking way, whether he's right or wrong.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
gonna carry that burden.
Yep.
But god damn it. Even if I'm justified, do I really want to carry? I'm not unless I really had to. There are some situations where if I had to protect a person's life and I shot and that person unfortunately died, there are
Mm.
some situations I would eat a bowl of cereal and think nothing else.
Yeah.
Some situations would get to a person. Now, if I had to go through an active shooter and this guy was shooting up a school, and I blew him away, I would not think shit else.
Yeah.
Because best be sure, if that was your child or someone else's child or a grandchild, I would risk my life to save your child.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if anybody can't agree with that, that's their problem.
And if there's a video called that talked about when I think it was Toronto or was it Montreal, where the cops went on strike for like 72 hours.
Anarchy.
And it was anarchy for 72 hours, and the cops had to swallow their pride, pick up their badges, go back out in the street. If you live in an urban area, you may hate the cops, not like the cops, think the cops are disgusting, but guess what? You fucking need them. And if you're in an urban area, it is what it is. Live with it. You might be an asshole to them, but you got to live with each other. And at the bottom line, you want to go home safe to your house, and hopefully that cop will show up when you need him. Okay.
Exactly. I've told people, I've looked at videos on Facebook. There was a lady out in Chicago, of all places. I think we need to disband the
What you
police.
doing up, ABL? I thought you went to sleep, man.
It was this one lady in Chicago. She was on a panel. She said, "I think we need to disband all police."
Really?
And I looked at the video, and I looked, and my lady, she's a nurse, and she says, "I think a lot of people in every city need to come." When she used to work the emergency room for shock trauma, and she had 19, 16, 20-year-old shot. I mean, brutally shot.
Mm-hmm.
And he's bleeding out more than they could pump blood in him. When you see shit like that, it changes your view.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've told people, I've said, I went to Iraq and we almost shot an 8-year-old kid setting IEDs. Like, do you want to shoot an 8-year-old? To me, an 8-year-old's a baby to me.
Mm-hmm.
Would I like to do it? Hell no. But survival, you got an explosive in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I want to come back to ask a question. One question I have.
Okay.
Does this gun look real to you?
Yeah, it does.
Let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
Does that gun look real?
Look real.
This is fake.
Look real to me. But you got less than a second to tell.
Yeah,
less than a second, and this is broad daylight. I have lights on. What if it's at night and that's in your face?
It doesn't matter. Broad daylight, he doesn't have time to even see it.
Right.
Yeah. All he sees is a flash in color.
A lot of people don't understand that concept.
Yeah. In fact, it doesn't even have to be a gun, just the color.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all he has. You know, he doesn't have time to. If you have a gun and somebody's pointing at you and you have that uniform, you ain't got that time to wonder whether it's a gun or not. You got a split second to react.
Yeah.
In fact, if a guy has a knife, and he's like, what is it, a 10-foot rule? Or what is it, Officer Charles? With the knife, it's 10 feet, 25 feet.
21-foot rule.
21-foot rule. In other words, if a guy has a knife, you cannot get your gun out of the holster fast enough and up to get off a shot before he stabs you to death. In other words, it doesn't even have to be a gun. So a gun is even less. So he doesn't even have that much time. So yeah.
And the sad knives, they're silent.
Yeah.
Somebody walk up to you, well, what you afraid for? You got the gun.
Yeah.
I said, dude, I could take a knife and I could disarm you 6 different ways. I could cut your brachial vein, which will make you bleed out. Yeah. I could come from your brachial, go right to your throat, go right to your wrist, just in case you think you're going to go to something. Stab you 6 different times, walk away before anybody fucking know.
Yep, never hear a sound. Yep.
And said, so when I think it's weird because it goes back into, and I know that you're like, what, 57, 58 BGS?
Yeah.
Your generation had a good amount of black guys who were in the military, who understood a lot of this concept.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of these guys out here who never been in the military, hell, never even been in the Boy Scouts. And back in your day, the Boy Scouts actually had marksmanship.
Yeah.
And for some reason, we don't understand what can go on in a split second. And a lot of times we say we second guess people. Remember, there's an old saying: you got less than a second to justify what you doing. What the Supreme Court could judge you for 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. Yep. You got to remember. You got to remember that. I always tell my kid that. My son. I said that man has a gun. He's got mace. He's got a shotgun. He's got a baton. Okay. At that moment, okay, he's in control. And your job is to come home. That's all you got to do. Survive and come home. Do whatever you need to do. To survive and come home. If it's something trumped up, I'd rather go get you out of jail than out of the morgue. It is what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I said sometimes you got to swallow your pride. I said I've been pulled up on gunpoint twice since I've been a cop.
Okay.
So when people say you need to put yourself in our shoes, motherfucker, I live in Baltimore City. I'm a citizen of Baltimore City. When I put my clothes on, I look like any other black guy. There's no secret handshake. There's no Justice League Dakota ring. I look like a regular citizen. The only difference is, well, I can't really say it's still Baltimore that I legally.
You know what I love to do, Charles. I love to set up like a practice. You know how to do the target practice stuff. For the people that say some shit like that, put them in a squad car, give them the apparatus, right, and send them through a real world scenario with a traffic stop. And
we had a guy like that. It was a preacher.
Yeah.
It was we had him and I believe we did it too. He was a preacher.
Okay.
He was a real social justice warrior. And we gave him a mock gun, told him, you got to come up on the scene and you're the officer. We just gave him a blank scenario, a vague scenario. And he came up on the scene, seeing two guys heated dispute. You know what he did?
What?
When the guys start coming towards him and just walking towards him, you know what the creature did?
What?
He pulled out his gun and shot him. He was like, but he was coming with me. He just wanted to talk to you by himself. But he was coming with me. I said, but yet he just came up to you. Well, I thought he was coming to attack me. I said, but once you go through that scenario and those phases, like we even have the projector screen with the mock gun.
Oh yeah.
And they had a scene where the guy was arguing and the wife was arguing in a domestic scene.
Yeah.
And the wife was the one who pulled out the gun and started shooting at the officer.
Yeah. They used to show those films when I was a kid about that stuff like that. What a cop actually has to do.
You can't be overly fearful and be a police officer. You got to have some composure.
Speak up, Charles. I can't hear you.
I said you can't be overly fearful and be a police officer because you need to have composure. Because if you don't have it, you're going to put everybody's life at risk.
That's why they send you through a psych test.
And fear is one of those evolutionary things that everybody has. Your level of fear depends on your upbringing, your training. Like I've been through situations because of my military background and because of my combat sports background that if you put me in a scene, I'll say 80% of the time I can handle it. There's probably the 20% of the time, hey, I'm going to need a little bit of help here. And there are some people who, because of their size and stature, may not be able to physically do it. Just like I told you, I'm a little bit more desensitized towards dudes in the corner. I'm gonna tell them to move, or I'm gonna talk. Sometimes you gotta be a good shit talker too, which is also part of the trade. And it was funny because one dude, he was like, "Why'd you give me so much flack when I first came out here?" And then I said, "I wonder why." And you know what he said? I admit I was an asshole. So what you think I'm gonna be towards you? An asshole? No, you're wrong. I'm gonna be a bigger asshole because I'm gonna show you why you had to be an asshole in the first place.
Yep.
It's the verbal juice.
And yeah, people should rejoice when they see a black cop on the beat. Every time they see
And
one.
But that's
every
what
people.
you should have
need more black cops.
It's like the movie Get Out, man. It's like, man, another blackface.
Yeah, that's what I say every time I see one.
I don't know. It depends, man. It's kind of like a roll of the dice, because man, like here in Minnesota, we had a black cop, man, and it was like he would try to out white cop the white cop, like the white cop that like, hey.
Well, at least I have a 50-50 chance if he's a black cop.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Charles.
And I've told people, I said, we don't. If you look at any other race of people, they will actually put money. Like I said before, they'll put money to the side. Oh, you're going to represent us. Think about it. We have an Asian guy on my squad. Do you think when an Asian person who owns a store, they see a familiar face, even if it's Korean, Japanese, or Laotian, whatever creed of Asian you call, do you think they love the familiarity? Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
So when we have, and believe it or not, a lot of black cops get more disrespected than the white ones by our own people. I do have to admit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just either, and think about it. If I do something you like, I'm the greatest thing since Captain America and Superman. If I don't do what you like, I'm the fucking villain. So I think,
I think that's also the problem of the caste system. Most black people have been taught to be afraid of the police instead of to respect them and think about them as being the pillars of your community, the people that are around to keep you safe. And like I said,
yeah, I mean,
that's programming. That's
I think that is a problem with the caste system in a lot of ways, especially when the lower caste go and become police officers and they get enthralled with the power. And I'm telling you, man, like we had this black cop here, man, like getting pulled over by that dude, man. It's like even the white cops be looking like, hey, man, hey, just calm down, man, just chill out a little bit. It's like that shit's a culture shock. If you ever see a white cop correct a black cop for being too damn hard,
yeah.
Like I was fucking confused. I was looking like, shit, who's the fucking good cop? Who's the bad cop here?
I had an incident like that where I pulled over this car and I had 6 people in the car, like nobody had a seatbelt on, and they went to whisper, and thank God for these gracious African ears of mine that could hear like an ant fart when it wants to, and they were like, "Oh, I think your guys over there racist." I said, how? Well, you pulled us over because we black. Well, I pulled you over because nobody's wearing a damn seatbelt. And I mean, you got more people than the back seat can even allow in your car. Oh, he just looked at me like, oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, I think that's single motherhood and
victimization.
Yeah, you man, what you messing with me for? Yeah, I get that from my grandson all the time. Why I got to do homework? Because I got this switch and I'm sitting next to you.
Was there ever
I get it from my son, Daddy? Why you got to tell me what I got to do? Because I'm bigger, stronger, and I'm your father.
Yep.
You remember when Bernie Mac played in was it Boys? No, it wasn't Boys of the Hood.
Drink your juice.
Don't be a missed sausage for drinking juice in the hood. He was the black cop.
Oh yeah, little motherfucker.
They were making them dance and shit.
Go ahead, CG3.
I said, was there ever a time in America where black people, as a community, as a whole, respected and worked the police?
Oh yeah, back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, it didn't change. Even in the 70s, it didn't change to really to the 80s. Because I remember you had so many white cops, and you see a black cop, you like, oh, thank God, it's a brother. Okay, whether he's an asshole or not, he's still a brother. Okay, he might be an asshole. He might even hit you upside the head with a stick, but he's not going to shoot you. Okay, he's a brother. Okay,
He might be an asshole, but he's our asshole.
he's our asshole.
You making me look bad, nickel.
Yeah, I said a lot of that. Cops making me look bad in front of my partner. Calm down.
Shit.
Yep, that used to happen. Yep. Yeah, it was. I think the 80s and maybe the 90s, it started to change. I don't know why, but it did.
Tell your mama I'll be by Sunday to get some of them greens.
I think maybe the
mass incarceration.
No, I think the urban environment. Black people were really not meant to live in an urban environment. They really weren't. Smaller towns and that kind of stuff.
The reason I say mass incarceration is that most people see police as the gatekeepers to freedom and institutionalism. So they know that once a cop comes, oh shit, I may end up going to jail. So, and because so many of us are incarcerated, they see them as the enemy, like the beginning of the downward spiral for me being incarcerated.
You know why a lot of people.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, BGF.
I was gonna say that because of our history, it goes before mass incarceration. Because of our history, and when most of the cops were white, a black and white still strikes fear in most black men's minds. I mean, just the black doesn't have to. It doesn't matter. The car itself with the headlights pulling you over, and all the images that we've seen over hundreds of years, it goes to a black man's mind. It's a fear situation automatically, which is bad. And I don't know how you get people socialized out of that thinking. And mass incarceration doesn't help. It didn't start it, but it doesn't help.
And you got to remember, a lot of it's taught when you have kids being carried by their parents, and we're saying hi to the kids, and the kids waving. If you're bad, we're gonna tell the police. They're gonna come lock you up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like I said earlier, there were women who come. We don't talk to the police in our family, and there's kids who said I didn't like the police because they locked up my uncle. Then they didn't know the uncle robbed a bank or two, but you locked up their favorite uncle who always had money.
And it would help if they had like I have police in my family, right, and my cousins and stuff like that. So it helps if your uncle is a cop, or your brother is a cop, or your grandfather's a cop, because grandpa's a cop, but he's still grandpa. So him locking you up is not that bad, and it's you get familiarity, and it's a comfort zone because dad's a cop, or grandpa or uncles or cousins a cop, and he's not a bad person, so they all can't be bad. So just because I see one, it could be a person just like whoever. And it used to be, like I said, we used to breathe a sigh of relief when we saw a black cop. We get pulled.
See, my dad was kind of like a cop. That nigga's investigative skills was 100. Like it didn't matter who I was hanging out with, that nigga always knew where to find a nigga.
Because he was just like you.
Inquisitive.
30 more minutes, guys, and then I got to crash because this is like the second night. But I've enjoyed it, man. This has been it's been an interesting hangout, and
it's been very interesting.
And Officer Faulkner, I can't thank you enough, man, because he was bugging me about that. And I said, look, I said, he's never backed down for any question I've ever asked him, and he's willing to talk to anybody. So instead of complaining to me, next hangout, get on and ask him yourself face to face, like a man.
I think I caught a kind of debunked a lot of his shit. I think he didn't even have like I think when he got emotional, well, y'all rubbing his nuts, which we had to
Yeah,
bring the nuts thing. Yeah,
I'm saying, I'm
I
saying,
just
I'm saying is it's like okay, because you're a cop and that's your job that you do doesn't mean that we can't talk shit and talk about women and all that stuff and say, what are you talking about? He's not the enemy where you have to question him. He's a sub just like you. What's up? I don't understand that. People take
Like, did he arrest you before?
yeah, yeah.
people get sensitive and emotional about stuff. I said, break the single mother training, break the single motherism, and it's funny because I remember one call in that I was with the Angry Man, and we were talking about Dragon Ball Super. We were talking about a lot of stuff, and people were like, man, I didn't know you were an anime fan. I was like, shit, I go back to Fist of the North Star Ninja Scroll. I'm like,
Oh man,
I'm
Sister
well
the North
versed
Star was
in
my shit.
I'm well versed in Project Echo. A lot of like, trust me, Thundercats. I'm a big. I actually have the Cobra tattoo and the Thundercat sign tattooed on my arms. So speaking of which, I'm watching Dragon
No,
Ball Super now.
that's a little extreme, man. The tattoos of it.
I like the tattoos. They mean something for me. But it's funny because it's like it humanizes you. Like I'm a big comic book fan. I go into the comic book shops and kids look at me and they be like, "Who are you?" I'm policeman. They were like, "Who are you?" I'm the guy the Justice League can't get.
I have a question for the chat. BGS Charles Fox.
Okay.
What do you guys
How you
think?
doing?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
What do you guys think the future is regarding mass incarceration?
It's going to go down because they can't afford to lock all these people up. It's expensive to lock up prisoners.
Yeah. It's not gonna. You gotta understand something because of the current climate. You're gonna have less arrests.
Yeah.
You got to look at a lot of liberalism and a lot of things that people don't want to be. Most governments don't want to look like the enemy, so they'll try to pack it on the police. And most police officers, like I said, we only arrest when we have to. We don't think that that's the first choice. So a lot of arrests you're going to see go down. Mass incarceration is going to go down. And to credit, we don't have as many people in jail as we do in college for black men. So a lot of it's stereotypical.
Yeah, speaking of Thundercats, man, I had another I had another spoof that I was trying to work on, man, involving the Thundercats. But it was one that was called the Thundercoons, though. It was like Eye of Kundara, give me sight without sight. And then you know how Lionel he shoots the eye emotion, and you get to start seeing these things like, what about black on black crime? All of that stuff. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Illegal immigrants that they are incarcerating. That they still hold a lot of them. So I know that's a finite number. Sooner or later, it's going to diminish. But at this time, people who have never been tried, who have never been in a court of law, are being incarcerated at this time. So I wonder how that situation is going to resolve itself.
What I think is going to happen with mass incarceration is it's going to have one last spike in this before it goes down.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's more white people though because they have to get a handle on that opioids, man. Otherwise, it's going to run rampant. It's going to
because if you really actually been looking at it, I mean, the FBI has released their bi-quarterly crimes down like 27% in the last 5 years. Like crimes down quite a bit.
Oh yeah, quite a bit. Yeah.
So, so that all of those conservative talking points are basically irrelevant. The crime's been down. Matter of fact, they just had a thing. I think it in Washington State, where some company was trying to sue the state for not keeping the beds filled. I think it's in Washington State. It might have been Washington D.C. I can't remember. I'll have to find that article again. But yeah, they're trying to sue the state because the beds weren't filled.
Yeah.
And then in another article, there was a private prison that was threatening to close down if the state didn't get 300 more prisoners for them.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, you have to look at the bottom line. California's suffering because they incarcerated all these people, right? They increased the prison budget to, like, I think it was $9 billion, and they lowered the educational budget to like $4 billion. They took money from education to give it to lock people up. That's backwards. And with the tax revenues down, people not working, they can't afford to lock up people at $35,000 and $50,000 a year.
Yeah, and still despite that, crime has been slowly declining.
Yeah,
that's the conundrum. Now, why would you continue to give the jail more money than you give education if crime is steadily falling? And when I see these types of articles, I think that's actually good news.
Yeah, I mean, it's cheaper. It's cheaper to give a young thug $10,000 a year so he can eat and keep himself alive rather than locking him up for 40. It doesn't make fucking sense. Just give him, if you're gonna give him the money anyway, at least make him go to school and give him 10 grand to keep himself alive rather than spend 4 times as much to put him behind bars.
I wish it's cheaper to put him through a 2-year trade.
Yeah, it would be.
School.
I mean, even if you just gave him money, right? Say, say most, give him some money, so he can buy a little weed, a little drink, a little food, sit on the stoop, and not fuck with people. So Officer Charles doesn't have to go bust his head and send him to jail, and the cost of taxpayers $45,000 a year plus whatever the court cost is. Doesn't make sense.
BGS, that's socialism. You're going to hell for talking about it.
It's not even. That's capitalism.
That's not even socialism.
That's capitalism.
That's my question.
That's not socialism. That's not redistributing any wealth.
Socialism. Socialism is locking him up for $40,000 a year. That's socialism because you put in.
Well, it sounds like it. God damn it.
Yeah, that's
whatever
called
happened,
capitalism because what that is doing is called an investment.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's going to save you.
Well, I get what because it's
all about.
Okay, let me ask. Go ahead, Edward. I'll come after you.
No, I was just gonna say it's guys that I deal with on a network marketing sector, white guys that, when I let them hear some of your videos, their fucking heads exploded. But then they came back and said, damn, what he's saying makes sense. But God damn it. That's what they always keep saying. God damn it.
Which videos were they? Which one? Which ones did you show them?
Is the stuff that's on I showed them some of the older ones, like, when you first started talking about like Luddites and stuff like that. And, universal basic income and Richard Wolff, because they know who Richard Wolff is.
Okay.
They like Richard Wolff.
ABL's head started to explode, man, when I started breaking shit down to him. I know it did. It's like, I never heard of that. I say, yeah, I want you to go back and study. I want you.
He will be like,
I used to get this all the time, right? When I was in school, there was a lot of people I went to school with that knew who Frantz Fanon was, right? And they thought that he was like this super pro-American. He's the guy that said that if you can't hack it here, then you're basically a piece of shit.
I hope he comes back.
My question. Overall,
I think he'll be back. I think he listens. I put him. I was tough on him because he wouldn't. In other words, when you start fighting me over little simple scenarios, right? Real simple stuff, and I know that you're being resistant on purpose. You're not trying to think, and I wanted him to think. In other words, I was trying to go further. But if I can't get past something really simple, like you need to put people. He's saying, why won't people take a hamburger job at $15 an hour rather than a factory job? Because they need a job. Period. If one's not available, you take the next one on the list. And basically the government doesn't care. Okay, well, you have a job. It might be a dirty factory job or a clean hamburger job or a secretarial job. Okay, if you don't take one, take the next one and the next one and the next one. It doesn't matter what the job is. You put people to work.
How do
And
you
that's what the government feels, huh?
universal basic? This is a two-part question. How do you implement universal basic income over the whole over a nation state? Like, how do you roll it out systematically? And second would be for the future with the universal basic income.
Okay. How you?
Question, BGS.
Okay.
In the future, with probably the way that it's going to work, the cuts of funding for a lot of other different sectors, how would that affect education, and what would education look like going forward?
Okay. Those are education is a different animal altogether. Okay. But the university, how I will roll out the UBI is as people lose jobs. Okay. As people lose jobs, like the 100 million people that are already on it. Okay. They automatically get it because they're already out of work, right? Can't find a job. Give it to them, right? And then as people lose jobs, then they come apply for it. Eventually, when if enough jobs are lost and people can't find work and know they can't find work, they'll come looking for it. You won't have to roll it out. They'll come looking for it. They'll accept it. If they can't, if there's no welfare and no SNAP cards and no food stamps, the UBI, or you starve, people will choose the UBI because there won't be any jobs. What are you going to do? They can't create them for you. If you can find a job, go for it.
The reason I rolled education into that because teaching is a job. People must teach, and if they're going to cut, like, to really, in my mind, I haven't really done enough research, but if you're going to roll out big income, you're going to cut funding and spending in certain sectors, such as, I would believe, education, like the classroom.
Okay, if you need teachers, say if you need teachers, and that's a specialized job, right? Then you can either have them in private schools, you can have a charter school, you can give a teachers extra stipend. Say like if UBI is like $15,000 a year or something like that, you give them extra $5,000.
See, the reason
like that.
I wonder if physical schools would become not unnecessary in a way, because if we go to a digital age, it would be much more economical. It would be much more financially efficient if you had people like just using tablets and homeschooling and doing virtual classrooms. You can reach a bigger, broader base, and you can cut down.
You could do that. That's what I'm saying. Education is a much more sticky thing.
Okay.
In other words, would you have a physical classroom? Would you have a virtual classroom? Would you hire people that are online tutors for extra money? Would you? In other words, how would you implement it? Would it be a mix? Would it be a version of the old Prussian style school system, a flipped classroom, homeschool? And that would be a separate problem. And each community could actually figure out, instead of statewide or nationwide, you give out the curriculum, give the resources, and each community can figure out how we're going to educate our children. Whether you want them to have trades are more hands-on. That has to be something physical, like a physical building or tradesmen actually coming in and teaching the kids how to do whatever they need to do. So education is a mix of things. So the UBI is fairly simple, whereas education is a little bit more sticky.
Yeah. But anyway, man, it's been real, but man, as much crap as we've been dealing with on this call tonight, I'm about to get off this call, and I was watching The Matrix, so I'm gonna finish that. This crap got me going back to The Matrix, man.
Wait a minute. Hurricane Edward is downgraded to a tropical storm?
No, I'm not. Please, man. As you know, usually I just hop off and say fuck it, but
yeah,
I wanted to come back and see what happened.
Well, listen to the playback because Officer Charles cleared up a few things, and it'll probably be on the playback.
Oh, it was
Okay.
fun.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't know
wasn't.
if
It
he
wasn't.
came
It
back and he
wasn't.
was like, you know what?
No.
Fuck
He
all
wouldn't.
you liberal motherfuckers.
No. He wouldn't. He didn't say anything like that. He just cleared up a couple of points he thought that you made. That's all. I think it was a previous hangout, right?
No, it was the
For
previous.
what point? Points that I made?
No, I think it was a previous
It was.
hangout that you were saying
It was
some.
the
Yeah.
one about the Tamar Rice, me up
Oh
City,
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
Steve the
yeah,
Name.
yeah.
And
Oh yeah. I mean, it was. Yeah, I mean, the way you handled it, I understood. And O'Shea, I mean, I get it, but I mean, Steve was kind of the one, man, fuck that bitch. The only reason why he's doing anything because he's a little boy, he's a sim. I'm like, man, he's a grown ass man. He ain't all that. And I mean, at some point we gotta stop, choosing sucking white penis for dollars. I could say that too, but I ain't gonna say all that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We only got about 15 more minutes anyway.
I mean, Dynas was on an island, man. Dynas was trying, but man, that you, Steve, Angry Man, and come on, that shit wasn't gonna work. Even Anthony Brian Logan can't withstand that shit. That's
Oh
like
yeah.
fucking Super Saiyan like Vegeta. No, that wasn't gonna work. Dynas was struggling, and I was like, God damn it. But I don't know nobody's really on Kaepernick's side, man. When it comes to like in the Black Manosphere, I mean, most people are kind of look. It's not even about on his side. Everybody agrees that what he did as far as a business move wasn't the smartest thing.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I was saying it. Either he wants
Anyway,
to be back. Either he wants to be back in the NFL or he doesn't. If he wants to be back in
well,
the NFL,
what I say to that is, I mean, so are you saying BGS that he should just if he shouldn't play this fence even if he's not saying anything, he should just retire?
If he should just retire, if you're gonna stand to your ground, hold your principles, go ahead and retire.
Because he did say that he wasn't going to sit down again.
Okay,
well, then retire. You have there's a lot. It's not like you're poor. You're not going to be poor. You take care of your money. You go run for office if you want to, because you can run for office now. You be Obama or something like that if you want to. What I'm saying is, don't try to. They have a business, right? It is what it is. The majority of ticket holders are white. They don't like what you're saying, and basically you're bad for business. Either you conform to what's good for business and play out your string, however much money you're gonna make, right? Or you do what? Retire and go about your life and forget about it. You made your stand, you made your statement. People will remember you. Go on about your life. It's either one or the other. You want to play football or not? If you want to play football,
I'm gonna keep it real. I hope more
Yeah.
of these football players come out as gay and see what the LGBT community can do.
I mean, at the end of we can look on the sidelines and say, okay, we will give up 10, 15 million dollars. Okay, until that check is in your hand, you don't know what you're gonna say.
Oh, I already know what I would do. I would fuck them up behind the scenes, man.
Yeah,
that's what I would do. But
that's what you're supposed to do. Play the game, make your
have
money.
Be like, we coming for that collective bargaining agreement.
What I'm saying, it's still a negotiation. Make your money because you're still a young man. Retire when you're 30, 31 and go on about your business. Huh? Go ahead.
It is what it is. Colin's gonna do what he got to do, and hopefully, either he can capitulate and fit back into the system, or he can stay. And understand that they're not going to employ him.
If they would have been, I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm gonna leave you with this. If they would have been smart, if the Players Association would have been smart, what they would have did was they would have used the Colin Kaepernick situation to fleece the owners for money as far as this upcoming collective bargaining agreement. Because if more of them would have stood up, they could have said, look, we'll back off because they have no other leverage. And that would have brought more people. Not about the patriotism.
The football, the NFL football will go on a strike and they will lock you out.
Players get blackballed all the time.
In other words, there's plenty of football players ready to step up and take your place, and they will lock you out. Make your money, be smart, and most of them black guys, if they would do that, that would be fine. But most of those guys are looking at their pockets, and their families looking at their pockets.
Yeah, man, it costs money to trick.
In all sports.
No, but I'm gonna say you don't realize how many football players are taking care of other people in their family. It's not just them. If they're not earning no money, they're not bringing in anything. Then mama ain't gonna get no money. Her mortgage doesn't get paid. Sister's education and car
Well, I
note
mean, that
doesn't get
runs
paid.
out anyway eventually.
When you work for people, when you work for other
It
people,
runs out anyway eventually, and
Well,
then
the
they
thing
go back to where they were.
That's true. But the thing is, if you're the one earning the money and they're calling you about what's not going to get paid, you have pressure on you. Be smart. And those guys are not going to back you up. Be smart. You made your stand. Nobody's going to call you a punk. Cut your hair. Go play football. Play your next 4 years. Earn your money and retire.
when you
And
work,
then talk shit.
when you work for other
Now, how
people,
old is Kaepernick right now?
Was he 26?
29.
29? Oh, hell yeah.
He's 29.
Oh, you got
Like Cam's
so
like
now.
28. Yeah, they're all like. I
Yeah,
think Russell's the youngest one.
he's got 4 years. He's got 4 years.
I always make this statement if I can make it. Whenever you
Uh-huh.
work for other people, you got to play for their rules. If you want to work for yourself, then you can be your own boss. So if I own a company or a business and I want you to do a certain thing and you don't do it, I don't need to hire you.
Yeah.
People
Oh, I thought you were gone, officer. I was going to say good night to you.
Oh man, I know what the.
Okay. Go ahead and finish CG3.
No, I said people get blackballed from major sports all the time. They think they are so big and so integral, but sooner or later, reality slaps them in the face. Look at Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson was the man in the NBA.
Yeah, look at Latrell Sprewell.
I show up a couple of games, or he was out the league. Latrell
But you know what? You know what the difference is, though, with what you just said. You're absolutely correct. But the difference between the football players, I mean, the football players have arena football, which he'd had the same problem there. But the basketball players, they can say fuck it and go overseas. And the way they get their contract, if they get that money and they don't trick it, they could go to China. And that's what Stephon Marbury did. That's what players have gone to China and come back.
Yeah.
You know.
No,
they didn't have that like that back then.
Yeah.
You're
saying go ahead, CG3.
Okay. So, like I say, people can blackball you all the time. People can kick you out, ostracize you. And as long as you work for somebody else, as long as you don't control your product, you're still a slave to their rules. You're a slave to the system.
Yeah.
Be your boss or shut the fuck up.
You're well paid indentured servant. Make your money.
What they call it, the $1 million slave. I mean, my thing is though, to get on my nerves is the cycle. Like what you just said about the people you got to take care of. The reality is, and we talked about that earlier. The reality situation is that's that matriarchal bullshit. In the reality, that's what that is. Because a lot of times they go to the mother, and then the mother goes to the son, and that's how they're able to get that money.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's stupid business. That's something that wasn't brought up when people want to say how dumb. Look, I get what even if I'm willing to see that, okay, what he did was dumb. The reality is most NFL players are stupid when it comes to the money.
I didn't say he was dumb. I never said Colin Kaepernick.
No, I'm talking about the other panel. I'm talking about the panel.
Oh, yeah.
Even if I seeded that, most NFL players are stupid when it comes to their money.
That's true. What I'm saying is, Colin Kaepernick made a conscientious decision. Okay, my question: are you going to stand on it and take the hit for it? Because you're going to take a hit for it. I applaud you if you do. If you've done it and you can actually go back and make your money, okay, you have nothing to prove. Not to me. You have nothing to prove. You did it for a year. You stood by your guns. You took your slings and arrows. You lost some money behind it. You have nothing to prove. Cut your hair, play out your string, and then go on with the rest of your life. Because at the end of the day, just like John Carlos and Tommy Hines, okay, raising their fists, okay, the community didn't come in and give them millions, okay, they suffered for it, and I'm saying is if you make a stand and you can make it out and with a little bit of your money, go back in and finish out the string, man. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you do. So I'm saying this. I hear people say, "Oh man, stick by your motherfucker." It ain't your $1 million that you spending, okay?
Colin was tactical. He wasn't tactical. He about the long term.
Yeah. Yeah, cut your hair.
Well, I mean, my argument is a lot of people see, and here's my thing about that. You don't have, even if you want to say on a business move, it's stupid. The idea that it's most of them NFL players are really thinking tactic. That's my argument. Like, it's not like Colin Kaepernick is the only one not thinking tactic. None of them, most of them NFL players are not thinking tactical. I researched how much money, you got people like Ed Harris, you got people like Michael Strahan, you got some football players that kept on to their money.
Oh
But for
yeah,
the most,
yeah. There's one guy out here that played for the San Diego Chargers. Man, he's a sportscaster, right? And
Deion, yeah, you got a lot of them,
yeah,
but a lot of times they never get off the NFL's tick from one degree or another. Like, let me take Ray Lewis, for example, because I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people in that panel talk about they respect Ray Lewis. I don't know what the fuck, how people could try to come up here and say, I respect Ray Lewis, but I don't like Shannon Sharp. Because Shannon Sharp walks that balance, I believe, better than most sports commentators do. They need to study him if you're black, because he really talks that talk, but in a way that it's kind of like they let him get away with it. Versus Ray Lewis only says what Ray Lewis says because he's connected to the NFL. If they were to absolutely isolate him, he would change his tune. There is nothing manly about what Ray Lewis does.
Well, that's probably true, but also he could be Anthony Brian Logan and really believe it. There's black men that are conservative believe that stuff, believe what he's talking about.
Yeah, so does Jason Whitlock.
When you listen to a lot of Shannon Sharp stuff, a lot of Shannon Sharp shit is a lot of times emotional. He talks a good game about some shit, and sometimes I listen to him and I'll be like, really?
Experience the reality. We always know that.
Yeah, but you can tell when Ray Lewis
saying because that's what he's experienced. Just like Shannon Sharp, just like you, Edward, just like me. So people are entitled to their opinion. We don't have to agree with them,
Yeah, but my thing is, hearing a man has been almost charged for like multiple murders or been connected to that. But want to talk about black on black crime.
Shannon Sharp?
No, Ray Lewis.
No, I'm talking about Ray Lewis.
Oh well, yeah. They try
mean,
to railroad him, man. They try to railroad.
I mean, it's obvious he gets his bread. And look, and I'm gonna say one thing that's lost in this argument that y'all keep mentioning that I want to address is the fact you're absolutely right. There is no real true class of black people that can support these people. To be honest with you, Colin Kaepernick should be able to go to the what they call it, the speaker circuit, whether it's churches or whatever, and get paid. Maybe not make millions of dollars what he would make, but like stuff that like, okay, he's got respect. So people, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what a lot of these corporations will do with politicians. They'll do what they did with Hillary, $250 or maybe $50,000 per speech. I mean, I see Gary Vaynerchuk doing that.
But remember what I said on the panel? I said, look at the history of how black people protect their own. We don't. Think about it. You could stand up for black people. How many black people are willing to say, "Hey, we're going to put our money out here, but this is our boy. We're going to protect."
Lawyer fees. We don't protect. I'm ignorant, but he could have just not said nothing and gave money to black people or started business and foundations and had a bigger impact. But he did. He could have put money and started businesses and hired people or did whatever he could do, or scholarships or start up social programs and made a bigger impact with black people. Of course, what he did got notoriety. He got known. His name got out, but it wasn't beneficial for the all.
But you know what a lot of people do, real talk, what a lot of players do, or a lot of entertainers do. What they do is they put their money in what I call the white infrastructure. Like when you look at like the philanthropy, they put their shit in like white philanthropy. Like shit that's like, oh, white people would be like, you're part. A lot of these entertainers, and not all of them, but a lot of these athletes, entertainers, famous people, as a group, for the most part, like I'm talking about maybe 80%, probably 85%, they don't put their money in actual blackity black shit. The blackest thing they do is maybe like scholarships, which you're still training them up to come up in the same system. Because white people because like I said, black people are too loud. We don't know how to funnel our money.
Okay, if they gave scholarships to train them up and work in the white system, is there entrepreneurs on the outside to actually do what? Absorb them? And basically, since the system is a white system, and you open a business, you're opening a business in what? A white system. And you need the same skills and abilities that those kids would learn in the white system to do what?
No,
Get in
I
your
understand
business.
what you're saying, but my
Uh-huh.
point is like, what I mean by that, because at the end of the day, it's all a white system. But the
Mhm.
difference between black people, what separates us a lot of times from Hispanics, because Hispanics have their limitations too. Hispanics tend to not own the commercial. They're better at grouping their businesses together, but they don't tend to own the commercial. You don't never see really Hispanics own commercial real estate like that. Not like that. Not like Asians and whites
Well,
do.
that's true. That's true. That's true.
Not like
And,
Asians and whites do. They
yeah.
do it more than we do, but not like Asians and whites do. Now, and so I'm not saying like all it's just all black people.
Yeah.
I've seen these limitations. So my
Yeah.
point is the way we tap into the economy, is not the same way. That's what I'm saying. So they'll give them
Well, it's true
scholarships
because
to
you're
go
working with
work a job.
broken people, the white kids and those kids that go to college and play football and whatnot. They grow up with buying land, starting your own business, saving your money, that kind of stuff from the time that they can
You're right.
understand.
To them, this is
And
common sense.
and
And I've
all
had these conversations.
and the black athletes come from single parents, poor, barely able to make it, half on welfare, half on food stamps, that kind of stuff, and they get a shot. And
Exactly.
some of them can some of these kids can barely read, but they get
And
a
this is
shot.
why when Anthony Brian Logan, I understand he has an answer for like all this stuff, but he wants to equalize the shit. Like white people and black people come up the same way. And it's kind of like, and I didn't think about us saying this, but I should have said it this way. You can't talk to a 2D character about 3 dimensions because that's not in their mind space. It's
Yeah,
not like, oh, this shit is taught in school.
yeah, but I'm saying you're arguing with something that's outside of his worldview, and can't enter it into because it's outside of it. So you be absolutely right, but he won't be able to see it. That takes time. That's what I
And
do.
that is why I
Yeah,
was getting frustrated.
yeah. You can't get
And I was
frustrated.
trying to throw an olive branch.
You can't get frustrated. I didn't want to.
And
I didn't
I
want to
was
get in.
trying.
I didn't want to get into the conservative, liberal, all that stuff because I know where it's going to lead. It's outside
Well,
of
that's
his
why I fell
of his
back because if Cerulean was getting
no, no.
mad, I
Well,
was like, okay.
Cerulean's a big boy. He can handle it. Okay.
Well, what I was saying is Cerulean gets it because
Well,
basically he gets what I'm talking about.
because
Like it's
because
beyond the fucking
because
liberal.
because he's in the
Yeah.
conscious community. Of course, he gets it. He was raised on this stuff.
Because I'm like Yvette Carnell pisses me off probably more than Yvette. Anthony Brian Logan really doesn't piss me off. Yvette Carnell pisses me off. Like, so I get it. And I was like, you're not talking to people just like trying to defend liberalism or Democrats. Like we talk a lot of shit about.
Why did they?
Yeah,
That's what was keeping me out.
those are all fallacies, man. Like,
They're plantation.
Conservative, liberal. That's why I say, black folks, they get into these bandwagons that get trapped there,
Mm-hmm.
and they can't see the forest through the trees.
Yeah,
and that's why you have Negroes that sit there and they try to pathologize blacks when it comes to the situation they're in. Talk about black on black crime and all that goofy stuff, man. Like you have to have a larger framework to even start talking about that. And that's why whenever I already knew the line of questioning BGS was going to take, and it led to exactly what I thought it was going to lead to.
Yeah.
It was going to lead to him hanging himself on his own rope.
Well, yeah, and I hope because I have a real good older gentleman that's a conservative from St. Louis, and we've been battling it out for years, right? But I'm saying I hope that since he's I think he's like 32, that he explores a wider view and a wider worldview, and become if you're going to be political, take a wider view and understand more. I understand you got to make your money.
Because here's my thing.
Yeah, like I said, we had this we had a conference recently, had a guy from Minneapolis trying to justify the Florida Cap's death, and then he's over in Minneapolis teaching black kids that the way that they think dictates their reality. And I told him, I said, man, you need to send them kids right over here to St. Paul, and you need to tell them to enroll in my program because you're teaching them some bullshit.
You're mixing stuff, and I don't like that. The only problem I had with ABL is that if you're gonna be conservative, be realistic and be accurate. We start spot like
Mr. Research.
Well, yeah, you can't say that Obama and what's his name were responsible for Fast and the Furious.
Oh my goodness,
that means you have not done. You're spouting stuff that you heard and not something that you researched. I would rather you talk about something that you researched.
And by the way, he was on the like what I said with O'Shea. He was on the video that O'Shea was streaming that day. He was on it because there was a stream in which O'Shea was lambasting conservatives, black conservatives in general. So because he didn't like it, so he was in the chat. So he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right. That's he was talking. He started to talk to him as he was in there because he was doing what he was doing in here. Where he was like, he had an answer, like Johnny. I call it Johnny Cochran it up. Like everything. Look, I'm not blaming white people, but to act like they have zero part in this, and this is just black people did this to ourselves.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I don't even get into the black pathology stuff because you try to go there, and I'm saying, okay, if that's the concern, what causes it? Okay, what causes it and why does it happen and what can you do about it? And do you know anything deeper? If you don't, then basically you need to re-educate yourself because it's deeper than that. Because anybody can.
That's what I was trying to express to him. You know, the same thing I told Ward. You need to do more reading and less talking.
Yeah.
I mean, if you come from West Virginia, you know good and damn well once they removed those jobs, them motherfuckers weren't shit. So I mean, so this idea that it's like white people don't operate. And here's the thing, another thing that really got on my nerves when it comes to the black on black crime thing. This is what really gets me. White people are treated differently, and we have Charles Faulkner. Yeah, okay. We have. I won't say it's an absolute 2-tier system. But let's be honest, white men don't get treated the same as black men when it comes to that damn criminal.
I don't think even he would argue that.
No.
Yeah. See, that's
Charles, Officer Charles.
Of course not, because you got to understand something. Who's the ruling class of the country?
Yeah,
people.
Who's been the enslaved of the country? We've been more enslaved in this country's history than freed.
Now that doesn't mean that you show your ass and get emotional in front of a police officer like a fucking moron.
Not
but that is the reality of what it is. And see, that's when he was like, oh, well, it's a pathology and black people. No.
It's like when people try to say when people try to say back in the day about are black people genetically inclined to commit crime? No. I mean, if you put me in a circumstances of starvation and I see you have a pie on your windowsill, am I not going to take it out of survival?
Okay, people. I got a question. I heard something. First, do we still have a ruling class in America?
Yes.
What is the ruling class? Explain that to me.
The 1/10 of the 1% are your ruling class.
Okay, we can agree.
Yeah, because to be in the 1%, I know you said the 1/10 of 1% was the plutocracy class, but just to give you some real numbers, to be in the 1%, you got to make about like $83,000 a year. Not a year. It's like I think it's either year. It's a month. It's a month.
Oh yeah, that much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like $83,000 a month. And that's how that gives you a good number. So obviously that's like like $1 million a year. Yeah. That's the 1%.
Hey, I'm gonna ask a question.
That's not the 1/10 of a 1%.
Yeah, that's not the ruling class.
It's plain and simple, right? And he never answered my question when I asked him how many people how many people can a potato feed, right?
Telling me?
No, ABL. He never answered that question.
I got a question for the group because you guys are going to answer this for me, and I know
He had a
Edward.
special question.
Edward, control your passion for like 5 minutes, dude. It won't even be 2 seconds. So, does the ruling class equate to caste? Like, because people, I get confused because I think if it's about economics or finances,
No,
sorry about that. The difference between caste, which is race and color based, and class, and those two things can mix or not mix. Yeah, they can mix. You can be the lower caste and be the 1/10 of 1%.
Yeah, see, exactly. Thank you, BG. So,
and I want to give you another example too that I want to give you.
Let him ask his last question.
Where I wanted him to go, and it was excellent. In the past, black people were slaves, so we know who's the majority of the time. But in this time today, we have the potential as a group to be part of the ruling class if it's all about finances. We can escape caste.
We can't do that because of numbers alone. You got to think. Our numbers alone will not equate because mathematics says they have more than what we do. When you have 13% of a country that only has one, we still have 1% of the economy.
Yes. I'm listening to you. I read Clyde Anderson, so I mean, I'm just making that statement because it depends how you use your. If you use your finances wisely, you can impact situations. I mean, because
That's true. Well, you can impact them on a local level, but on a mass wide scale, it's not going to be because when you look at politics, the only real asset you have in politics is what? It's people, right? So you only have 12%, and you got that 12% going against the rest of the 88%.
Don't mean shit. And that's why black people, and ironically enough, black people care about voting for saviors rather than voting local.
That's emotional. Voting is always emotional, regardless of what we think about it.
Well, it is.
There's no difference between voting for class president or president of the United States. Same thing. It's emotional.
But what I'm saying is we don't. There is
one at a time.
It's like asking a runaway slave hand, foot, or dick.
No, well, I get, and another example to intersect like rate and class and like caste is Dr. Dre a while ago. It was the issue where Dr. Dre had some kind of road rage incident and the white dude was at fault, and then the white dude called the police. Basically, the white dude drove up to Doctor's. Keep in mind, we know how much money Dre has, right? The neighborhood he has, right? This white dude drove right up to him and basically said Dr. Dre had a gun, which he didn't. And then the white police officers handcuffed Dre, even though Dre was on his property. Now, I don't care that, and this white dude was not in his class. Now, Dre is in the 1/10 of 1%.
It depends on how. It depends if you're part of the ruling class. It doesn't even happen. They won't even think about it because that's when class will trump caste. But you have to get
with Dre.
If Barack Obama is on the property and somebody comes in and says Barack Obama pulled a gun on me, trust and believe they'll be tackling that white dude and pulling him off the
that's okay
because that is ruling.
I would see that, and I would raise you what they did to his daughter.
What did they do to his daughter?
So technically, when they tried to out his daughter when it comes to the Lapapalooza in Chicago, now that would have been the Bush twins.
And what happened to her? They outed the Bush twins about doing coke. So what? What happened to her?
They trumped that down versus the media almost tried to blow that up. See, that's the difference.
Even if they blew it up, what's going to happen to her? She's going to get
Well,
embarrassed,
you
and
talk
that's
about what's
it.
going to happen to it legally. I mean, probably. Yeah, you're right. But I'm just talking about as far as throwing shit on the name. But I
What
get you
happened
with
to
the
when
legal
when
thing.
the white girls outed her and saw her and had her smoking dope? Trust and believe there was phone calls made to those kids' parents that said you will never fucking do that again because you
Or
never
your
heard
parents
about it again.
will end up missing.
Or not missing, but the thing is, will destroy your companies. Don't ever fucking do that again. That's what happens in the
I mean,
background. Just like
that's
that
what the
cop,
beef all about.
just like that cop with the beer summit. What happened to him? You ever heard from him again?
Nope.
He's
I mean,
disappeared.
he's just a cop. But you talk about with the
I
Skip
don't
Gates
even think
thing.
he's a cop anymore.
I doubt. I doubt he's not. I don't know, but I know that Skip Gates was. That's another thing too. I didn't even think to bring up because it's the point is. I get where he's coming from, and there are a lot of brothers that do that when it comes to they want to make it like it's all white people. But even somebody like a Jason Black, as much as he talks about white supremacy, still will break down black men and black women on what they do. See, this thing where it's like no balance, it what gets on my nerves.
Like what? Such as?
Because most people, well, what I'm saying is, everybody on the panel knows that there's dumbass shit that black people do that
Yeah,
they need to stop.
yeah.
But at the same time, just because you know that does not mean it's kind of like what black women do. When black women say, "Oh, he got me pregnant,"
Mm-hmm.
no, yes, he did, and he will deal with the consequences in case you want to take him to child support or whatever. That's on him. But you still slanging your
But them
vagina.
legs was open like 7-Eleven that
Yeah,
night. Yeah.
Exactly. So,
yeah.
and to me,
Three. It's
what
really.
Anthony was doing is the
Yeah.
same thing.
It's
Anthony
really.
runs in the face for
No,
white
it
people.
opened like 3:45.
Yeah. So the thing is,
Yeah.
that's the thing. Black people always like to be very absolutist, where it's not that these white people are fucked up. And see, that's why, like I said, O'Shea doesn't really talk about this type of shit, but O'Shea is unapologetic saying, I know you motherfuckers don't want to fuck with me. And that's cool because I appreciate you being honest about that. Because I don't fuck with y'all. Because he was talking about when they wanted him to put fighting videos on his channel and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I do this for the brothers. But at the same time, I'm going to roast you niggas when you niggas do dusty nigga shit.
Yeah, of course. That's what you're supposed to do.
And Anthony likes to be like, oh, no, it's just the dusty nigga shit.
What?
It ain't with but we'll talk about the white liberals.
Because
I'm like, man.
he is a black conservative Republican. That's what he is. That's his, whether that's his, I hope he believes it. I think he does, but that's who he is. That's his worldview.
Yeah, see, and that's the problem with the black conservatives, because when they believe it, it's over.
I want to know what's it sounds like, I'm gonna keep it real, and maybe this is not what it is. I'm just kind of joking, but kind of not. If you notice the animosity he has with like the Democratic Party, like it's more like he's against them,
Yeah,
almost than he's for what he does. I'm like, yo, was it a liberal white girl, a liberal black chick that like?
Hold on, who's that?
Oh man, that entire school of thought, man. These are the type of guys that always trying to remind you that Martin Luther King was a Republican.